Chapter 201. Both spirituality and physique have reached the limit of a level 2 wizard. There were additional numerals in the attribute bar, which is entirely normal. After all, the attribute panel shifts according to Milton Cheney's comprehension. The numerals in the brackets represent Milton Cheney's martial arts realm. Third stage warrior. This implies that if Milton Cheney uses martial arts, his spiritual and physique attributes will leap directly to 34.2. Such balanced attributes are rarely seen, even among more advanced wizards. Vast majority of wizards focus only on spiritual power, rarely caring about physique. There are very few people like Milton Cheney. But that's normal, not everyone has external plugins like Milton Cheney does. Milton Cheney shifts his gaze to the last column of the pale blue light screen. True body simulation count, 1. Do you want to start true body simulation? Yes. Milton Cheney thought to himself. Accumulating simulation count has no use, using it whenever available is Milton Cheney's current principle. For this true body simulation, he has the strength at par with a level 3 wizard, so there are many things he can do. The next moment, the panel disappears. After reincarnation simulation, the true body simulation has started. Milton Cheney's figure moves, his spiritual power envelopes his body and he disappears from the library. True body simulation end. Realm, technique, memory retained. Detected that the host will not be affected by reincarnation memory. Simulator memory protection function is not activated. Activate now. Milton Cheney thought to himself. Given his strong will, Milton Cheney will not be affected by memory, hence, naturally, he doesn't need memory protection. Feeling the immense spiritual power in his spiritual sea, Milton Cheney lets out a sigh. Level 3 White Wizard. That's right, this round of true body simulation has ended. Now, he is a bona fide level 3 White Wizard. During this true body simulation that lasted hundreds of years, Milton Cheney finally experienced how he cultivated in a text simulation. He spent most of his day in meditation. The gains from this true body simulation were indeed rich. Being a level 3 White Wizard is Milton Cheney's biggest gain. Being a third stage warrior is strong, but due to world constraints, his martial arts realm couldn't be further elevated. Unless he could reincarnate in that world again, although the probability is very slim. So, he still has to focus on the wizard path, martial artist is just a means to him. During true body simulation, using his martial arts, wizard techniques, and the ability of a star-picking master, he has taken countless lives of level 3 blood descendants in the Bloody Sea realm. Just as Milton Cheney was reveling in his enormous spiritual power, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations host for successfully becoming a level 3 wizard, wizards. Life Simulator 4.0 is starting to upgrade, this upgrade will take a natural day. Another upgrade. Hearing the voice, Milton Cheney wasn't very excited, but instead frowned slightly. He now believes that the current simulator is good. If the simulator extends the time to accumulate simulation count again, he would feel uncomfortable. During the upgrade when he became a level 2 wizard, Milton Cheney thought that the simulator's upgrade would require him to reach a level 3 wizard both on the White Wizard path and the Bloodline Wizard path. However, this simulator upgrade indeed proved that this was not the case. Because his Bloodline Wizard realm has not yet reached a level 3 wizard. Although he did not want the simulator to upgrade, but Milton Cheney was still somewhat eager. Time passes, a day goes by swiftly, and the next day arrives. A pale blue transparent light screen gradually materialized in front of Milton Cheney, presenting rows of characters. Wizard's Life Simulator 4.0 upgrade complete, ready to serve as Wizard's Life Simulator 5.0. Note 1, for reincarnation simulation, the host can select the reincarnation world. The selected world will not provide any information prompts, fully relying on the host's will to conduct reincarnation simulation. Note 2, text simulation can retain memory. In text simulation, you can choose to retain paragraph memories. After each text simulation, the host can select 3 memories to retain from the text simulation. This will not affect the retention of techniques or realms. Looking at the characters displayed on the pale blue light screen, Milton Cheney breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling relieved, Milton Cheney was also taken aback. The simulator did not extend the duration for saving up simulation counts in this update. Calling it an update was more like a patch, all of which brought him benefits. Reincarnation simulation no longer occurs passively. He now possessed the right to choose the world for his reincarnation. It was as if he had complete control over the simulator. Text simulations were also updated. After the simulator was upgraded, text simulations could now retain 3 pieces of memory, provided that either the realm or technique was retained. This was extremely crucial. The retention of full 3 pieces of memory granted Milton Cheney a clearer understanding of the future. As the faint blue light screen in front of him gradually disappeared, Milton Cheney contemplated in silence. With this simulator update, text simulations became more important. Besides using text simulations for cultivation, he could also use them for trial and error for the future. After pondering for a moment, Milton Cheney cleared up the messy thoughts cluttering his mind. This was because his mentor, Bernard, had arrived. Bernard suddenly appeared in Milton Cheney's library. He originally planned to say something, but his pupils slightly contracted the next moment. A level 3 white wizard. Bernard spoke in apparent astonishment as if he hadn't recognized Milton Cheney before. He carefully studied Milton Cheney's body. However, Milton Cheney displayed no emotional changes. He knew very well that, let alone having become a level 3 wizard, even if he became a level 4 wizard, the Guardian Sea would not bear him any malice. Bernard walked around Milton Cheney twice, marveling in admiration. It seems Lord Potosi really values you to have helped you break the limit, Bernard remarked with some sigh. He originally came to call upon his student to be his experimental assistant, but he never expected that Milton Cheney had become a level 3 white wizard. Now that you've become a level 3 wizard, we can postpone the experiment. I'll take you to upgrade your Book of Truth first. Bernard spoke. His student had become a level 3 white wizard in such a short time, which made Bernard feel proud and put him in a cheerful mood. How long had it been since Milton Cheney joined the Guardian Sea? It seemed to be only a few years. Despite being taken by surprise, he was mostly pleased that Milton Cheney had advanced 2 levels in such a short time. After all, with Lord Potos's assistance, it was not very difficult to become a level 3 wizard. Upon hearing these words, Milton Cheney nodded. In the eyes of his mentor, Bernard, his becoming a level 3 wizard was due to Potosi's help. However, Milton Cheney didn't explain anything. Next moment, Bernard waved his hand, and both he and Milton Cheney disappeared from the spot. By the time they reappeared, a giant ancient tree had come into Milton Cheney's view. Milton Cheney naturally recognized this ancient tree. The Tree of Truth. Summon your Book of Truth and wait quietly. Bernard, who was standing beside Milton Cheney, said softly. Milton Cheney's spiritual power surged, and the Book of Truth floated in front of him. The moment the Book of Truth appeared, it seemed to be pulled by a force, and flew into the crown of the Tree of Truth. A moment later, the Book of Truth flew back. Although the Book of Truth hadn't undergone any visible changes, Milton Cheney knew that it was different now. The Book of Truth suspending in front of Milton Cheney returned to his spiritual sea as a ray of light. Now that you're a level 3 wizard, all the areas of the Guardian Sea will be opened for you, and you can browse through all the knowledge of the Guardian Sea at will. I didn't expect that you would become a level 3 wizard so quickly, and I haven't had time to prepare anything for you. Don't enter the task space within the next month. Let me prepare some things for you first. Bernard spoke earnestly. Upon becoming a level 3 wizard in the Guardian Sea, one needs to complete a truth mission. This mission was generally not dangerous but rather cumbersome. However, Bernard wanted to take some precautions and prepare some things for his student. Hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded. The truth mission was not unfamiliar to him. He even knew what his mission would be. The truth mission was easy to complete, as long as it didn't turn out like the first 2 missions. Chapter 202. Guardian Sea, Southern Sea, above the pure White Sea region. Bain handed over several insignias in his hand to Milton Cheney. These are all disposable magic devices, the specific effects of which you can understand by touching with your spiritual power, which triggers memory recall. Bain began to speak. Milton nodded, without making a fuss, and took the few insignias. He knew that even though he had become a level 3 wizard, his mentor was still somewhat worried about him. Do not neglect the construction of magic. I have prepared several magic spells for you, which you can review directly in the Book of Truth. You can accept the truth mission first. As long as you complete it within the mission deadline, there is no need to rush, Bain said with a slight smile. Hearing these words, Milton nodded and said, "I understand, mentor." What his mentor didn't know was that he had already constructed several third-ring magic spells. After reiterating some matters, Bane's spiritual power surged and he disappeared from in front of Milton. The next moment, the Book of Truth hovered in front of Milton, and his consciousness appeared in the task space. The moment his consciousness appeared here, tens of thousands of light clusters retreated, only a faint blue light cluster flew into Milton's Book of Truth at a rapid speed. The Book of Truth stood upright and floated in front of Milton, opening automatically, with text appearing on one of the pages. Seeing the text on this page of the Book of Truth, Milton's complexion remained unchanged, and with a flicker of his consciousness, he left the task space. As in the true body simulation, the task was still the same task, there were no changes. The next moment, Milton's shape moved and disappeared in the air of the pure white sea region. Wizard Realm, Kazan subcontinent. After becoming a level 3 wizard, some of the secrets of his past gradually surfaced in front of Milton. Stepping onto the Kazan subcontinent again, Milton didn't feel any other emotions. Third ring magic. Spatial Shiatlel. An invisible spatial door appeared in front of Milton, he stepped into it, and the next moment, his body appeared in a rift valley. Staring at the huge rift valley in front of him, Milton's face remained unchanged. His spiritual power surged from within his spiritual sea, kicking up a storm here. Third ring magic. Eye of Destiny. A pair of illusory eyes appeared behind Milton. The rift valley in front of Milton changed, and some thread-like objects appeared before him. Third ring magic of the spiritual eye. Although the name sounds grand, it's not particularly mysterious. But there is a reason it's called the Eye of Destiny, as this magic can reveal a glimpse of fate's veining. Although it doesn't reveal the full trajectory, being able to see a hint of the trace is already very powerful. The next moment, the spiritual power fluctuated violently, and a thread that only Milton could see was lightly touched by his spiritual power. The rift valley exploded, while Milton, on the other hand, withdrew his spiritual power and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, it was in an empty space within the rift valley. This was the place that initially transported Milton to the Violet Continent. In front of Milton was emptiness, but a moment later, a sacred altar gradually emerged. Until it appeared completely in front of Milton. A hint of a smile appeared on Milton's face. He was no longer the person he had been before. True body simulation after becoming a level 3 wizard had revealed many things to him. The secrets that confused him before, he now understands. Soul Academy. Milton muttered, then took steps towards the side of the altar. The Eye of Destiny manifested behind him, and Milton could see several thin lines emerging from the top of the altar wrapping around his body. This indicates that his future is still connected with the Soul Academy. This so-called Soul Academy is not a wizard organization in the wizard realm but the largest academy in the Soul Realm, a world once conquered by the wizard realm. The reason he was sent to Wizard Continent from here was also simple. He was listed as a potential student by the academy. However, he is now an official member of the Guardian Sea and naturally cannot join the Soul Academy anymore. In the true body simulation, Milton had met people from the Soul Academy. His impression of the academy was not bad. However, the path of transcendence of the soul realm did not suit Milton, so even if he hadn't joined Guardian Sea, he wouldn't consider joining the Soul Academy. The next moment, Milton's spiritual power surged. One by one, magic stones were offered by Milton to the soul altar. In a moment, the magic stones disappeared on the altar. And the few transparent threads connecting the altar and Milton's body slowly disappeared. After dealing with everything, Milton's shape moved, disappearing from the spot. The moment he disappeared, the altar also slowly disappeared. However, after half of it had disappeared, a person suddenly appeared on the altar. He seemed to be sensing something, sighed after a moment, then disappeared with the altar. After leaving the Rift Valley, Milton took a trip back to Frostwinter Kingdom. He met his father and his brother. Now, the Frostwinter Kingdom was completely under the control of the Golden Lion family. There was no doubt that the Golden Lion family was the royal family of the Frostwinter Kingdom. However, Milton's father, Arthur, was not particularly keen on ruling the kingdom, so he handed the kingdom over to Nicholas. He, on the other hand, was in the background, quietly practicing the breathing technique, preparing to assault to the rank of the epic knight. Chapter 203. With all that Milton Cheney has provided, becoming an epic knight is just a matter of time. Father. Milton looked at Arthur and smiled as he spoke. Arthur appeared no different from before, even younger than before. "It's good to have you home, I've arranged for a feast with William," Arthur replied, his face full of smiles. Milton nodded, then he took out some items from his spatial ring and gave them to Arthur. These things didn't cost him many magic stones, but they were undoubtedly a significant fortune for his family. Arthur, without any pretense, accepted these items and put them aside. Father and son conversed joyfully for a while. The evening feast went smoothly. Milton had mastered the grain avoidance technique, but indulging himself in delicious food once in a while still felt delightful. At the feast, Milton was sipping his wine in small sips. He did not seem standoffish as numerous nobles' daughters came to strike up a conversation, and would cheerfully drink with them when they raised a toast. These young ladies had no idea that Milton was a wizard, they simply thought he was handsome. To these knave girls, Milton's charm was at a bug level. After the banquet, Milton did not participate in the subsequent dance party. Time flew by quickly, and Milton stayed in the Kazan subcontinent for half a month. One day, Milton stopped practicing the meditation technique. Sensing the unrest in his bloodline, he disappeared from where he stood. At the edge of the Kazan subcontinent, Milton hovered in the air, the Book of Truth floating before him. A man in a black robe who stood not far from Milton gave him a deep look, then disappeared from his spot. Unaffected, Milton swung his hand lightly, and a small tear appeared in the Milton stepped into the void. After reaching level 3 as a wizard, the impact of the void space on him became minuscule. As long as there were no sudden anomalies in the void, he could walk in the void as if it was a flat ground. The black lizard bloodline disguising as the white raven bloodline. Milton chuckled, stepping forward in the void. In an eye blink, he saw the man in the black robe in that void as well. The man in the black robe was taken by surprise that Milton dared to follow him into the void. He was a level 3 bloodline wizard, therefore he didn't carefully sense Milton's spiritual wizard realm. He still believed Milton was only a bloodline wizard who had reached level 2 at his maximum. Simple as that, this youngster must have a trump card up his sleeve. Hence, the man in the black robe dared not to be remiss either. However, in the next moment, he saw something that he found rather baffling. The youngster he looked down upon suddenly appeared right in front of him. What? Is he trying to grapple with me? Unsure of what the young man was scheming, the man in the black robe launched his third ring bloodline magic. Third ring magic. Black lizard true body. His body underwent a drastic change, transforming into a giant black lizard. Third ring magic. Time imprisonment. A ghost-like chain surged out from Milton's spiritual sea, entwining around the huge black lizard's body. A level 3 spiritual wizard? A sense of ominousness surfaced from the man in black's heart. At this point, the situation had got out of his control. The next moment, a fist caught his eyes. The red gem at the back of Milton's spiritual sea emitted a faint fluorescence. A massive phantom of flames appeared behind Milton. Level 3 bloodline wizard? How could that be possible? Third ring magic. Lizard roar. But the man in black reacted swiftly too. Roar. A loud sound echoed in the void. But Milton seemed unaffected. In a flash, his fist landed on the black lizard's face. Boom! A plume of black blood exploded and scattered. Milton's spiritual power blocked the blood mist, preventing it from splattering on him. Then, in the next moment, the exploded blood mist gradually gathered back together. Second grade skill star picking technique. An unseen giant hand emerged behind the blood mist and plucked one. The blood mist gathered again, rematerializing into the man in the black robe. Just as when the man in the black robe's body had reassembled, Milton's body reappeared in front of him. Another punch, another explosion of blood mist. Then, another invisible hand appeared, taking away a bit of the man in the black robe's luck. The man in the black robe was taken aback by the 2 punches Milton had given him. What kind of bloodline is this? As a member of the Black Lizard Scholars Association, he had never seen a bloodline like Milton's before. And what's more, wasn't he from the White Raven bloodline? It shouldn't be possible for a level 3 wizard of the White Raven bloodline to possess such abilities. And most importantly, there seemed to be an inexplicable force suppressing his consciousness the moment a fist was flying towards him, which caused his reaction to be always a moment late. Naturally, he would not know about the effect of the divine intent. Because, this power did not belong to this world. Gathered, exploded into a blood mist. Gathered, exploded into a blood mist. The man in the black robe was not even given a chance to activate a disposable magic device. The next moment, a glimmer of hope rose in the heart of the man in the black robe, even accompanied by a hint of desperation. Because this time, there was no fist flying towards him. This moment is enough. The next moment, his spiritual power surged, and a token was activated. Massive spiritual power enveloped his body, seemingly ready to take him away from this dangerous place. And Milton? At this moment, Milton had a faint smile on his face and watched the man in the black robe's performance in silence. What would be of a person when all his luck is taken away? Chapter 204. The answer to this question was conveyed by the black robe-clad man standing before Milton Cheney. Inside the void space, where the man in the black robe stood, the surroundings suddenly began to stir. What? The black robe-clad man's eyes narrowed. How could such a coincidence happen? A void disturbance, neither too early nor too late, occurred right after he had used the disposable magic device and was about to be transmitted away. Void anomalies, void disturbances. Due to the void disturbance, his disposable teleportation magic device did not achieve its original effect. He was unable to mobilize his spiritual power and therefore could not use the disposable magic device. Yet, as a bloodline wizard, his greatest strength was his physique. The next moment, just as he prepared to fight for his life, he suddenly felt his body dissolving. A gust of wind passed through his body. Void anomalies, erosion wind. Milton Cheney observed as the body of the man in the black robe disintegrated before him. The spiritual power within his spiritual sea surged out. The ring falling into the void was drawn into his hand by his spiritual power. When his spiritual power touched this spatial magic device, the contents within the magic device were projected into Milton Cheney's mind. Wow! Milton Cheney was somewhat surprised. He was going to be rich. The saying "murder and arson earn one a golden belt" was indeed true. This level 3 bloodline wizard from the Black Lizard Scholars Association was astonishingly wealthy. Stashing away the spatial magic device, Milton Cheney shifted his silhouette and disappeared into the void space around him. That the Black Lizard Scholars Association was zeroing in on him was not surprising. The holder of control within this realm-level wizards organization was a bit odd. This organization was swiftly annihilated after the start of the Inter-Realm War. Now, Merlin, unless a level 4 wizard attacked him, nothing would matter. A level 4 wizard was also unlikely to strike at him, as they would face severe consequences for breaking the rules of the game. Even a level 4 wizard from the Gospel Master's Order, the mortal enemy of the Guardian Sea, would not attack young wizards of the Guardian Sea. Corner Sea Region, Lilith Continent. The moment Milton Cheney's body appeared here, an apparition emerged beside him. Meandering thoughts crossed Milton Cheney's mind, though he betrayed no emotion on his face. I remember you, that lucky young lad. The people of the White Tower said you have treasures of a level 3 wizard. I didn't believe it at the time, but now, there is no choice but to believe, the young man in extravagant attire spoke gently. Milton Cheney's expression remained unchanged. However, a hint of disdain crisscrossed his mind. Our refrained from causing him trouble in the past, not because he was in disbelief, but because he was just too preoccupied. And to our, a few years was nothing more than a fleeting moment. As for why he later chose to forego attacking Milton Cheney, the latter remained clueless. But it certainly wasn't due to a sudden enlightenment. On seeing Milton Cheney remain silent, Our chuckled lightly. He had never encountered such a young level 3 wizard before. He was quite curious about what the level 3 wizard treasure that Milton got originally was. However, there was no chance now. The forces behind one who could become a level 3 wizard at this age were probably greater than his. Is there anything I can assist you with? Our asked softly, his eyes observing the distant sea region. On hearing his words, a thought stirred in Milton Cheney's heart, as if he had realized something. I want to take a look at the totem pillars. The surprise flashed in Our's eyes when Milton's words sank in, appearing as if he did not expect Milton to make such a request. But this thing should have no use to the young man before him, right? It might have had some use if it were the pillars of the world. That would be fine, but the totem pillars should have no effect on you. Our commented, assuming the young man before him must have heard some unreliable news. Come with me. Our spoke before his figure disappeared from the spot. Wrapped within a surge of spiritual power, Milton Cheney's form vanished from the spot too. Once the duo reappeared, they were inside a palace. 4 pillars stood tall at the center of the palace, their positions resembling a magic array. "Feel free to look around," Auer proposed. Milton Cheney nodded, the Book of Truth materializing before him and flipping its pages autonomously. On seeing this, Auer felt a jolt in his heart. His guess was correct, the young man before him had indeed joined a realm-level wizard organization, however, he did not expect it to be the Guardian Sea. "Can I personally test the effect of the totem pillars?" Milton Cheney asked, knowing Auer would not refuse. "Sure. But the totem pillars considerably boost meditation, although they also affect the speed of time," Auer stated. Milton Cheney nodded in understanding. He knew very well that the totem pillars would affect the flow of time. His sudden visit here was actually to test a hypothesis in his mind. The hypothesis that couldn't be tested through a true body simulation because of the absence of the simulator. However, he didn't have the same concern in reality. The next moment, Milton Cheney stepped into the middle of the 4 pillars. His spiritual power surged, and countless magic stones emerged from his spatial magic device and were absorbed by the 4 pillars. The next moment, the totem pillars started to operate. Milton Cheney sat at the center of the 4 pillars and initiated his cultivation meditation. Outside the 4 pillars, Auer stood still at his spot. As time slipped away, Milton Cheney had spent 3 days at the center of the totem pillars in a flash. Milton Cheney ended his practice of the meditation technique and rose, stepping out of the area covered by the totem pillars. 3 months? Before Milton Cheney had to ask, Auer answered first. Milton Cheney's expression did not change, he nodded. Yet a hint of puzzlement clouded his heart. Nope. While he had only stayed in the totem pillars for 3 days, in the wizard realm, 3 months had already passed. But there weren't any changes in his text simulation count. Which is to say that although 3 months had passed in the wizard realm, from the simulator's perspective, merely 3 days had elapsed. But why was it so? If the simulator accumulated simulation counts based on the time in the wizard realm, then he should have acquired a count for text simulation by now. The simulator had clearly stated that it accumulated the simulation count based on the lapse of time in the wizard realm. Milton Cheney remembered it unequivocally. But why didn't it work now? While it would not affect him, it was still a text simulation count every 3 months. It intrigued Milton Cheney as to why it was so. Could it be due to the totem pillars? Since he hadn't left the wizard realm, the simulator's accumulation of counts was still calculated as 3 days? Milton Cheney did not think further about it. He could find the answer by testing this in some other world in the future. Chapter 205. After revisiting the Kazan subcontinent in the Wizard Realm and the Lilith Wizard Continent, Milton Cheney left the Wizard Continent of the Wizard Realm and returned to the Guardian Sea. Though the truth mission he embarked on after becoming a level 3 wizard was not dangerous, it did have a rather long time cycle. He revisited the Wizard Continent because he figured it would be a while before he would return again after this departure. "Mentor, I need your help," said Milton Cheney, staring at Bane who stood in front of him. Rather than opening the teleport channel with the Book of Truth right away, Bane asked, "Are you sure you want to go now?" Upon hearing that, Milton Cheney nodded. Seeing Cheney's nod, Bane no longer hesitated. If his student had made his decision, he naturally wouldn't obstruct. The next moment, his Book of Truth hovered in front of him. The Book of Truth automatically turned its pages, and a bundle of purple light shot out from it. An ethereal channel appeared, and Milton Cheney stepped into it without any hesitation. A moment later, his vision blurred. The familiar pure white sea region disappeared, and his body appeared above a pale blue sea region. This sea region was somewhat similar to the pure white sea region, but it was also somewhat different. He was now in the Guardian Sea's eastern sea. And so, he had arrived. The moment Milton Cheney appeared, a middle-aged man with white hair appeared next to him. Bane's student. Hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded. A smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. "Young lad, show me your mission," said Leinster in a gentle manner. Without any hesitation, Milton Cheney summoned his Book of Truth. A page flew out of the book and into Leinster's hand. Leinster took the page from the Book of Truth and after a careful look, he nodded. "This mission is quite good. But due to the influence of the Bloody Sea realm, the world passage cannot be opened at the moment, said Leinster. There was a tinge of helplessness in his tone. He had originally thought that Cheney's mission could be completed directly in the Eastern Sea. He didn't expect that the reason for coming to the Eastern Sea was to use the World Passage. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney was taken aback. He had overlooked a crucial detail. In his true body simulation, even though he had taken the same truth mission, the timing of his acceptance of the mission was different. In the true body simulation, it was 120 years later that he had accepted this same truth mission as a level 3 white wizard and subsequently completed this mission smoothly. How can the Bloody Sea realm affect the opening of the World Passage? Milton Cheney asked, somewhat confused. After all, the World Passage of the Eastern Sea was not affected 120 years later. On top of that, his mentor had never informed him of this, indicating that his mentor also was unaware. If his mentor did know, he certainly wouldn't have had him make this unnecessary trip, as it would have been pointless. A world passage only existed in the East Guardian Sea at the Westwood Plain Rift, whereas the South Sea could open a plain channel without the world passage. That was why Milton Cheney had first gone to the Eastern Sea, to use the world passage to continue his mission. It's not only the world passages controlled by the Guardian Sea that can't be opened, most of the world passages controlled by the realm-level wizard organizations also can't be opened. A Gospel Master from the Gospel Master's Order and a vampire ancestor from the Bloody Sea realm have taken action to block the world passages outside the wizard realm, said Leinster. Because this event had only just happened, the news hadn't yet spread. Upon hearing these words, the questions in Milton Cheney's mind were answered. In his true body simulation, since he had become a level 3 white wizard 120 years later, he was not aware of this development. If the world passage was affected, then he couldn't yet complete his truth mission. At the present time, he lacked the ability to directly enter other worlds without using the world passage. Even to enter a little world, he was not yet capable. If you have ample time, you could wait in the Eastern Sea. A level 7 wizard in the wizard realm has already taken action. The obstruction of the world passage can be broken in a few years at the quickest, said Leinster. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney pondered for a moment. Though a few years wasn't a long time in general. For him, it was too long enough time for him to complete several reincarnation simulations and true body simulations. If the wait had been for a few months, he would have been willing, but there was no way he could keep waiting for several years. After all, the prediction was that the earliest it would take a few years, there was no guarantee that it would necessarily be lifted within a few years. The wizard realm didn't seem to prioritize the world passage much. If they had given it enough importance, it wouldn't have taken several years. Whilst a few years was but a blink of an eye for those standing at the pinnacle of the wizard realm, for Milton Cheney, a few years was quite substantial. Considering the long deadline for this truth mission, he wouldn't force the issue if he couldn't complete it now. He had already experienced completing a mission once before, so it was okay if he completed the truth mission a bit later than planned. And so, Milton Cheney shook his head and said, "No need, could you help me open the teleportation channel? I'll return to the South Sea first." Upon hearing Cheney's words, Leinster nodded. The next moment, his book of truth appeared in front of Cheney, and a transparent channel appeared. Without any hesitation, Cheney stepped into it. By the time his body reappeared, he had returned to the South Guardian Sea. Chapter 206. The moment Milton Cheney appeared above the pure White Sea region, he saw his mentor, Bane. It seemed like his mentor had been waiting for him. "I just found out too. Leinster just messaged me through the Book of Truth," said Bane. The hint of helplessness in his voice revealed that he had not known beforehand about the world passage closure, or he would not have sent Milton on a futile trip. But it's not too bad to complete the truth mission a bit later. You can try to construct more third ring magic in your spiritual sea first. Constructing third ring magic should not be difficult for you, it's just time consuming, Bane continued. Truthfully, he did not want Milton to proceed with the truth mission so soon. What he didn't know was that Milton had already completed it once in the simulation. After Bane finished speaking, Milton simply nodded to show that he understood. In his spiritual sea, he had constructed plenty of third ring magic, a total of 6. Creating magic was extremely time-consuming. Under normal circumstances, it would take Milton a minimum of several decades to construct 6 third ring magic techniques in reality. When Bane's figure disappeared, Milton did not linger in the sky above the pure White Sea region. Returning to the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, Milton entered the library. After becoming a level 3 wizard, all the scriptures of the Guardian Sea would be available to him. Indeed, they all were. Milton could browse all the books in the Guardian Sea library at will. This was the primary reason why he could know about the importance of the Soul Academy. The number of secrets possessed by the Guardian Sea library was unimaginably vast. Even if Milton read for several decades, he could not possibly finish even 1% of the books in the library. During the several hundred years of the true body simulation, Milton had perused countless meditation techniques and methods of cultivation on the transcendent path. This naturally was in preparation for future reincarnation simulations. After all, not all worlds allowed the practice of wizard meditation techniques. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. During this time, Milton stayed in the library of the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, absorbing knowledge. Milton put down the book in his hand, and his spiritual power sent the book back to the shelf. A moment later, a pale blue transparent light screen appeared in front of him. Text simulation count L start text simulation. Milton did not hesitate. The attributes on the pale blue light screen began to disappear as black characters started to appear. Age 33, successfully completed the Guardian Sea's truth mission, returned to the wizard realm, and successfully retaliated against an assassination attempt from the Black Lizard Scholars Association. Age 90, took over Bane's research experiments personally, left the Guardian Sea to set up a laboratory in the Blue Thought Plane, and then started the first magic device experiment under your supervision. Age 92, the Bloody Sea Realm launched an inter-realm war against the Wizard Realm. The void space outside the Wizard Realm was divided into 9 main battlefields, yet you did not participate directly. Age 182, completed a new experiment, the war between the Bloody Sea Realm and the Wizard Realm became intense. A vampire ancestor violated the contract and acted independently, causing heavy losses in the Wizard Realm. Age 183, the Wizard Realm officially abandoned the contract. Several level 7 wizards took action, destroyed countless blood pools, and the Bloody Sea Realm suffered heavy losses. Age 230, research on the blood pool reached a bottleneck. You personally entered the 9th battlefield to gather samples. During the attempt, the 9th battlefield was wiped out, and you died. Simulation ends. Please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. Choose to retain 3 memories. The black characters on the pale blue light screen in front of him started to gradually disappear. Retain realm. When given the choice between retaining technique or realm, Milton didn't hesitate, he chose to retain the realm immediately. The next moment, Milton's bloodline limit was elevated once again. The increase was not significant, but it was an improvement nonetheless. However, Milton did not immediately decide what memories to retain. He thought it over carefully. It was crucial to be cautious when choosing which memories to retain. This text simulation was just as he had imagined. Since he had become a level 3 white wizard, the future seen through the text simulation was indeed different from the true body simulation. Retain the memories of when I was 27, 33, and 230 years old, Milton uttered after a moment's thought. He chose to preserve these 3 memories for a very simple reason. The text simulation retained the memories in segments. That is to say, if he chose to retain the memory of when he was 230 years old, only the memory of that year would be retained, and all the memories before that would not be kept. Keeping the memory of the 27th year would allow Milton to completely comprehend the events of that year. Preserving the memory of the 33rd year helped Milton understand how he completed the task at that time, and how many people the Black Lizard Scholars Association deployed to kill him. As for preserving the memory of the 230th year, the reason was even simpler. He wanted to see with his own eyes how he died. He wanted to see what kind of entity had the power to erase an entire battlefield. The next moment, the 3 memories appeared in Milton's mind. The last scene of his memory was a giant hand that covered the sky and sun. Milton didn't even have the chance to react before his body turned into nothingness. After absorbing all the memories, Milton opened his eyes. Chapter 207. He gently massaged his temples. Without suspense, that final scene signaled the intervention of a level 7 wizard. Hard to resist. Impossible to resist. This was Milton Cheney's assessment. Too strong. Upon seeing that gigantic hand that covered the sky, Milton even had some difficulty conjuring up any will to resist. Could he reach that level in 100 years? Milton felt that even with the simulator, it was highly unlikely. However, these 3 sequences of memory weren't completely useless. On the contrary, they provided great help to Milton. This update of the simulator was really excellent. The text simulation's ability to retain memory was crucial for Milton. Time passed, and a month was gone in the blink of an eye. That day, while Milton was cultivating the meditation technique inside the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, his mentor Bain appeared beside him. Milton, having retained his year's worth of memories through the text simulation, naturally knew why his mentor was here. "Lad, my mentor wants to see you," Bain announced with a smile, clearly in an excellent mood. "Your mentor?" Milton appeared doubtful as he asked back. Upon hearing this, Bain nodded. Previously, his mentor didn't want to see Milton as it would interrupt his precious sleep time. But now that Milton had become a level 3 wizard, his mentor changed his mind and decided to meet this student of his. Milton, of course, did not refuse. The next moment, a golden magic wand shot out from Bain's spiritual sea and into his hands. He waved the wand gently, and a gentle spiritual power enveloped Milton's body. The next moment, Milton disappeared on the spot. Bain, however, stayed put without disappearing. Since his mentor wanted to see Milton alone, he naturally wouldn't intrude. Despite this, a smile still hung on his face. He chuckled to himself as if a hilarious thought had occurred to him. Milton's world transformed, and he found himself in a room. Surprised to find himself in unfamiliar surroundings, Milton started scanning his environment subconsciously. A very ordinary room, only a bed and a small table resided in it. Milton wasn't here for the first time though. If the text simulation counted, this would actually be his second visit. Whack! The next moment, an aging hand landed on Milton's shoulder. Milton instinctively turned his head to look behind him. An elder man dressed in a white robe was reassuringly yawning, evidently in a state of sleepiness. A few miniature pendulum trinkets suddenly appeared in the old man's hand. He casually tossed them to Milton. "These are for you, lad. You're good, a bit better than the snot-nosed brat." The old man stretched and spoke in a relaxed manner. "So heavy." Milton barely held onto the trinkets the old man tossed over to him, almost throwing him off balance. They were incredibly heavy. He was a level 3 wizard right now. Anything that he found to be heavy clearly couldn't be ordinary. As for the snot-nosed brat the old man referred to, Milton knew he was talking about his mentor, Bain. "But your ability to stir up trouble is no less than that snot-nosed brat's. You were the one that caused the trouble in that minor plane last time, right?" The old man spoke at a leisurely pace, his expression a mix of amusement and disapproval. Upon hearing this, Milton paused in confusion. Last time? What trouble? Why did he seem to have difficulties understanding? Was the minor plane the old man was referring to the mutum plane? Milton had only visited that plane. Since Milton had no idea what happened after he left mutum last time, he naturally could not decipher the meaning behind the old man's words. Something was wrong. This was different from what was described in the text simulation. In that simulation, this elder man merely met him once and sent him away. There was no gift of pendulum trinkets, and the man didn't say these words either. Could it be because the simulated him was too foolish? Did that make the elder man look down on him? "Ah, so that snot-nosed brat didn't tell you." Seeing Milton's puzzled look, the old man immediately understood the cause. "You have the scent of black insects on you. Has the Black Lizard Scholars Association been giving you trouble?" The elderly man spoke cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Milton instinctively nodded. Indeed, the Black Lizard Scholars Association had caused him trouble, however, he had retaliated and killed them, suffering no injuries himself. But he had the scent of the Black Lizard Scholars Association on him? He couldn't smell it himself. Milton found the elderly man in front of him slightly overwhelming, feeling like he could hardly keep up. However, the man seemed to bear him no malice. Seeing Milton nod, the cheerful expression of the elderly man gradually faded. He gently waved his hand, and an invisible light screen appeared between him and Milton. Milton was a bit puzzled about what's happening, not knowing the purpose of the light screen. However, he still focused on the light screen floating in front of him. The very next moment, a silhouette appeared on the light screen. The elder man reached out and lightly touched the light screen with his finger. The figure within the light screen instantly exploded into a cloud of blood, before quickly reforming. Milton's pupils contracted slightly. The phenomenon of the man's figure in the light screen exploding into a mist of blood and then reforming was something Milton was not unfamiliar with. The Black Lizard Scholars Association. Was the old man arranging a confrontation for him? The figure within the light screen exploded and reformed over and over again. The expression on the man in the black robe within the light screen eventually changed. He furrowed his brows slightly and looked up into the sky. "Lan, don't go too far." The man finally spoke, his voice projecting directly from the light screen. "This black insect is the helmsman of the Black Lizard Scholars Association, he can't be killed. Should we explode him 300 more times?" The old man suggested enthusiastically, apparently playing a very interesting game. Milton felt somewhat touched. The old man was sincerely arranging a confrontation for him. However, weren't his methods of arranging confrontations a little too hardcore? After all, he hadn't suffered any injuries. Instead, those who attacked him from the Black Lizard Scholars Association were the ones that died. Was he always this domineering? Milton somehow quite liked this domineering attitude. Explode. If he didn't, it would be a waste, and in the long run, it would become a fireworks display. Boom. The next moment, the man in the black robe within the light screen once again exploded into a mist of blood. Chapter 208. Upon returning to the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, Milton Cheney's feelings were still slightly fluctuating. Level 5 Wizard. Apart from the consciousness phantom of Potosi, it was undoubtedly the most powerful wizard he had ever encountered. From a great distance, another level 5 bloodline wizard was exploded into several hundreds of blood mists. Although Milton could understand this technique, upon witnessing it, his heart was inevitably fluctuating somewhat. The next moment, Milton's mind moved a bit. The pendulum ornament which had already been collected into his spatial magic device appeared in his hand. Milton's spiritual power surged, and a memory appeared in his mind. Counterclockwise clock. After receiving the memory, Milton muttered to himself. Good stuff. A time treasure, but its use to him wasn't as great as he had imagined. This artifact is a cultivation aid that can reverse a day's time into several months' time. However, although it doesn't help the real him much, it is of great use to the simulated version of him. As long as he doesn't use the counterclockwise clock in reality, he can gain several years of cultivation time in every simulation. How did it go? What did my mentor tell you? Suddenly, a voice reached Milton Cheney's ears. Milton instinctively shifted his eyes to the source of the voice. Bernard stood beside him with a smile, appearing suddenly without making a sound. Could it be that a level 4 wizard like you is always so idle? Milton felt some helplessness in his heart. He didn't say much. I just watched some fireworks. Fireworks. Bernard opened his mouth in surprise, then seemed to remember something. He carefully looked up and down Milton, his brows slightly furrowed. The Black Lizard Scholars Association has been troubling you? When did this happen? Bernard asked. Can he even guess that? Milton's heart moved a bit. He didn't know how his mentor figured it out, but did his mentor imply in his tone that he would trouble the Black Lizard Scholars Association? The person from the Black Lizard Scholars Association who troubled me is already dead. Milton spoke. Dead? How did he die? Bernard asked with some curiosity. The people of the Black Lizard Scholars Association were notoriously difficult to kill. Even he couldn't kill a bloodline wizard of the same level from the Black Lizard Scholars Association. Did his student manage to kill a WI7.ard from the Black Lizard Scholars Association? First, his spiritual power was affected by the void disturbance, and then he was blown to death by the erosion wind. Milton spoke the truth. After hearing this, Bernard was stunned for a moment. Affected by the void disturbance and then blown to death by the erosion wind? Is that even possible? The luck of his student is too good. The world passage is closed, and you cannot cross realms to complete the truth mission. Would you like to be my experimental assistant first? Bernard did not continue asking, but changed the subject. Hearing this, Milton nodded. All right, mentor. His mentor Bernard had been quite considerate of him. Now, asking him to act as an experimental assistant was essentially to let him accumulate some experimental experience, preparing him for independently undertaking the Guardian Sea experiments in the future. Bernard smiled and nodded. The next moment, a surge of spiritual power took Milton away from there. Huge. This was the impression the suddenly appearing laboratory left on Milton. Cheney. A colossal laboratory entered his sight. Bernard stood next to him, a smile on his face. Mentor, is it only you who works here? As he walked into the laboratory, Milton asked in a low voice. Though he was dazzled by everything he saw, he revealed no shock. After all, he had seen many of these experimental equipment in his true body simulation, so they were not particularly novel to him. Hearing Milton's question, Bernard nodded. This magic device laboratory was solely under his supervision, and he was the only one conducting the experiments. However, this place was not his only laboratory, his real laboratory was not in the wizard realm. Having Milton serve as his assistant could help him handle some simple matters, but in terms of how much real help Milton could provide, it was not that significant. He asked his student to be his assistant mainly to let him accumulate some experience in experiments, so he won't be at a loss when he is to handle the experiments alone in the future. Follow me. Bernard spoke. Milton followed Bernard towards the inside of the laboratory. A moment later, the two arrived in a small room. Inside the room, some semi-finished magic devices hung on the surrounding walls. Have you ever dealt with the inscription of a magic disc? I have. Milton replied. He was not unfamiliar with the magic disc, he had dealt with it back when he was on the wizard continent. Do you know who created the magic disc in the first place? Lord Nigel, a former level 5 wizard of the Guardian Sea. Milton nodded and replied. He naturally knew this basic knowledge. He did not read all those books for nothing over these years. Actually, whether it's a disposable magic device or a magic device, they all stem from the basic principle of the inscription on the magic disc. The creation of inscriptions for magic devices values talent the most. Many wizards fail to understand it in their lifetime, but a few possess an exceptional talent in the research of inscriptions for magic devices. Bernard said. Milton detected a hint of self-satisfaction in his mentor's tone. Take this, you need to first understand all the basic magic symbols in the wizard realm. Once you understand them, you can begin to try and inscribe some simple magic discs. Chapter 209. After that, once you can successfully inscribe a disposable magic device, you can act as my assistant in some magic device experiments. Bain spoke up. At the same time, he handed Milton Cheney a white paper book. Milton accepted it with a nod. The creation and experimental research of magic devices are different things. To create a magic device is to follow a fixed pattern, and some level 1 wizards can successfully create them. The experimental research of magic devices, however, is more like ushering in the new. It's about creation. Moreover, disposable magic devices are harder to inscribe than many level 1 devices. Because the starting point of a disposable magic device is level 2, whereas a complete magic device can even be at the level of a wizard apprentice. So Bain's asking him to inscribe a disposable magic device is actually more challenging than inscribing a device of a wizard apprentice level. And if he can successfully inscribe a disposable magic device, he would merely earn a ticket to participate in magic device experiments. It doesn't mean that he definitely has talent in this area. You can stay here in the lab if you want, or you can go back to the Sounds of Sea Pavilion if you wish. Don't rush or lose sight of the fundamentals, never slack off in your construction of magic. Bain said. I understand, mentor. Milton replied, knowing that his mentor didn't think he could meet the requirements in a short time. Bringing him to the lab this time was more for him to broaden his horizons. However, Bain seemed to underestimate Milton. Or rather, he underestimated Milton with an external plugin. After 2 true body simulations, Milton was far from unfamiliar with these experiments. If he didn't hide it at this time, he could even inscribe a level 2 disposable magic device within 3 days. Of course, this speed was somewhat abnormal, so Milton had to hide his skills to some extent. But a month's time should be sufficient. After hearing Milton's words, Bain sent the lab's coordinates to Milton's Book of Truth. Then he vanished from the spot. Unfazed by Bain's sudden disappearance, Milton looked around before walking over to the experiment table. Picking up an inscription pen, he inscribed several basic magic symbols on the skin paper before him, following the steps in his memory, without any feeling of unfamiliarity. As for the white paper book, it was already in his spatial magic device. After all, he had read it once, and there was no need to read it again. Time fleeted by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Milton stayed in Bain's large laboratory. In the laboratory, Milton was staring intently at a small ring in front of him. Spiritual power surged into the inscription pen, and Milton inscribed the last magic symbol. The next moment, 9 magic symbols overlapped, emitting a faint glow. By this point, the ring's circle had been inscribed with a total of 54 magic symbols by Milton. Every 9 magic symbols overlapped, revealing only 6 magic symbols in the ring, but these 6 magic symbols were the result of 54 magic symbols overlapped. Phew! Milton exhaled a breath of turbid air. Then he picked up the ring and placed it in a piece of equipment on the experiment table in front of him. The equipment vibrated slightly before finally emitting 2 rays of red light. Success, a level 2 disposable magic device. Milton muttered to himself, then took the ring out of the equipment. Hard? Not really. But easy? Not quite. It took Milton 3 attempts to successfully inscribe it on the 3rd try, which translates to a success rate of just over 30%. The next moment, the Book of Truth floated in front of Milton. Milton thought for a moment and sent a message. Soon, a figure appeared by Milton's side. As soon as Bain arrived, he saw the disposable magic device on the experiment table in front of Milton. The spiritual power surged, and the ring flew into his hand. Bain was silent for a moment and then said, "It seems that you have a good talent in inscribing magic devices." "No, how long has it been?" This wasn't quite as he had imagined. If he had known earlier that his student had such high talent in this area, he would not have waited until now to get Milton involved in this. "Your inscription technique is still too raw, but I don't think I've taught you how there's a trace of me in the disposable magic device you inscribed. Although it's of inferior quality, it does meet the requirements, so from now on, you can work with me on the experimental research of magic devices." Bain spoke up, some confusion in his voice, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, there are only so many ways to inscribe magic devices, and it's not impossible that his student's method is similar to his own. Milton's heart quivered upon hearing these words. It was normal for his inscription method to have traces of Bain's, after all, Bain had taught him during the true body simulation. "I understand, mentor," Milton responded solemnly. Experimental research of magic devices was hardly something he should have access to at this time. In the first true body simulation, he only gradually got involved when he was over 60. Moreover, because his talent was simply too lacking, it made his mentor Bain somewhat speechless. But now it was different. Now he was a level 3 white wizard, and his talent was also high. "There aren't any experiments coming up, you can go back to the Sounds of Sea Pavilion and wait for now." Chapter 210. Don't slacken constructing your magic. "In a month, I'll take you to the Blue Ocean Plain. That's where my primary laboratory for magic device experiments is," Bain said. "Okay, mentor, I understand," Milton Cheney replied, and before he could wait for Bain to suddenly disappear, his spiritual power enveloped his body and he disappeared from the spot. "This little guy." Bain, smiling, shook his head. Then he picked up the disposable magic device that Milton Cheney had inscribed. "No wonder he's my student, his inscription techniques are so similar to mine. What amazing talent, being able to inscribe a disposable magic device in a month's time. This talent is certainly impressive within the Guardian Sea, it's far superior to mine, at least. Should I inform my mentor?" Bain muttered to himself. In the Guardian Sea, the one who has achieved the highest understanding in the path of magic devices is definitely his mentor. If his mentor lends a hand, the talent this student of his possesses could indeed reach its limit on the path of magic devices. It's a shame, though, that his student isn't going the path of the magic device wizard. If his student were also pursuing the path of the magic device wizard, he would be confident in his student reaching level 4 wizardry within 300 years. Don't assume that 300 years is a long time. 300 years to advance from level 3 to level 4 wizardry, isn't considered long. The lifespan of a level 3 wizard is measured in thousands of years. Even the most common bloodline wizards, once they reach level 3, have lifetimes spanning thousands of years. Level 3 wizards on the path of the White Wizard certainly have lifespans of over 2,000 years. In the end, Bain shook his head, deciding not to tell his mentor for the time being. Damn bugs of the Bloody Sea Realm, they just had to emerge now, Bain muttered to himself. The Bloody Sea Realm had never been of concern to the Wizard Realm before, but no one expected them to give birth to a vampire ancestor pool this time around. Remembering the events in the Mutum Plain, Bain's face darkened. The betrayal of the Gospel Master's order had its reasons. If the Bloody Sea realm truly had no resistive forces, then the Gospel Master's order would hardly rebel and seek death. In the next moment, Bain stopped overthinking and disappeared from the spot. The sounds of Sea Pavilion, meditation room. Milton Cheney, who was meditating, suddenly felt a change in the Book of Truth. Has a month passed so quickly? Milton Cheney sighed a little in his heart. After experiencing several real body simulations and reincarnation simulations, he was beginning to pay less and less attention to time. Now a level 3 white wizard, a month to him was as simple as a meditation session. Sensing the message Bain had sent him in the Book of Truth, Milton Cheney disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in the open sky of the pure white sea region. Bain was waiting for him there. Seeing Milton Cheney, Bain nodded with a smile. In the next moment, a vast spiritual power enveloped both of them and they disappeared from the open sky of the pure white sea region. In the midst of void space, the figures of the two unexpectedly appeared. Bain, young lad. Odom saw the two of them and spoke with a smile. Just like before, Odom stood bare-chested in the void. Open the plane channel to the blue ocean plain. Bain spoke. Hearing this, Odom unconsciously glanced at Milton Cheney, but chose not to speak. The Book of Truth appeared before him, from which a light poured out, and a phantom plane channel appeared before Bain and Milton Cheney. Bain stepped into it and Milton Cheney did not hesitate. Spiritual power surged out from his spiritual sea, wrapping around his body as he stepped into the plane channel. Seeing the two disappear into the void, Odom rubbed his chin. The young man is already a level 3 wizard. It may not be very good for him to be involved in large experiments this early. Snot-Nose really is a green rookie who hasn't taken any students before. It's a pity for the young one to follow him. Odom muttered to himself, then helplessly shook his head. There was no precedent for a student just becoming a level 3 wizard and then being taken to do research experiments. It seemed like the young one had been with the Guardian Sea for only a few years. This was actually wasting time. However, the war between the Wizard Realm and the Bloody Sea Realm was imminent, and it seemed passable to expose him to the Guardian Sea's experiments somewhat earlier. In this war between realms, even the Guardian Sea might not be spared. Thinking of the Bloody Sea Realm, Odom's expression grew serious. The next moment, he didn't continue to linger here and lament, but walked deeply into the void. Outside the Wizard Realm, the blue ocean plain. The strange scenery suddenly flashed before Milton Cheney. He unconsciously took in the environment around him. This place was completely different from the Mutum Plain he had previously visited. The Mutum Plain was full of trees, whereas this place was filled with water. Bain's hand was on Milton Cheney's shoulder. Before Milton could carefully observe the environment, the view before his eyes changed again. Milton Cheney felt a bit helpless. Even though he was already a level 3 wizard, he didn't seem to be much different from a level 2 wizard in front of his mentor. Here is my laboratory in the blue ocean plain. In the next while, we will be conducting some experiments here. As Milton Cheney examined the environment of the laboratory, Bain's voice came to him. Milton Cheney nodded. This laboratory might not be as large as the one in the Guardian Sea, but it was not small either. What are those? Milton Cheney curiously asked. He saw a group of beings operating some instruments like robots. Are you interested in these? These are magic puppets I've created, they can be considered my assistants. Bain answered. In the next moment, all the magic puppets turned their heads to look at Milton Cheney at the same time. The magic puppets had no facial features, and it was a bit creepy to have them all suddenly turn to look at Milton Cheney. But Milton Cheney did not feel creeped out. He actually found it interesting. The creation of magic puppets and magic devices are completely different, they are in separate domains. Even in his real body simulations, he hasn't ventured into this domain. Let's go, I'll show you around the Blue Ocean Laboratory, and then we'll start some basic experimental research. You'll be my assistant. Of course, if there are some simpler small experiments, I might let you try them. Bain spoke with a laugh, then began walking. Milton Cheney followed behind Bain, keeping pace while taking in the surrounding laboratory environment. Chapter 211. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. Milton Cheney quickly conjured his spiritual power to engulf the magic device in front of him that had exploded into pieces. The spiritual power enveloped the debris of the magic device, which floated onto the experimental table in front of Milton. The noise gradually faded, and Milton's face remained unchanged. Still not good enough, the magic symbols inscribed on the semi-finished magic device are too fragile, they simply cannot withstand the impact of spiritual power. Milton Cheney murmured to himself, summarizing the problem. Months had passed, and Milton could already complete some simple magic device experiments by himself. He had also tried to create a few simple magic devices. Creating magic devices at the apprentice wizard and level 1 wizard levels naturally came easily to him. Building level 2 and 3 magic devices, however, was too time-consuming, so Milton had not attempted to make them. But some semi-finished products, or magic devices that he was still theorizing, challenged Milton when it came to the inscription experiment. At least until now, he had not succeeded once. You're taking 2 big steps, trying to run before you've learned to walk, which is naturally impossible. But it's quite impressive that you can inscribe up to the final step. As a level 3 White Wizard, your spiritual power is more substantial than that of average spirit system wizards. Therefore, if the overlaid magic symbols are too few, the magic device naturally cannot resist the impact of your spiritual power. Bernard, standing beside Milton, spoke out. In fact, it was very impressive that his student had reached this point in just a few months. When he himself first conducted a magic device experiment alone, it was already 100 years after he had joined the Guardian Sea. Hearing this, Milton nodded, released his spiritual power, and the pieces of the magic device scattered on the experimental table. You can try to construct the magic I transferred into your Book of Truth. If you can complete the construction of the spiritual thread magic, it will greatly benefit you in conducting magic device experiments. Bernard spoke. Speaking, his spiritual sea stirred slightly, and several threads emerged from it, winding around the fragments of the magic device on Milton's experimental table. The next moment, the shattered pieces of the magic device reassembled, looking like a complete magic device. The magic device flew into Milton's hand, he took it and examined it for a moment. It was not just a resemblance, this was a complete magic device. There was no trace of a gap where the pieces of the magic device were joined, leaving no sign that it had ever been broken. A hint of astonishment flashed in Milton's eyes. This technique, although commonplace for his mentor Bernard, would be quite difficult for him to accomplish. His control of spiritual power simply could not be as delicate as Bernard's. He had constructed 6 sets of third ring magic in his spiritual sea, but he did not have the spiritual thread magic. Because in true body simulation, he was not interested in this technique, so he did not bother to spend time constructing it. Of course, it was naturally precious even in the simulated truth. Of course, it would be quite simple for him to master this technique if he wanted to, just launch a text simulation and then choose retain technique. I understand, mentor. Milton responded. A few months had passed, and he was already familiar with this laboratory in the blue ocean plain. It was also a routine for him to assist his mentor Bernard. Granted he was an assistant, but the amount he could actually assist Bernard was minimal. Oh yes, the world passage of the Guardian Sea has been opened. It seemed like Bernard remembered something and spoke. So soon? Hearing this, Milton responded with some surprise. He did not choose to retain the memory of being 28 years old, so he didn't realize that the world passage had been opened so soon. But he did remember choosing to complete the truth mission 2 years later in the last text simulation. Not all world passages have been opened, the world passage of the Guardian Sea can be opened because of Lord Manser. Bernard spoke. Hearing this, Milton naturally understood why. The level 7 wizard from the Guardian Sea made his move, and naturally, the world passage of the Guardian Sea was easily opened. Would you like to complete the truth mission now? Bernard inquired. The deadline for the truth mission was quite long, and it could be completed at any time. Nevertheless, Milton still nodded. Because his truth mission was not challenging, the sooner he completed it, the sooner he could return to the wizard realm. The more he delayed, the more steps the Bloody Sea realm would take, and who knew if there would be any unexpected incidents ahead. This time he had one unused text simulation, which was perfect for scouting the way. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 sets of memories. Retain technique. Milton thought. The next moment, 9 new and unfamiliar structures of magic appeared in his spiritual sea. This time, his focus in the simulation was on structuring magic, so naturally, he chose retain technique. Retain the memories of ages 29, 72, and 330. 3 segments of unfamiliar memories appeared in Milton's mind, giving him a clearer and more intuitive understanding of the future. I hadn't thought the Bloody Sea realm would be so tenacious. This inter-realm war has lasted for 300 years and still hasn't ended. After receiving the memories, Milton gently rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself. Chapter 212. This inter-realm war even eventually involved the wizard continent itself in the wizard realm. Although the Bloody Sea realm was always at a disadvantage, the war could never truly come to an end. This text simulation could be said to be the longest one Milton Cheney lived out after the Bloody Sea realm and the Wizard realm initiated the inter-realm war. The longer he lived, the more Cheney naturally understood. The vampire ancestor pool, there is such a perverted entity in the Bloody Sea realm, no wonder they dare to provoke an inter-realm war with the Wizard realm. The Gospel Master from the Gospel Master's order is not even a human. Has the extraterritorial erosion even affected the Wizard realm? Cheney was deep in thought. This text simulation allowed him to understand many things he had not known before. Even toward the simulator's reincarnation simulation, he had some guesses. No more thinking, these matters did not concern him, only a level 3 wizard. With a flick of his blue light screen, Cheney disappeared from the spot. Mentor, please open the transition passage for me. Milton Cheney suddenly appeared beside Bane and said. Without uttering a word, Bane summoned the Book of Truth and opened the transition passage. Stepping into the transition passage, Cheney's body reappeared in the eastern sea of the Guardian Sea. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Cheney, Leinster was not surprised and greeted him with a nod. Keep moving, you must have already checked the news of the Soul Realm, so I won't say more. If you encounter danger, activate the world imprint of the Book of Truth, I will bring you back to the Guardian Sea. The Truth mission is quite important, but your life is undoubtedly more important. Leinster spoke. The next moment, his Book of Truth emerged, a beam of light gushed out from the Book of Truth and took Cheney away from the Eastern Sea. By the time they reappeared they were already within the void. A massive illusory door appeared before Cheney, who stepped into it without hesitation. There was a flash of light before Cheney's eyes. When the light dissipated, what appeared before him was yet another void. However, this void didn't belong to the extramural void of the Wizard realm, but to the extramural void of the Soul realm. You could say that the Soul realm was a part of the Wizard realm as this world had already been conquered by the latter. But the fact that it had been conquered didn't mean that only wizards lived here. That was not the case. Since the distance between the two realms was incredibly vast, the Wizard realm's control over the Soul realm was not an easy matter. Conquering a world was easy, but holding on to it, managing it, was rather difficult. At least 1,000,000 years wasn't quite enough. Although the Soul realm lost to the Wizard realm in the inter-realm war, that doesn't mean this world didn't have any resistance at all. Over 1,000,000 years, this world had never given up trying to break free from the control of the Wizard realm. And this war between the Wizard realm and the Bloody Sea realm, perhaps it was another chance for them. But at least within the 100 years of Cheney's simulation, the Soul realm didn't make any moves. Little guy. While Cheney was observing the void, a voice entered his ears. The next moment, a middle-aged man appeared before him. Lord Hendricks. Cheney said respectfully. This man was the one the Guardian Sea had stationed at the exit of this world passage. Level 4 White Wizard. Hendricks observed Cheney with a smile, then waved his hand to draw a passage in the void. Go ahead, the Soul realm is not like the Wizard realm, although not dangerous for you. After completing the mission, you should return to the Wizard realm as soon as possible. Some people of the Soul realm don't quite welcome wizards. Hendricks spoke. Cheney understood this, of course. He learned about the Soul Altar because it was related to his mission this time. After accepting the Truth mission in his true body simulation, he naturally had to look up some information about this world. Without realizing it, he found that there was some connection between him and the Soul world. The very next moment, without hesitation, Cheney stepped into the passage in the void. In terms of the world, the Soul realm wasn't really significantly different from the Wizard realm. This world also allowed one to cultivate the wizard meditation technique and become a wizard. However, most people in this world chose another transcendental path, becoming spiritualists. The largest spiritualist organization in this world is the Soul Academy. After arriving in this world, Cheney didn't linger to admire his surroundings, but instantly disappeared from the spot. His mission coordinates were recorded in the Book of Truth, all he needed to do was to follow the Book of Truth. Besides, he had already completed this truth mission once in the true body simulation, so he was familiar with it. He had also been to the soul realm before, so naturally, he chanted Tina it exciting. Time passed, and several days later, Cheney successfully arrived at the mission location. He stopped in front of a lake in the middle of a forest. Just speaking of scenery, this place was genuinely enjoyable. The sky was vast, and the lake before Cheney was boundlessly wide. The lake water was like a mirror, reflecting the sky and the outlines of the surrounding mountains. The lake water was extraordinarily clear and transparent, shimmering like jade tinted with a gentle light. The big sun in the sky poured down its light onto the lake's surface, which was rippling softly, reflecting splendid colors. Cheney was surrounded by thick woods and green mountains, and the lakeside was filled with a variety of quirky plants. Chapter 213. Suddenly, a spherical bead appeared in his hand, which he casually tossed into the lake in front of him. The next moment, his spiritual power began to surge from the spiritual sea, pouring into the lake before him. The calm surface of the lake started to ripple slightly, but it subsided after a moment. The ensuing months will be spent by Milton Cheney right here. His truth mission is not hard to accomplish, but it is a bit tedious. Completing all steps will probably require a few years, a time span Cheney does not consider to be terribly long. The hydrosphere bead. Cheney murmured to himself. A step in the truth mission requires him to cultivate a hydrosphere bead in the clear water lake before him. This is not a difficult task for Cheney, who is already a level 3 wizard. As long as he systematically infuses the lake in front of him with spiritual power, a few months will suffice. Cheney's spiritual power continuously flowed from the spiritual sea into the clear water lake. Once more than half of his spiritual power is consumed, Cheney will pause momentarily, resuming the infusion only after his spiritual power has been restored. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, 2 months had gone by. Cheney continued to pour his spiritual power into the clear water lake as usual. The next moment, the surface of the lake began to shake violently. The bead that Cheney had dropped into the clear water lake 2 months ago emerged from the surface of the lake and returned to his hand. Cheney lightly gripped the hydrosphere bead in his hand. It is done. The first step of Cheney's truth mission, the cultivation of a hydrosphere bead, is complete. Cheney stored the hydrosphere bead in the spatial magic device and, with a movement, vanished before the lake. The subsequent mission is not difficult either, he first needs to find a spiritualist to awaken the hydrosphere bead. There are plenty of reliable spiritualists in the soul realm, but in reality, Cheney doesn't have any familiar spiritualists in the soul realm. In the real body simulation, this step held him back for several years. The issue now is that Cheney knows others, but they are quite unfamiliar with him. However, this is not problematic, Cheney can take a shortcut, spend money. As long as he has magic stones, no issue would remain unsolved. If magic stones can't solve a problem, it means he doesn't have enough magic stones. You may need to wait a bit longer, my mentor hasn't been in the shop recently, murmured a young girl in front of Cheney. Cheney merely nodded his head. He wasn't in a rush. He's here. The next moment, the girl's eyes lit up as she spoke. An old man leisurely walked into the shop. He immediately noticed Cheney sitting in the shop, a look of surprise flickering in his eyes. A wizard? What does a wizard need from him? Mentor, this gentleman has some matters to discuss with you. The young girl walked to Doffin's side and whispered softly. Doffin nodded his head, then motioned for his disciple to leave. Having a wizard in his shop isn't necessarily good news. After the girl left, just Cheney and Doffin were left inside the shop. Doffin looked at Cheney. He didn't speak, but his eyes seemed to be asking something. I need to awaken a hydrosphere bead, do you have time at the moment? Cheney spoke softly, his demeanor extremely pleasant. Upon hearing Cheney's words, Doffin relaxed, it seemed he feared it was something much worse. Show me the hydrosphere bead first, I haven't awakened a spiritual object in some time. Upon hearing this, Cheney nodded. His spiritual power surged, bringing the hydrosphere bead from his spatial magic device into his hand. Cheney handed the hydrosphere bead to Doffin without saying a word. Doffin took the bead and examined it carefully before frowning. Is this a hydrosphere bead grown in Clearwater Lake? Doffin asked subconsciously. Yes, a hydrosphere bead grown in Clearwater Lake. Cheney answered. After moving his gaze from the hydrosphere bead in his hand, Dauphin thought for a while before saying, I have some confidence in awakening natural spiritual objects, but I can't be certain about the hydrosphere beads from Clearwater Lake. After finishing his sentence, he handed the bead back to Cheney. Cheney knew that Dauphin was not uncertain. He simply hadn't seen the benefit. As a level 3 spiritualist, Dauphin was the most capable spiritualist that Cheney could find. In his real body simulation, Dauphin had succeeded, so naturally, success in real life would not be a problem. The next moment, a spatial magic device appeared in Cheney's hand. Cheney used his spiritual power to present the spatial magic device to Dauphin. Cheney then smiled, motioning for Dauphin to take a look. Dauphin took the spatial magic device with a satisfied look in his eyes. Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. I need to prepare some materials. If you don't mind, you can stick around my shop for a few days. Dauphin spoke with a smile. There was no trace of the earlier uncertainty. Clearly, he was completely confident now. Cheney didn't mind these changes. Had he not experienced it once in his real body simulation, he might have genuinely believed that the man in front of him was uncertain. He had been quite naive back then. Spiritualists, their hearts are dirty. Thank you. Cheney replied. Dauphin smiled and nodded before taking the hydrosphere bead and walking into the depths of the shop. Cheney found a spot and sat down. He would naturally need to wait here for a few days. Time passed, and 5 days later, Dauphin walked out from the depths of the shop, a smile on his face and an awakened hydrosphere bead in his hand. Here you go, have a look. Dauphin handed the hydrosphere bead back to Cheney. Cheney took it, sent his spiritual power into the hydrosphere bead for a brief inspection, and nodded. No problems. The hydrosphere bead had been awakened, which meant the subsequent tasks would be even smoother. Given that the flow of time in the Soul Realm and the Wizard Realm differed, Cheney's plan was to complete his mission as quickly as possible to return to the Wizard Realm. After all, accumulating as many simulation counts as possible was undeniably his first priority. Chapter 214. Time passed, and several months later. Outside the Soul Realm, within the void space, Milton Cheney's spiritual power flowed into the Book of Truth floating in front of him. The Book of Truth opened, and a mark within the book's pages illuminated with a soft, glowing light. A moment later, a phantom passage appeared before him. Milton stepped into the phantom passage. In an instant, his body materialized in another part of the void space. Seeing Milton suddenly appear beside him, Leinster wasn't surprised. After all, he had already received a message from his Book of Truth. But he was a bit curious. Because Milton had completed the Truth mission at a rapid pace. Have you already completed the Truth mission? Leinster asked with some curiosity. Hearing the question, Milton nodded in affirmation. Having received the answer, Leinster didn't continue the conversation. The Book of Truth appeared, a spatial transfer passage appeared in front of Milton. Milton moved quickly, stepping into the spatial transfer passage. In a blink of an eye, he returned to the southern sea of the Guardian Sea. This mission had gone smoother than he had expected, without any resistance. Perhaps it was because his ancestral master intervened, he did not encounter any ambushes from the Black Lizard Scholars Association after completing the mission. Guardian Sea, above the pure White Sea region. Bane was already waiting there early. Seeing Milton, he asked, "You completed it so quickly?" "Yes, Mentor, this mission was very smooth." Milton responded with a light smile. Hearing Milton's words, a smile also appeared on Bane's face. It seemed his student was right. The sooner he completed the mission, the sooner he could return to the Wizard Realm. Seeing that Milton was fine, Bane didn't linger. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Milton also didn't linger. He swiftly returned to the Sounds of Sea Pavilion. Arriving at the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, Milton directly summoned the Book of Truth. The Book of Truth floated in front of him and opened. A glimmer of light appeared, and Milton's consciousness entered the task space. The moment he entered the task space, a light cluster flew out from the Book of Truth. After the light cluster flew out, it directly integrated into the tens of thousands of light clusters within the task space. At the same time, the hydrosphere bead appeared in the task space. The hydrosphere bead was translucent, and it seemed like something was swimming inside it. A memory emerged in Milton's consciousness that indicated the mission had been completed. The next moment, with a thought, his consciousness left the task space. The sounds of Sea Pavilion, meditation room. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memories. Retain realm. Milton made his mental decision. The next moment, his spiritual sea trembled slightly and then resumed its serenity. His bloodline warmed slightly as the limit of his White Raven bloodline had once again been pushed slightly by Milton. Based on this trajectory, after a few more simulations, Milton could become a level 3 wizard on the bloodline wizard path. Retain the memories at 29, 40, and 352 years old. Milton commanded in his mind. 3 estranged memories emerged in Milton's mind. After digesting these 3 memories, Milton unconsciously sorted out everything about this text simulation. I'm getting closer and closer to the Bloody Sea realm. Milton sighed with emotion. The future can change, he already knew that very clearly. He had already understood some of the patterns of the text simulation. Fortunately, Milton was not unprepared for the impending inter-realm war. Stacking up countless repetitions allowed him to be well prepared for this inter-realm war. His present self was not the same as his former self. When he had first received the news about the inter-realm war in the simulation, he was a level 1 wizard. Now, he was a level 3 wizard who could avoid being mere cannon fodder even in an inter-realm war. What's more, he was backed by the big tree known as the Guardian Sea. As the light blue light screen in front of him disappeared, Milton vanished from the meditation room in the sounds of Sea Pavilion. When he reappeared, he was already within a void space. Milton's spiritual power surged, tearing a small hole in the void, where he then stepped into it. Post-completion of Truth Mission, he didn't need to go to the task space within the Guardian Sea to undertake new tasks for the time being. His current need was to return to the wizard realm to verify the hypothesis in his mind. This hypothesis was important as it was related to the pace of his strength increase. After he returned to the wizard realm, Milton initiated a spatial transfer towards his destination. Time elapsed, and several days later, a tavern appeared before Milton's eyes. Milton looked up at the plaque of the tavern and entered. The tavern door was wide open and the bell hanging above jingled lightly, culminating in 6 rings. Dandelion Tavern on Boca Continent. Dear guest, how may I assist you? Inside the tavern counter, a young man was wiping a wine glass. He spoke with a light smile. A level 3 wizard certainly had the qualification to be addressed as a dear guest by him. It had been a long time since his tavern had served a level 3 wizard. I need information on mystic realms with a slower time flow rate than the wizard realm, like where a month in the wizard realm corresponds to only a day in the mystic realm. Milton spoke. Hearing Milton's words, the smile on Barry's face was unchanged and a booklet appeared in front of him. A feather pen appeared in his hand, he opened the booklet, and Barry began writing something in it. Chapter 215. A moment later, Barry spoke up. These kinds of mystical realms are abundant in the wizard realm. The Jasmine Academy on the East Shore Sorcerer Continent controls a secret realm where the passage of time is 32 days in the secret realm to 1 day in the wizard realm. The Pure Yellow Tower on the Carl Wizard Continent possesses a mystical realm where the time flow is equivalent to 39 days in the mystical realm for 1 day in the wizard realm. Listening to Barry, Milton Cheney's expression was unchanged. Only after Barry finished speaking did Milton Cheney give a nod. The next moment, 1,000 magic stones were neatly piled up inside the tavern, and his figure had already disappeared from within the tavern. Seeing Milton Cheney leave, Barry used a bit of his spiritual power to close the tavern door. However, he was a bit puzzled. What would a level 3 wizard need these secret realms for? These secret realms didn't seem to be of much use to a level 3 wizard. Shaking his head, Barry decided not to think about it anymore. It wasn't any of his concern. He continued to casually wipe the wine glasses, ignoring the magic stones piled up inside the tavern. These secret realms were of no use to ordinary level 3 wizards. But for Milton Cheney, they might act as an accelerator for his external plugin. After leaving the Dandelion Tavern, Milton Cheney set off towards the East Shore Sorcerer Continent, which was located off the coast of the Boca Continent. This continent is a level 2 wizard continent, where the Jasmine Academy can't even be considered as the strongest wizard organization. After finding the Jasmine Academy, the wizard organization was more than happy to open a secret realm for Cheney. Even if they weren't happy, they had no choice. For a level 1 wizard organization, a level 3 wizard was like a god. looking at the spectral gate of the secret realm before him, Milton Cheney. Upon entering the secret realm, Milton Cheney subconsciously scanned his surroundings. Like most secret realms, everything around the space here was stationary, constantly influenced the one who stepped into a secret realm's perception of time. Of course, this was not an issue for Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney chose a location, sat down, and began his cultivation of the meditation technique. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Although it was only 3 days in this secret realm, 3 full months had passed in the wizard's realm. A transparent light blue screen emerged in front of Cheney. Cheney's gaze came to rest on the bottom of the light screen, specifically, the part representing the simulation count. The next moment, he frowned slightly. It still didn't work. This secret realm would not belong to the wizard realm if considered from the point of view of the broader universe. But despite having stayed here for 3 days, he still was not able to accumulate a single count of text simulation. It seems that, just as one of his conjectures suggested, the loophole in the simulator could not be exploited. Is it because the time discrepancy is too large, or is it due to some other reason? Milton Cheney muttered to himself. He had tried too few secret realms and was unable to draw a precise conclusion at the moment. Or is it that accumulating counts of simulator simulations can only extend time but not shorten it? In Cheney's mind, several thoughts tangled, bumped into each other, but in the end, he still couldn't reach an accurate conclusion. No longer thinking about it, Cheney's figure disappeared from the secret realm. Carl Wizard Continent, Pure Yellow Tower Branch. You want to borrow the secret realm? An old man in a yellow robe asked, somewhat confused. Yes, I can pay some magic stones as a fee to open the mystical realm. Facing the old level 3 wizard, Cheney was rather respectful. No need, the Selwood secret place hasn't been opened in quite a while. I can help you open it. The old man shook his head as he spoke. Of course, there was no need for magic stones. As a level 3 wizard from the Guardian Sea wanting to borrow the secret realm, he hardly had a reason to refuse. The relationship between the Pure Yellow Tower and the Guardian Sea, the 2 realm-level wizard organizations, was quite good. Moreover, it was only the matter of opening a secret realm, which for him was merely a flex of his spiritual power. Thank you, Cheney said. The old man started moving. Cheney followed behind him. A moment later, the two had arrived at a relatively open area. The old man moved his spiritual power, and a spectral gate to the secret realm appeared in front of Cheney. Cheney entered the gate without hesitation. With a flash before his eyes, Cheney had entered the secret realm. Without paying any mind to his environment, Cheney sat in the secret realm and started cultivating the meditation technique. Time passed, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The 3 days passed in an instant, and Cheney, who was cultivating the meditation technique, stopped running the meditation routes. A transparent light blue curtain appeared in front of him. Cheney's attention was still focused on the simulation count at the very bottom. But the result was not as expected, it still didn't work. It still doesn't work. Cheney felt somewhat disappointed. But this feeling disappeared in an instant. Although he couldn't take a shortcut, he was already quite satisfied with the accumulation of the simulation counts. His thoughts receded, Cheney moved his figure and vanished from the spot, leaving the secret realm. After leaving the secret realm, Cheney didn't rush to leave the Carl Wizard Continent. Almost a year had passed since the last reincarnation simulation, and Cheney wanted to complete this reincarnation simulation before leaving the wizard realm. So he was not in a hurry, and he was only a month and a half away from a new reincarnation simulation. Cheney was eager to try and see what would be the result of the reincarnation simulation if he chose the world of reincarnation himself. Deep in a secret forest, Cheney began to cultivate the meditation technique as he ran the meditation routes. Chapter 216. The next moment, his bloodline became slightly hot, and Milton Cheney opened his eyes. Again. Milton Cheney slightly frowned. What's the deal with this Black Lizard Scholars Association? It's a little nauseating. Can't the involvement of a level 5 wizard even stop the Black Lizard Scholars Association from spying on him? From the very beginning, it seemed that Milton hadn't offended this organization. Whether in true body simulation or text simulation, the Seeker's Assembly was like a rabid dog that couldn't be shaken off. Every time he returned to the wizard realm, these mad dogs would fixate on him. He questioned himself, believing there shouldn't be anything on him to attract these mad dogs. If it was the Gospel Master's order that had targeted him, he could understand, as the Gospel Master's order and the Guardian Sea have always been at odds. To be honest, Milton was quite annoyed. He didn't want to deal with these mad dogs, because he knew the fate of the Black Lizard Scholars Association. This fence-sitting wizard organization could be said to be the earliest realm-level wizards organization to be destroyed after the beginning of the Inter-Realm War. This time, Milton wouldn't put up with this damn Black Lizard Scholars Association any longer. He needed help. He really needed it. The next moment, the Book of Truth hovered in front of Milton, and a message was transmitted from it by him. At the same time, Milton's figure disappeared on the spot and appeared in a void space. Seeing the scene before his eyes, a trace of shock flashed through Milton's eyes. Good thing he asked for help. Sorry for the interruption. Third ring magic. Spatial transmission. A surge of spiritual power quickly enveloped Milton's body, causing him to disappear on the spot. The four black-robed men in the void didn't change their expressions and vanished from this void space as well. I wonder why I didn't encounter any assassins from the Black Lizard Scholars Association last time when I returned from the Soul Realm. Turns out they were waiting for me here. When he appeared again, Milton was already in another void space. He didn't choose to activate the Book of Truth to return to the Guardian Sea. People were already called, so why go back? What he had to do now was to drag the time, and then let these four mad dogs of the Black Lizard Scholars Association perish in the void. Third ring magic. Spatial transmission. When the people of the Black Lizard Scholars Association appeared again in front of him, Milton, who was waiting in place, once again mobilized the magic construction in his spiritual sea and disappeared from this void space. He had to hold on to these people. Although he knew that most of the people in the Black Lizard Scholars Association didn't have a good brain, what if they had a sudden moment of revelation and decided not to chase him? Wouldn't all his effort have been wasted? Fortunately, Milton overestimated the people of the Black Lizard Scholars Association. Milton's figure appeared again in a void space, but this time he didn't continue to mobilize spiritual power. Because the Book of Truth floating in his spiritual sea had received a transmission. A faint smile appeared on Milton's face. The next moment, four purple magic wands suddenly appeared in the void space, nailing the four people in front of Milton in place. Mentor. Milton spoke, and Bernard's figure gradually emerged next to him. The moment Bernard appeared, his gaze moved to the four wizards of the Black Lizard Scholars Association nailed in the void space not far away. The next moment, the purple magic wand slightly vibrated, and the four wizards of the Black Lizard Scholars Association exploded into a cloud of blood. The blood clouds didn't recondense but were absorbed by the magic wand. After dealing with everything, Bernard slightly turned and looked at Milton. Why are these insects bothering you again? Bernard's tone was a bit confused, as if he also couldn't quite understand. With a bit of helplessness, Milton said, I don't know either. Ever since that trip to the Mutum Plain, the Black Lizard Scholars Association has targeted me. I'm not sure why. This time, Milton was telling the truth. He really didn't know. In the simulation, he had searched for the answer to this problem, but because the Black Lizard Scholars Association was destroyed too quickly. Even he didn't know why the Black Lizard Scholars Association targeted him in the simulation, let alone in reality. Hearing what Milton said, Bernard stood in place as if pondering. But after a moment of thought, he couldn't figure out what game the Black Lizard Scholars Association was playing. There were not only Milton who was a level 3 wizard in the Guardian Sea, the other level 3 wizards were not targeted by the Black Lizard Scholars Association. I'll go back and ask my mentor for you, he probably knows some hidden information. Bernard said. Now, he was also somewhat curious as to why this was happening. Once or twice could be called a coincidence, but 3 or 4 times it couldn't be said to be coincidental. There must be a reason. Hearing what Bernard said, Milton nodded. Even Bernard was curious now. Naturally, Milton, as the person involved, was even more eager to know why. Let's return to the Guardian Sea first. If you stay in the Wizard Continent, I'm afraid you'll be targeted by people from the Black Lizard Scholars Association again. Bernard said. Milton didn't refuse. Returning to the Guardian Sea was indeed the most prudent method at this time. Who knew if the Black Lizard Scholars Association would go mad and send a level 4 wizard to trouble him? Although he had a substitute puppet, but if it was wasted on the Black Lizard Scholars Association, it would be a loss. It seemed impossible to complete a reincarnation simulation in the wizard continent. The next moment, Bernard's spiritual power enveloped the two of them, taking them back to the Guardian Sea. Milton's eyes flickered, and the familiar pure white sea region once again caught his eye, but his mentor Bernard was already gone from his side. Milton didn't stay here for long, his figure disappeared on the spot. In the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, in the meditation room, Milton sat down and began to cultivate the meditation technique by operating the meditation roots. Time passed, and more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. A light blue transparent light screen appeared in front of Milton. Text simulation count L. Reincarnation simulation count L. Milton put his thoughts on the reincarnation simulation count column. Start the reincarnation simulation. Yes. Milton naturally didn't hesitate and thought in his heart. The next moment, his consciousness was fallen into a space. This time's reincarnation simulation, he chose the world himself. Chapter 217. Inside the illusionary space, Milton Cheney's view was from above, and his vision was filled with countless clusters of light, each glowing a different color. He could see the light cluster representing the wizard realm, which shimmered in a mesmerizing purple hue. He had a feeling that he could reincarnate in the wizard realm if he chose to do so. Of course, he would naturally not make such a decision. Milton Cheney shifted his gaze to a crimson light cluster not far from the wizard realm. This crimson light cluster represented the Bloody Sea realm. However, finally, Milton Cheney turned his gaze away. Reincarnating into the Bloody Sea realm wouldn't be of much help to him. All blood descendants in the Bloody Sea realm were born from the blood pool. Milton Cheney was beginning to feel that having the freedom to choose might not be such a good thing, as the worlds he could choose were just too many. Even he, who didn't usually suffer from decision-making difficulties, was now struggling with this choice. His gaze swept across a dazzling star river and finally settled on a white light cluster. This light cluster was even larger than that of the wizard realm, and was located a considerable distance from it. This one it is. With a single thought from Milton Cheney, his consciousness floated above the white light cluster where his gaze had last lingered. The next moment, his consciousness went black. Gradually, his memory returned, and the miasma of infancy was broken. Milton Cheney's consciousness gradually cleared. When he came to, he instinctively observed his surroundings. His memories gradually became clear, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Is this, the wizard realm? No, is it the world of mages? Milton Cheney lightly rubbed his forehead, digesting the memories in his mind. This world was strikingly similar to the wizard realm. One might even say it was an alternate version of the wizard realm. Bang! The next moment, the sound of the door opening echoed. With an unchanged expression, Milton Cheney turned to look at the young boy with black hair and green eyes who had just entered. "Ireland, have you woken up?" Bedolin exclaimed in surprise and quickly walked to Milton Cheney's side. "Bedolin, I need to rest a little." Milton Cheney spoke softly. "Ireland, you're not stuttering anymore. Does that mean you can finally complete magic spells and become a true mage?" Milton Cheney's words made Bedolin even more excited. His voice rose several decibels, and his tone was filled with undeniable excitement. His comrade had an extremely high talent for becoming a mage, but he had one problem, stuttering, which made it impossible for him to recite magic spells. "Yes, Bedolin, I've recovered," Milton Cheney said with a smile. "This is absolutely the best news I've heard this year. I'll tell our mentor, he will be delighted." Bedolin spoke with excitement. And so he rambled on. Milton Cheney lay on the bed in silence, just quietly listening to Bedolin's words. After a while, a happy Bedolin left Milton Cheney's room, completely forgetting the original purpose of his visit. A short while later, an elderly man was brought to Milton Cheney's room by Bedolin. "Mentor!" Milton Cheney respectfully greeted. The old man approached Milton Cheney, white magical energy surged from his palm, enveloping Milton Cheney's body. "You've really recovered." A trace of joy appeared in the old man's eyes. A sort of fog in Milton Cheney's body had always vexed his mentor, even though he had tried to help his student dispel this mist, he had always failed. But now, the fog in his student's body had disappeared on its own. Milton Cheney was the most talented mage he had ever seen, but a small issue kept him from following the path of mages. This had troubled the old man greatly. Now that Milton Cheney had suddenly recovered, words could not describe the old man's feelings. Good. From now on, stay by my side. You can put the Academy's curriculum aside for the time being. He spoke gently. Hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded. The start in this world was good. Not only did he have a mage mentor, but he himself was highly talented. One could say he had a perfect start. The results of his reincarnation simulations were always favorable, making each reincarnation smooth. Time flew by quickly, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. On a plot of land in the Owl Academy, Milton Cheney was muttering something under his breath. He was reciting a magic spell and, moments later, a ball of fire appeared in his hands. I did it! Milton Cheney felt thrilled in his heart. Even though he was a level 3 wizard in the wizard realm, the levels obtained from reincarnation simulations were not carried over. He couldn't follow the path of the wizard or the path of the knight in this world. He tried the path of a sorcerer, a star-picking master, and a martial artist, but none of them worked out. In this world, he could only follow the path of a mage, there were no other options. However, the path of a mage in this world was strikingly similar to the wizard path in the wizard realm. Milton Cheney was starting to wonder whether this world was somehow connected to the wizard realm. Uncius, who was standing next to Milton Cheney, saw this and a smile appeared on his face. Well done! Becoming a mage apprentice at the age of 9, your talent is the best I've ever seen. Uncius commented. That's right, at this moment, Milton Cheney was already a mage apprentice. Above the mage apprentice is the official mage, also known as level 1 mage. The hierarchy was almost the same as that in the wizard realm. Of course, there were some differences. For instance, in the wizard realm, there were 3 levels of wizard apprentices, but in this world, there was only 1 level for mage apprentices. But remember not to be complacent. The fireball magic is only a basic introductory magic spell. It's easy to master. Chapter 218. The path of a mage is vast and deep, one must refrain from pride and arrogance. Uncius said. I understand, mentor. Milton Cheney replied, his voice clear and crisp due to his young age of 9. Uncius nodded, feeling somewhat assured about his student. Despite his student's young age, his conduct was far from childlike, exuding an inappropriately mature aura. These are the books you asked for, I've brought them for you. As Uncius spoke, several books suddenly appeared in his hands which he then handed to Milton Cheney. Thank you, mentor. Milton received them but did not immediately start reading. Just focus on cultivating your magic power. These miscellaneous books should only be read occasionally. Uncius responded, shaking his head. After advising Milton a few more things, he then left. Milton, now holding several books, also left. Back at his place of residence, Milton placed the books by his bed and casually picked up one to start reading. Upon quickly finishing the book in his hand, he picked up another to browse through. Milton read at an incredible speed. Not much time had passed before he basically read through all the books once. It seems I overthought, there's nothing of interest. Milton put down the last book, talking to himself. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In the library of the Owl Academy, Milton Cheney put down the book in his hands, a slight frown forming on his brow. The book he was reading was an autobiography of a level 6 traveling mage, some of its contents stimulated certain emotions in him. The description of this nameless world is remarkably similar to the wizard realm. Is it possible that the wizard realm didn't have a name at this point? Milton struggled with these thoughts. Picking up the book once again, Milton reread each section carefully. He affirmed that the nameless world in this autobiography was, with high probability, the wizard realm. Despite the vastness of the universe, and the possibility of exact parallel realities, the Genesis era and the meditation technique mentioned in the book became solid proof of the identity of this nameless world. If this nameless world is indeed the wizard realm, then is my current reincarnation taking place millions of years before the wizard realm's timeline? Milton pondered. Ever since the reincarnation simulator introduced the reincarnation feature, a question had been plaguing him. Would he still exist in the wizard realm after his reincarnation? Could his reincarnated body meet his real self in the wizard realm? If his actions in the wizard realm during reincarnation could cause significant changes to the wizard realm's future after the simulation ended. If the reincarnation simulation truly left marks in history, Milton had a horrifying speculation. What if he was the ancestor of the White Wizards in Guardian Sea in one of his reincarnations? Impossible. Milton shook his head at the thought. Simply because he hadn't reincarnated in the wizard realm, and the ancestor of the White Wizards already existed in the history of the wizard realm. The ancestor of the White Wizards was a being of power beyond a level 7 wizard. It would be absurd for him to reach that level simply through reincarnation. After closing the autobiography of the traveling mage, Milton quelled his thoughts. Leaving the academy library, Milton retreated to his residence. Bedolin had given up on the path of magic and left the academy, leaving Milton virtually without acquaintances in the academy other than his mentor. Nevertheless, Milton did not slacken in the slightest throughout these years and was now very close to becoming a true level 1 mage. As time passed, 5 years later. In Owl Academy, standing on a stretch of open ground. The magical power surged densely around Milton, eventually returning back inside his body. Level 1 mage. Finally, Milton felt the magical surge within his body. Milton abruptly stood up, chanting a magic spell under his breath. A giant flame erupted from his hand, soon hurling it outwards. Boom! The massive fireball exploded, creating a deafening blast. The flame scattered into myriad particles, disappearing entirely just moments later. Not different from witchcraft, but quite useless to me. Milton expressed his sentiments helplessly. TNE powers or a mage Anna Avora are almost identical, Nansdekumga level 3 mage in this world wouldn't make much of a difference. Because his original body was already a level 3 white wizard with over a dozen third ring magic inscribed in the spiritual sea. These magic spell codes were too mediocre. It was like being between a rock and a hard place. Furthermore, compared to witchcraft, magic spell codes have a severe drawback: chanting the spell is a requisite. Witchcraft was designed differently. Once the magic structure was established in the spiritual sea, a wizard could cast spells instantaneously. He chose the wrong world. Apparently, not all bigger worlds are better. Now he realized that the freedom to choose a world might not be as glamorous as he thought. The simulator commonly presented him worlds where he could fully utilize his powers. However, the mage realm was different. The world was significantly advanced and expansive, with a robust mage system in place. Countless powerful mages were sprinkled throughout the realm. Considering the Owl Academy as an example, although it was smaller than the Radiant Academy of the Wizard Realm, the Dean of Owl Academy was an authentic level 4 mage. In comparison to the level 4 wizard, a level 4 mage only serving as a dean in a small academy was incomprehensible. Chapter 219. Milton Cheney knew it was impossible to make waves in this world, and even leaving a mark that belonged to him was rather unlikely. Next time, I must find a smaller world. The mage realm is too outrageous. If the mage realm and wizard realm go to war, I doubt the wizard realm could withstand it. Milton muttered to himself. The longer he lived in this world, the more he understood its strength. The mages of this world never hoarded knowledge, and even commoners could potentially become mages. Level 6 mages, and even level 7 mages would write their autobiographies for future generations to read. This would never be possible in the wizard realm. The number of mages in this world was an astounding figure. In this life, I will quietly cultivate the path of the mage. If I can become a level 4 mage, then this world would be worthwhile. Milton made up his mind and then began cultivating his magical power. Time passed, and 20 years went by. Mentor, my cultivation speed has slowed down recently, it feels somewhat stagnant. Milton looked at Uncius and said. Upon hearing Milton's words, Uncius let out a wave of magical power that attached itself to Milton's body. A moment later, he said, there are no abnormalities. You were cultivating too fast before, now this is the normal speed. Uncius was somewhat amused. He had thought it was a serious issue, but after examining Milton, he realized that the amplification brought on by his talent had simply faded. This was quite normal, the amplification disappears after becoming a mage apprentice. The fact that his student maintained the amplification until becoming a level 1 mage was a testament to his high talent. Okay, mentor, I understand. Hearing these words, Milton nodded and said. Just as he had suspected, Milton already understood this in his heart. Asking his mentor was merely to confirm it. 20 years had passed, yet he was still at level 1. Although he was somewhat distant from level 2, it was not an unreachable goal. In this reincarnation into this world, Milton had no intention of stirring things up. He was just quietly cultivating the path of the mage, living out this life peacefully. He had no choice, he was far too weak in this world, where the levels were too high, and any mage could easily crush him. But it was a reality that he had chosen for himself. He would have to endure through this life even if it brought him to tears. If he were forced to commit suicide to leave, he would refuse. Each reincarnation simulation was a golden opportunity, and he always cherished these opportunities. But next time, he definitely would not choose a world of such high level again. This simulation was a lesson that he would remember well. In this world, those standing at the peak were the level 8 mages. Milton thought that perhaps his identity as an outsider had been discovered. They didn't trouble him, perhaps because they had simply ignored him? Time passed, and 30 years later, Milton returned to the Owl Academy. Looking at the familiar academy, Milton sighed deeply. During the 15 years he was away from the Owl Academy, Milton truly experienced how outrageous this world actually was. The city lord of a small city was a level 2 mage. The weakest deans of the mage academies were level 3 mages. In the mage realm, level 2 and level 3 mages were everywhere. "Ireland, you're back. Mentor." Seeing Uncius appear beside him, Milton said respectfully. Milton had great respect for his mentor in this world. Uncius smiled and asked, "How is it now?" "Mentor, I'm a level 2 mage now." A faint smile appeared on Milton's face as he spoke. "Good." Uncius declared decisively, with unmistakable joy in his voice. He was genuinely pleased for his student. It had only been a few years, yet his student had already reached the same level as him, a level 2 mage. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. 100 years, 200 years, 400 years. Inside the dean's office of the Owl Academy, Milton sighed softly. "Still no progress, is this a limitation imposed on me by the world?" Milton muttered to himself, ceasing his magical cultivation. Over these years, he had made countless attempts. But ever since he became a level 3 mage, his magic made no further progress. The next moment, a person enshrouded in a white glow appeared in front of Milton. Subconsciously, Milton moved his gaze to the person covered in white light, but he could not see through the figure. "Friend, it's time for you to leave." All Milton heard was a voice, and the next moment, his consciousness was submerged in darkness. His body gradually disappeared, an invisible beam of white light pierced through the world's barrier of the mage realm, and left this place. Watching the disintegrated body, the figure cloaked in white light had a profound look in his eyes. "Projection of all realms? Unlikely. It's similar to the technique of a traveling mage. Did he travel through time? After watching him for 400 years, I still can't see through him. I had no choice but to let him go. What a pity, he would have been excellent material for an experiment." The illusory figure was lost in contemplation. A level 8 mage like him couldn't see through Milton. He was undoubtedly an entity of the same level. He did not want to make an enemy out of nowhere, so he let Milton go. Milton's consciousness appeared within a certain space. The next moment, his consciousness was ejected from this space. He appeared in his spiritual sea, where a white gem was floating. Level 3 mage. The next moment, Milton's consciousness left his spiritual sea. In the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, within the meditation room, Milton opened his eyes. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained simulated memory. Detected that the host will not be affected by reincarnation memory, simulator memory protection function is not enabled, do you wish to enable it manually? Detected that the host is a level 3 mage, would you like to keep this modification to fit the wizard realm rules? Don't enable memory protection. Keep modification to fit wizard realm rules. Milton thought to himself. Chapter 220. Although level 3 mages and level 3 wizards overlap a bit, it still has some use for Milton Cheney. The transcendence path of mages is an unfamiliar one in the wizard realm regarding mages. A level 3 mage gives Milton the opportunity to take other wizards by surprise. After digesting the memories, Milton didn't feel anything unusual. The Book of Truth hovered in front of him, its pages flipping. He needed to look up some information. Mage realm. Milton's face changed slightly. It really exists. And it's a significant realm recorded in the wizard realm. Information about the mage realm turned into a memory stream in Milton's mind. What a strange world, luckily it doesn't have any involvement with the wizard realm, Milton muttered to himself. When he first returned to the wizard realm, he had searched the star-picking realm in the Book of Truth, but he found nothing. The next moment, a translucent light blue screen emerged before Milton. Text simulation. Count L. Initiate text simulation. Yes. Milton voiced in his heart. Lines of text start to appear. Simulation ends, please select your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memory segments. Retain realm. Milton chose to retain the realm without any hesitation. His current techniques are already enough, he will choose to retain the realm in every subsequent text simulation. The next moment, his spiritual sea slightly fluctuated, then it quickly calmed down again. His bloodline felt slightly warm, he had fused the fresh blood of the White Raven during the text simulation. His bloodline limit had been further extended after this text simulation. Retain the memories of when I was 30, 34, and 35 years old. Milton voice in his heart. The next moment, 3 unknown segments of memory appeared in Milton's mind. After digesting the memories, his complexion didn't change. There are still several decades before the inter-realm war begins. During this period, he needs to enhance his strength as quickly as possible. If he could become a level 4 wizard before the inter-realm war arrives, that would undoubtedly be the best. However, simply training his meditation techniques won't make him a level 4 wizard. He still has a long way to go to reach the level of a level 4 wizard. The Black Lizard Scholars Association is interested in you as a person, not because of your bloodline. Bane spoke as he looked at Milton. Interested in me as a person? What do you mean? Milton was stunned, and asked. He didn't quite understand. He can understand them not being interested in his bloodline, the White Raven bloodline wasn't the best after all. But what does being interested in him as a person mean? Milton didn't quite understand. Literally. Bane said. The way the Black Lizard Scholars Association people think is hard for ordinary people to comprehend. They've done too many incomprehensible things. For example, this time, a realm-level wizard organization of level 5 wizards is actually planning to betray their realm. Bane finds it hard to believe that they aren't just crazy. Must have modified their brains too much during body modifications. Are you planning to stay in the Guardian Sea forever? I've got a few small laboratories in other planes, you're welcome to tinker around if you're interested. Bane said. Upon hearing this, Milton was slightly tempted, but he gave up after further inquiry. The time flow in these planes was faster compared to the wizard realm. If he conducts small experiments in these planes, then the accumulation of simulation counts would be slower. Besides, he is still some distance from independently conducting experiments. It's too early for him to go there now, he probably won't achieve anything significant. The most important thing for him now is to enhance his strength through simulations, so that he has a robust self-protection ability when the inter-realm war arrives. If you're not interested, then never mind. If you run into any trouble, just send me a message through the Book of Truth. Bane said. Then, he disappeared before Milton. Milton also returned to the meditation room, sat down cross-legged, and began to practice his meditation techniques along the meditation routes. He can't slack off in his actual meditations, time is always squeezed out. The time goes by, with several months passing by in a blink. During these months, Milton always stayed in the meditation room of the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, practicing his meditation techniques. The practicing Milton suddenly stopped, and the Book of Truth in the spiritual sea quivered slightly. Milton's heart moved, and his face grew somewhat solemn. It eventually arrived, the realms surrounding the wizard realm had all been invaded by the Bloody Sea realm. This is the second large-scale invasion and probing by the Bloody Sea realm. And Milton, who had undergone the simulation, knew that the Bloody Sea realm only conducts 3 probes. After the 3 probes are over, the inter-realm war begins. This time, the Bloody Sea realm learned from their mistakes and didn't invade the realm-level wizard organizations in the wizard realm, but chose to invade the planes conquered by these wizard organizations instead. Undoubtedly, the Gospel Masters Order pushed this from behind. An organization that was familiar with the majority of the wizard organizations in the wizard realm had betrayed them, the impacts were huge. Although the Guardian Sea didn't conquer any planes, it still has laboratories and buildings in numerous planes. If the Bloody Sea realm destroyed everything, the losses to the Guardian Sea would also be vast. Mentor. Milton stood up and addressed Bane, who suddenly appeared. "Come, follow me to the blue ocean plain, the bloody sea realm must have made adequate preparations this time." Chapter 221. Bane spoke with a calm expression. The next moment his spiritual power surged, and the two appeared in the void, in front of the plain channel. Unlike before, this void was bustling, there were many people, Milton Cheney even saw a few familiar faces. "Odom, blue ocean plain." Bane spoke. This time Odom did not speak, there was a bit of gravity in his expressions. The Book of Truth appeared, a phantom channel appeared in front of Bane and Milton Cheney. Bane's spiritual power wrapped around his body and stepped into the channel. Milton Cheney naturally did not hesitate, following behind his mentor, he stepped into the channel. The next moment, the scene in front of Milton Cheney changed. The sights in the void had disappeared, the familiar scenery of the blue ocean plain was reflected in Milton Cheney's eyes. Milton Cheney and Bane appeared in the central region of the blue ocean plain. Bane's laboratory was here. Above the sky, several phantom plane channels were appearing and disappearing. Some complete planes have no rifts, so even level 4 wizards have to pass through the plane channel to get here. The bloody sea realm was no exception. If the blood descendants wanted to invade the blue ocean plain, they must also pass through the plane channel. After Bane saw these plane channels, his spiritual power surged. 4 purple magic wands flew out of his spiritual sea and flew towards the sky. The next moment, the 4 magic wands were suspended around the plane channels. 4th ring magic. Time lock. Suddenly, a transparent chain sprang up on these 4 magic wands. These chains quickly lengthened, eventually intertwining together, completely encircling some plane channels. Milton Cheney made no move. Standing next to Bane, he took in the sight before him. He had experienced the power of a level 4 wizard in the simulations. In the wizard realm, surpassing one's level is impossible. Even if you are the strongest level 3 wizard, you are still insignificant before a level 4 wizard. The gap was too large. Of course, if Milton Cheney wanted to escape, even a level 4 wizard would be unable to stop him. After a while, the phantom space channels disappeared, and countless blood descendants appeared in the sky of the blue ocean plain. But the moment these blood descendants appeared, their bodies seemed to be frozen in the sky, motionless. Bane took a glance at Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney had a thought. Is it my turn? So he didn't hesitate. Spiritual power from his spiritual sea surged forth. 3rd ring magic spatial blade. Milton Cheney's spiritual power transformed into transparent blades and flew to the sky at high speed. In the sky, those blood descendants who were frozen could only be frozen physically, but their thoughts were not frozen. They could see the transparent blades coming towards them. There was fear and anxiousness in their eyes. But the next moment, only emptiness remained in their eyes. Because these blades had already pierced through their bodies, destroying their blood cores. Thousands of blood descendants fell from the sky, falling into the blue sea. Did you already complete a 3rd ring magic construction so quickly? Seeing that what Milton Cheney unleashed was true 3rd ring magic, Bane's eyes lit up. Perhaps I have a talent for this. Milton Cheney also replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bane nodded his head repeatedly. More than talent, your talent is excellent. His student's talent was good, which made him proud. This was his first time accepting a student, and he had accepted one with such extraordinary talents. Is my judgment really that good? Should I accept more students? Mentor, they're coming. Milton Cheney's somewhat solemn voice entered his ears. Bane's gaze moved from Milton Cheney and returned to the sky. Indeed, more phantom plane channels had appeared in the previously calm sky. Bane's spiritual power hooked the magic wands, letting these 4 magic wands appear around the plane channels again. 4th ring magic. Time lock. It was still the familiar magic, just used once more. Transparent chains sprouted from the 4 magic wands again. These chains quickly intertwined together, encasing the newly appeared plane channels. Time passed. After a while, the plane channels materialized and then vanished, leaving even more blood descendants in the sky than the last batch. The blood descendants were frozen in the sky the moment they appeared. There are so many. Seeing the blood descendants frozen in the sky, Milton Cheney was a little surprised. He knew that the bloody sea realm had a large number of blood descendants, but wasn't it a bit too exaggerated for so many to come from just one plane? It's nullt de known fnat all realm level wizard organizations MTNE Wizard Realm have conquered less than 10,000 planes, but they do have thousands. With the addition of the unconquered ones, they definitely have big thousands of planes. If each plane has tens of thousands of blood descendants invading, then hasn't the Bloody Sea Realm dispatched at least hundreds of millions of blood descendants this time? Sure enough, compared to the Bloody Sea Realm, the low-level wizards of the Wizard Realm cannot be called cannon fodder in the inter-realm war. The blood descendants of the Bloody Sea Realm were the true cannon fodder. Third ring magic. Spatial blade. Although the number of blood descendants from the Bloody Sea Realm surprised Milton Cheney, those that needed to be killed still needed to be killed. After all, this plane was unclaimed, but it did have the Guardian Sea's large laboratory. Spiritual power surged, transforming into spatial blades that cut towards the blood descendants in the sky. Those blood descendants being frozen in the sky, of course, couldn't resist. Even if there were more blood descendants, they all eventually fell to Milton Cheney's spatial blades. Chapter 222. You don't need to take action anymore, simply stand back and observe. Bane spoke with a smile. Just as he began to speak, another illusory plane channel appeared in the sky. But this time, Bane did not resort to using magic again. Because the moment this plane channel appeared, a figure emerged, and then the plane channel disappeared. A level 4 blood descendant. Seeing the distinctive characteristics of this blood descendant, Milton Cheney muttered to himself. The moment this level 4 blood descendant appeared, his gaze landed squarely on Bane. As for Milton Cheney, he was completely ignored. The two of them almost acted simultaneously. Bane's golden magic wand emerged from his spiritual sea and hovered in front of him. The blood descendant waved and a surge of blood-colored flood appeared around him. The moment the blood-colored flood appeared, it rushed towards Bane and Milton Cheney. The expression on Bane's face remained unchanged, and Milton Cheney also did not make any moves from his spot. If his mentor could confidently let him stand here and watch, then naturally there was a certainty of success. The next moment, the golden magic wand floating in front of Bane exploded and turned into thousands of golden magic device fragments. The fragments reassembled into a massive shield and blocked the blood-colored flood. The next moment, the giant shield exploded again, reforming into a magic wand in Bane's hand. Bane gently swung the magic wand in his hand. An overwhelming spiritual power burst forth suddenly, but this power did not affect Milton Cheney. Fourth ring magic time reversal. Fourth ring magic spatial separation. Boom! The two magics released by Bane, and the powerful spiritual power caused the current plane to vibrate. The loud noise made Milton Cheney's eardrums tremble slightly. An illusory clock appeared above the blood descendant's head, and the next moment, the hands of the clock began to rotate backwards. The blood descendant's body began to wither gradually, and space seemed to open up a gap that engulfed the blood descendant. The next moment, the blood descendant was pulled away by the turbulence in the void space and disappeared within this plane. He's so powerful! Milton Cheney thought to himself. His mentor had really made a serious move this time. What happened to the level 4 blood descendant? Gazing at the calm sky, Milton Cheney questioned. Hearing this, Bane shook his head and drew his magic wand back into his spiritual sea, while the 4 purple magic wands in the distance were also retracted into his spiritual sea. He didn't die, he got away. It seems like these blood descendants have become quite smart. Bane touched his chin as he spoke. In the past, a level 4 blood descendant would most likely choose to confront him head-on. This was also why he had launched such a powerful attack from the start. But surprisingly, this level 4 blood descendant chose to run straight away. Mentor, is the Bloody Sea Realm attacking the surrounding plains of the Wizard Realm due to a plot by the Gospel Master's order? Milton Cheney voiced his thought. Hearing this, Bane pondered for a moment. It's highly possible. In fact, most of the Bloody Sea Realm's intelligence about the Wizard Realm comes from the Gospel Master's order. Either way, they are all bad. The plots of the Gospel Master's order are even bigger than those of the Bloody Sea Realm. Bane spoke with a rather serious expression. What plot? Milton Cheney, very curious, asked. He didn't know about this. Without a strong self-interest, how could the Gospel Master's order possibly betray their realm? Perhaps they are planning to sacrifice a world to create a level 8 wizard. But how could the Wizard Realm be sacrificed? Could it be that they plan on sacrificing the Bloody Sea Realm? Bane said, his tone was somewhat uncertain. Even though he was a level 4 wizard, he was still far from level 7 and 8 wizards. Sacrifice a world. This thought startled Milton Cheney. How is this possible? How can an entire world be sacrificed? But the next moment, his heart trembled because he felt that his mentor might have accidentally guessed it correctly. Because he knew that the Gospel Master of the Gospel Master's order was not human. I'm just making a casual guess. Seeing Milton Cheney take his words seriously, Bain laughed as he spoke. Milton Cheney didn't respond, his thoughts were tangled. If it really was as his mentor guessed, then the anomalies of the Gospel Master's order could be explained. And there were things that his mentor did not know, but he did. If the final objective of the Gospel Master's order was really to sacrifice a world, they indeed had the means to do so. The Outer Domain Devil. This might be the entity to which the Gospel Master's order planned to make the sacrifice. After thinking about this, a sense of heaviness emerged in Milton Cheney's heart. If the Gospel Master's order really gets what they want, the wizard realm might also be at risk. A level 8 wizard didn't exist in the current wizard realm. If the Gospel Master from the Gospel Master's order became a level 8 wizard, it would be a disaster for the entire wizard realm. Next time during the simulation, Milton Cheney will definitely try to stay alive for a longer time. He might not be able to survive that long in the text simulation, but in the true body simulation, as long as he played safe, he should be able to survive for a long time. At least he should survive long enough to understand the plot of the Gospel Master's order. Let's go. We have to clean up more blood descendants in other planes. Bain spoke, looking at the contemplative Milton Cheney. His student really believed what he said, right? It isn't as easy to sacrifice a world as he said. Every major realm took several millions of years, even tens of millions of years, to form. And moreover, to sacrifice a world, to whom the sacrifice would be made is also a problem. The subject of Black Wizard's sacrifice was always the Gospel Master of the Gospel Master's order, but that Gospel Master himself was an entity to be sacrificed to. Who could he further sacrifice to? Would he make a sacrifice to himself? Okay, mentor. Milton Cheney let go of his thoughts and did not continue thinking. Even if he knew the answer to these things, it seemed to be of no use. Even if he really knew that the Gospel Master's order's objective was to sacrifice a world, then what? Would they expect him, a level 3 wizard, to stop the Gospel Master's order? The next moment, Bain's Book of Truth rose and carried them away from this plane. When they reappeared, they were already within the void. Chapter 223. Time flew by, 8 months passed in a blink. Guardian C, the sounds of C Pavilion, inside the meditation room. Simulation ends. Please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You may choose to retain 3 pieces of memory. Retain realm. With a thought in his heart, Milton Cheney chose to retain realm. His spiritual power and bloodline increased a little bit more, and then calmed down after a while. Retain the memories of when I was 31, 40, and 220 years old. 3 unfamiliar memories appeared in Milton Cheney's mind. A moment later, Cheney opened his eyes and exhaled turbid air. Just one last time left. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. His White Raven bloodline had reached its limit, only one more simulation was needed for him to become a level 3 wizard on the bloodline wizard path. And this one simulation, he just happens to have. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. Milton moved his gaze away from the reincarnation simulation count and looked at the last line on the light blue transparent screen. True body simulation count, 1. Initiate true body simulation. Yes. Without hesitation, Milton thought in his heart. The next moment, the light blue transparent screen floating in front of him disappeared. Milton's expression didn't change, he knew that the true body simulation had begun. With a slight movement of his spiritual power, the spatial magic device floating in his spiritual sea was triggered by him, and a transparent bottle appeared in his hand. The fresh blood in the bottle was slightly swaying. Opening the bottle, Milton Cheney drank all the fresh blood in it. Immediately afterwards, he quickly activated the bloodline refining technique, and began to integrate and refine this violent White Raven blood. The moment the White Raven fresh blood entered Milton Cheney's body, his bloodline began to quickly heat up. Mists of steam began to rise from his body. Milton Cheney's heart and bloodline had a very strong burning sensation. His eyes turned red, and a trace of fresh blood began to flow out from his body. Boom! Boom! A wave of momentum surged around Milton Cheney, making a big noise. An invisible white raven illusion emerged behind Milton Cheney, faint and not clear. So hot. Milton Cheney felt as if he was thrown into the magma, and his body was constantly enduring a burning sensation. His hair began to fall out, and his body crazily emitted mists of steam. The bloodline refining technique was pushed to the limit by Milton Cheney, but it was still somewhat futile. Fresh blood constantly overflowed from his pores, dyeing his body bright red. Thump! Thump! The heart thumped heavily like a drum, and the sound of the heartbeat reached outside the body, clear and audible. The white raven illusion behind Milton Cheney gradually became more illusory, as if it was about to disappear. Just at this moment, a figure abruptly appeared next to Milton Cheney. Bain frowned and looked at Milton Cheney, who was refining his bloodline in place. Too impulsive. Relying merely on this bit of white raven fresh blood, he recklessly refines his bloodline in an attempt to become a level 3 bloodline wizard. It's too impulsive. But even so, he could still reach the final step? How is that possible? You should know that for a bloodline wizard, the only thing that matters is bloodline, which has nothing to do with talent. It's certain that his student's bloodline concentration is not enough. Even if you add this white raven fresh blood, it is still far from enough. Unless there is 10 times more fresh blood. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Bain waved his hand, a red fruit appeared in his hand. With a surge of spiritual power, the red fruit was crushed into liquid, which was evenly applied to Milton's body by Bain using his spiritual power. The next moment, Milton Cheney felt as if his body had been lifted out of magma. The burning sensation gradually disappeared, and the white raven illusion behind him also gradually solidified. A moment later, Milton Cheney exhaled turbid air and opened his eyes. A stream of water was summoned by Milton Cheney to wash his body, and a clean white robe was worn on him. "Coach, thank you," Milton Cheney said solemnly. He was indeed a bit adventurous this time. If his coach hadn't helped him, he might have failed. Although it was just a simulation, the fact that his coach did this during the simulation showed that his coach would also help him without reservation in reality. "No need to, you took too much risk this time. You are now a level 3 white wizard. There's no need to be so persistent with the bloodline wizard path," Bain said with a slight frown. "I understand, coach. From now on I will focus on the white wizard path in my cultivation," Milton Cheney said. After Milton Cheney finished speaking, Bain nodded and his figure disappeared in place. After Bain left, Milton Cheney sensed his own bloodline. After becoming a level 3 bloodline wizard, he had 4 more level 3 bloodline magics in his bloodline. Third ring magic Soul of the White Raven, third ring magic. Authentic Disguise, third ring magic. White Raven Illusion, third ring magic. Ultimate Insight. Most of these 4 bloodline magics are auxiliary magic techniques. However, they are quite useful for Milton Cheney. Plus, he already has the third ring magic, White Raven True Form, so Milton Cheney now has 5 level 3 bloodline magic techniques. In addition, he has constructed 15 spiritual system magic techniques in his spiritual sea. Now, he can be rightfully called a magic kaleidoscope. He stopped sensing his bloodline, and the Book of Truth appeared in front of him. With a consciousness movement, Milton Cheney entered the task space. Chapter 224. Shortly after, Milton Cheney's consciousness exited the task space. Time slipped away, and 20 years passed in a flash. Milton Cheney's body swept across the void, stepping into the southern sea of the Guardian Sea within the third rift. Above the pure white sea region, Milton Cheney's silhouette disappeared on the spot with a slight move. Returning to the sounds of Sea Pavilion, Milton Cheney summoned the Book of Truth. His consciousness entered the task space, and a light cluster flew out from the Book of Truth and fused into the surrounding space. With this mission completed, Milton Cheney wouldn't have to complete any tasks concerning the Guardian Sea for more than a decade. His consciousness left the task space, and Milton Cheney sat cross-legged in the meditation room, beginning to practice the root of meditation in the meditation technique. In this true body simulation, what Milton Cheney was supposed to do was to cultivate the meditation technique while lurking in the Guardian Sea. Apart from the compulsory tasks within the Guardian Sea, all Milton Cheney's time would be spent on cultivating the meditation technique there. As time flowed, Milton Cheney practiced the meditation technique tirelessly. Several months passed, and the Book of Truth that was within Milton's spiritual sea began to tremble slightly. Having sensed the unusual movement of the Book of Truth, Milton Cheney halted his cultivation of the meditation technique and made a thought. The third trial from the Bloody Sea realm is here. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. What's destined would always come, even within simulations, it can't be avoided. However, this trial from the Bloody Sea realm couldn't affect the Guardian Sea, hence as soon as Milton Cheney finished reading the message from Bain, he resumed his cultivation of the meditation technique. Meditation is monotonous. Constant meditation is indeed monotonous. He couldn't experience it in the text simulation, but in the true body simulation, Milton Cheney personally experienced sudden dullness. However, his will was quite strong at this moment, thus the monotonous cultivation couldn't affect him significantly. Time passed relentlessly, and another 20 years elapsed. Inside the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, Milton Cheney opened his closed eyes. Who? Exhaling a murky breath, Milton Cheney got up to stretch his body. The next moment, a spatial door appeared beside him, and Milton Cheney stepped into it. Within the void, Milton Cheney's silhouette appeared beside Bain. Upon seeing Milton Cheney, Bain didn't utter a word, instead gesturing him to look deep into the void. Milton Cheney shifted his gaze deep into the void. This place was the void beyond the realm of the wizard realm, incredibly vast, with nothing in the direction Bain was indicating. Boom! The next moment, a colossal noise traveled from the depths of the void. An illusory giant hand materialized out of nowhere, causing the once tranquil void to oscillate. What is that? Milton Cheney asked in a quiet voice. The cross-border war has started. This is a level 7 wizard from our wizard realm opening a battlefield in the void outside our realm, rest assured, it won't affect us. Bain made a remark, somewhat nostalgic. Cross-border war it's been a million years since the wizard realm last experienced one. The last cross-border war happened a million years ago. The moment Bain finished speaking, the void above began to vibrate violently. The illusory giant hand was stirring the void, and 9 enormous void battlefields were created. Why do it this way? Can't we directly invade the world between the two realms? Milton Cheney asked. This was actually a point he was quite curious about. Because every time in the simulation, after the start of the cross-border war, the battles between the two realms always took place in the void battlefield. In the last true body simulation, the Bloody Sea realm didn't abide by the rules and ended up suffering terrible losses. Hearing Milton Cheney's words, Bain shook his head. How would he know? He was not a level 7 wizard after all. Suddenly, Bain's expression changed, the Book of Truth appeared instantaneously, a beam of light enveloped both of them, and they vanished from the void. They reappeared within the Guardian Sea. What's wrong, mentor? Knowing that his mentor had discovered something, Milton Cheney asked. The vampire ancestor has made a move. As of now, only the void battlefield of the wizard realm has been opened. The void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm has yet to open, and of course, the vampire ancestor's move signifies the opening of the Bloody Sea realm's void battlefield. If we stayed there, it would be a bit risky. In case the vampire ancestor disapproves of us and makes a casual move against us, wouldn't we die in vain? Bain explained. Hearing that, Milton Cheney nodded in agreement. He understood naturally, some things are better off unseen. During the earlier opening of the void battlefield by the level 7 wizard of the wizard realm, no blood descendant from the Bloody Sea realm had shown up. This cross-border war won't end in a short period, it doesn't concern you yet. What you need to do now is to meditate and cultivate. Preferably not leaving the Guardian Sea anytime soon. Bain advised. Milton Cheney nodded, responding, understood, mentor. Time sped by, and 50 years had passed in an instant. It had been 50 years since the opening of the cross-border war and the establishment of the void battlefield. Inside the second battlefield of the wizard realm. Boom! Spiritual power was turned into flames, scattering in every direction. After destroying the blood pool, Milton Cheney summoned the Book of Truth and vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in a patch of void outside the Guardian Sea. Sorry to trouble you, but to the blue thought plane please. Milton Cheney said. Upon hearing his request, Odom nodded. The next moment, a hazy plane channel appeared in front of Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney's spiritual power surged, enveloping his body, then he stepped into the plane channel. 50 years had passed, and Milton Cheney's dedication to meditation cultivation remained unwavering. Chapter 225 His progress in the experiments was enormous. Now, he could be responsible for an entire plane laboratory on his own. Returning to the laboratory, Milton Cheney put on a white robe and walked into the depths of the laboratory. Blood descendant particles. Looking at the active blood beads in the huge glass vessel in front of him, Milton silently muttered to himself. Perhaps these blood descendant particles were the reason why the Black Lizard Scholars Association rebelled from their realm. These blood descendant particles could seemingly be integrated into the bloodline of a bloodline wizard, but then, such a wizard could no longer be called human. Only the madmen of the Black Lizard Scholars Association would attempt such a thing. At least for now, Milton didn't dare to integrate these bizarre particles into his own bloodline. After observing for a while and finding nothing unusual, Milton once again covered the huge transparent glass vessel in front of him with a black cloth. Leaving the depths of the laboratory, Milton headed into the meditation room of the lab to practice the meditation technique. Time passed, and 50 years went by. In the seventh battlefield of the wizard realm, a serious expression was on Milton's face. That's because the figure before him was somewhat familiar to him, yet somewhat strange. The helmsman of the Guardian Sea, Level 7 Wizard Mansur Hall, was standing before him. Milton's mind was void of any emotions or thoughts. He didn't know if the Level 7 wizard before him would be able to detect any thoughts that might emerge in his mind. Anything else was tolerable, but if the simulator were discovered, it would be truly disastrous. "Kid, you seem pretty cautious of me." The voice appeared directly in Milton's mind. Upon hearing this, Milton's face gradually relaxed, but he still refrained from speaking. "Do you know why I sought you out?" Milton shook his head. "Because I can't see through you." Mansur turned to look at Milton and spoke. His voice was gentle, but Milton's heart tensed. Not really. Had he discovered something? He had not encountered this situation in his previous true body simulations. "I had Mose take a look at your essence, but even he couldn't see through. Perhaps, you indeed do share some relationship with my mentor." Upon hearing this, Milton's expression remained unchanged, but more thoughts involuntarily arose in his heart. Mose, Level 7 Wizard, the helmsman of Dandelion Tavern. Milton practiced spiritual eye magic, and this Mose mastered the ultimate skill of this magic. Seventh ring magic eye of the world. Keep calm, keep calm." Milton was about to speak, but was interrupted before he could finish. In the face of a Level 7 wizard, he felt like a child. "Don't be so nervous, everyone has secrets, and I won't pry into yours." Mansur spoke gently, a slight smile on his face. "You seem to have a power that doesn't belong to the wizard realm." Upon hearing this, Milton almost lost his composure. "You're quite lucky, but the heritage of a traveling mage doesn't suit you. You are still too weak, journeying through different worlds would shatter your mental state." Mansur spoke softly. "I understand, Lord Mansur." Milton suppressed all his thoughts and replied. The next moment, Milton found that there was no one in front of him. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Milton exhaled a turbid breath, his figure shifted and disappeared on the spot. Returning to the Guardian Sea, Milton did not start meditating right away. Instead, he was pondering over some things. Mansur had no ill intent during this meeting, Milton knew this. "Does Mansur think I have obtained the heritage of a traveling mage?" Milton mused silently to himself. He was certain that the simulator had not been discovered. Moreover, the gem worlds in his spiritual sea had disappeared the moment Mansur appeared. Even Milton himself could not detect them. They only reappeared within his spiritual sea just now. Milton had a feeling that they had been hidden by the simulation at that time. Having gone through a reincarnation simulation of the mage realm, Milton naturally knew what a traveling mage was. He was definitely not a traveling mage, of that he was certain. However, Mansur had said that he had obtained the heritage of a traveling mage. Is it because I bear the aura of other worlds on my body? Milton pondered in his mind. The reincarnation simulation indeed resembled the methods of a traveling mage, as both were the transcendental presence in various worlds. But the reincarnation simulation was much more dramatic than the methods of a traveling mage. Milton didn't think about it further and buried all his thoughts deep in his heart. Mansur from the true body simulation didn't have any ill intentions toward him, so naturally the real Mansur also wouldn't harbor any malicious intent. He also had a past connection with Mansur's mysterious mentor. Time flew, and 100 years later. In the Guardian Sea, at the top of the Sounds of Sea pavilion owned by Bernard. Milton and Bernard stood side by side. Milton now looked like a middle-aged man, while his mentor Bernard seemed unchanged. A variable has appeared. The master of the Gospel Master's Order is actually an outer domain devil. How is that possible? Not a single person discovered this throughout tens of thousands of years. A hint of shock was present in Bernard's voice. A level 4 wizard was shocked like this. You could imagine the shockwaves this news would cause in the wizard realm. However, Milton's expression remained unchanged, as he had known this news several hundreds of years earlier than Bernard. Mentor, do you think the master of the Gospel Master's Order instigated this inter-realm war to offer either the wizard realm or the bloody sea realm as a sacrifice to themselves? Milton, staring into the distance, spoke softly. Impossible. Unless all the level 7 wizards and vampire ancestors in the wizard realm and the bloody sea realm are extinct. A great realm is definitely not as simple as it seems. Hearing Milton's words, Bernard shook his head and replied. A sacrificial world? If the Gospel Master's Order really had such ability, they wouldn't wait until now. Then why do you think he deliberately revealed his identity as an outer domain devil? After revealing the identity of an outer domain devil, even the bloody sea realm won't trust him anymore. As Milton finished speaking, Bernard fell silent. Yet, why did the master of the Gospel Master's Order intentionally reveal his identity as an outer domain devil? He had been hiding for 100,000 years, so why did he choose this moment to reveal his identity as an outer domain devil? Chapter 226. The Sounds of Sea Pavilion, Guardian Sea, in the meditation room. True body simulation end. Realm, techniques, and memory have been retained. Detected that the host is not affected by the memory of reincarnation, the simulator's memory protection function is not activated. Do you want to activate it manually? Milton Cheney murmured inwardly, slowly opening his eyes. Without choosing to activate memory protection, the memories of the true body simulation were clearly imprinted in his mind. In this true body simulation, he lived for 400 years. But in the end, he didn't see the schemes of the Gospel Master's Order. At the time of his death, 4 of the 9 void battlefields in the wizard realm had been destroyed by the bloody sea realm. The bloody sea realm, on the other hand, had 7 of its void battlefields destroyed. Which meant that by the time of his death, the wizard realm held a significant advantage in the inter-realm war. The greatest improvement this true body simulation brought to Milton Cheney was on the level of his realm. This true body simulation helped him take a major step on the bloodline wizard path, making him a true level 3 bloodline wizard. After becoming a level 3 bloodline wizard, one could say that Milton Cheney had truly reached the limit of the White Raven bloodline. To take another step forward would undoubtedly be incredibly difficult, even potentially impossible. For the realm of a bloodline wizard is not related to the time consumed. No matter how much time one has, the limit of the bloodline remains the same. The realm of a bloodline wizard depends solely on the limit of the bloodline and the bloodline refining technique. The limit of his White Raven bloodline is now that of a level 3 wizard. To progress further is simply a wishful thinking now. Yet, even so, Milton Cheney was very satisfied. After all, before, the limit of his bloodline was only that of a level 2 wizard, whereas now, he was a level 3 bloodline wizard. Milton Cheney would devote all his efforts to the White Wizard path in the future. He strives to become a real level 4 White Wizard before the onset of the inter-realm war. After feeling the power of his bloodline, instead of getting up, Milton Cheney began to practice the meditation technique following the meditation routes. After practicing the meditation technique for a while, Milton Cheney called up the panel of the simulator. The next moment, a light blue transparent light screen appeared before Milton's eyes. Milton's gaze did not linger on his attributes, instead, he moved his sight towards the last column of the panel. Reincarnation Simulation Count L. Start Reincarnation Simulation. Upon seeing the black text on the light blue screen, Milton had no hesitation in his heart. Yes. The moment his thoughts moved, Milton's consciousness suddenly appeared in a void space. Within the reincarnation space, Milton looked down upon countless, different colored light clusters under him. These countless light clusters represented the many worlds that Milton could choose for reincarnation. Those huge light clusters, some even larger than the wizard realm, were selectively ignored by Milton. Milton's gaze did not linger on those light clusters. If he chose to reincarnate in these large worlds, maybe he would be safer, but it wouldn't benefit his cultivation much. And this safety is just a maybe. Because the most powerful individuals in these large worlds could possibly discover his reincarnated body. Just like how his previous reincarnation in the mage realm went. If it is someone similar to the level 8 mage from the mage realm, it's fine. But if they were to capture and study him, that would be troublesome. Milton wasn't sure if the simulator could protect him from that. Most likely it could, but even with a small risk, Milton did not want to take the chance. In fact, choosing the mage realm for his previous reincarnation was already a bit of a gamble in itself. Thankfully, the level 8 mage of the mage realm was not interested in him. Otherwise, Milton had no idea what would have happened. Hence, Milton wanted to select those worlds that were smaller than the wizard realm. Those were the places where he could show his might. With a chaotically warring mind, Milton's gaze swept over the countless light clusters under him. Eventually, his gaze landed on a small, faintly glowing light cluster. This light cluster was less than half the size of the wizard realm, undoubtedly a suitable world for him to reincarnate into at this time. It might be a good choice. That's the one. The next moment, with a single thought from Milton, his consciousness began to slowly merge with the yellow light cluster. Time passed unknowingly, maybe a second, maybe several decades. When Milton's consciousness became clear, he was not in a foreign world. His consciousness was still within the reincarnation space. The next moment, his consciousness was ejected from the void. Reincarnation simulation ended. Reincarnation simulation memory successfully retained. Detected that the host is not affected by the memory of reincarnation, the simulator's memory protection function is not activated. Do you want to activate manually? A set of unfamiliar memories appeared in Milton's mind. These memories spanned a short period of only 6 years. Moreover, the useful memories were miserably few, most of them were useless memories. Milton's expression remained unchanged, knowing that not every reincarnation simulation would be smooth sailing. In this simulation, he died whilst still in the womb, without breaking out of it. 6 years of useless memories left him with little understanding of the world he had just reincarnated into. All he knew was that the background of this world was somewhat similar to the ancient world of his previous life in the Azure Star. Killed by an evil slave, even a child was not spared. Milton rubbed his brows, murmuring to himself. Absurdly wasted opportunity for a reincarnation simulation. Chapter 227. He had to wait another year before the next reincarnation simulation. Time passed, about a month later. Milton Cheney stopped practicing the meditation technique, his figure disappearing within the meditation room. "Mentor, you wanted to see me?" Milton Cheney said. His Book of Truth has the coordinates of Mentor Baines' The Sounds of Sea Pavilion, so he can teleport there anytime he wants. "The first counterattack of the wizard realm has started, would you like to come along and observe?" Bain said. Since the Bloody Sea realm has probed the wizard realm twice, the wizard realm could not possibly remain unresponsive. That especially applied because, in contrast to what the Bloody Sea realm knew about the wizard realm knew significantly more about the Bloody Sea realm. After all, the wizard realm had infiltrated the Bloody Sea realm for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years. Hearing this, Milton Cheney pondered for a moment before finally deciding to decline. The reason was simple. He hadn't participated in the counterattack probe by the wizard realm in the true body simulation, so naturally he would also choose to play it safe in reality. Even though there probably wouldn't be any danger, there was still a risk involved in probing another realm. You've also become a level 3 wizard on the Bloodline Wizard path. Without bothering about Milton Cheney's rejection, Bain shifted his gaze toward him and was a little surprised. "Yes, Mentor, I happened to stumble upon some fresh blood from a white raven before, along with what I received at the exchange meeting, which was just enough to allow me to become a level 3 bloodline wizard," Milton Cheney said, a smile spreading across his face. Bain nodded. His student was already a level 3 white wizard, so the fact that Milton Cheney had become a level 3 bloodline wizard didn't elicit much emotion in him. It just surprised him a little. The blood descendant particles in the Bloody Sea realm seem to aid bloodline refinement. "I could help you look out for some this time." "Thank you, Mentor," Milton Cheney said. Even though the blood descendant particles may truly assist with bloodline refinement, he would definitely not risk trying to amalgamate them in reality. Ultimately, after researching the blood descendant particles for several decades in the true body simulation, he had chosen not to fuse them. Bain, who knew that Milton Cheney was not interested in the counterattack by the wizard realm, didn't say much more and vanished, leaving to head to the realm's edge. Seeing Bane leave, Milton Cheney also vanished from the spot. Currently, Milton Cheney only had one thought in his mind, and that was to wholeheartedly practice the meditation technique. Use the simulation count when available, practice the meditation technique when there isn't. Staying in Guardian Sea, he didn't need to concern himself with security and could peacefully practice the meditation technique. Such opportunities were scarce after the start of the Inter-Realm War. So, Milton Cheney had to seize every chance he received and devote all of his time to cultivation, leave no room for slack. 2 months later, inside the meditation room, Milton Cheney stopped practicing the meditation technique and called forth the panel of the simulator, which shimmered with a soft blue light. Then moved his consciousness to the text simulation column. Text simulation count L. Begin text simulation. Yes. In the instant Milton Cheney gave the command, black text started to appear on the soft blue light screen. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memories. Keep the realm. Milton Cheney muttered inwardly, choosing to retain the realm. His bloodline waves remained unfazed, the spiritual sea quivered mildly before restoring its previous calm. Keep the memories from when I was 32, 33, 34 years old. Milton Cheney chose to keep the memories of the last 3 years that were the closest to him. With a text simulation every 3 months, retaining the memories of the last 3 years could help Milton Cheney keep a clear understanding of the future. 3 foreign memories surfaced in Milton Cheney's mind without him feeling any discomfort. After digesting the memories, Milton Cheney concealed the attribute panel that was in front of him. Without moving his body, Milton Cheney began practicing the meditation technique once more by circulating through the meditation routes. Time passed, 3 months flew by. Text simulation count L. Begin text simulation. Yes. Simulation ends, please select your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memories. Retain realm. Without hesitation, Milton Cheney chose to retain the realm. Keep memories of when I was 324, 325, 326 years old. Retaining the realm made the spiritual power in Milton Cheney's spiritual sea a little more profound. Retaining the memories granted Milton Cheney a clear and direct understanding of the last 3 years of his life in this text simulation. Time passed, 3 months, 6 months. It has been a year since Milton Cheney's last true body simulation. Within this year, he had been staying in the Guardian Sea. You could even say he was staying inside the Sounds of Sea Pavilion the whole time. The external disturbances didn't affect Milton Cheney, who was in Guardian Sea. During this 1 year, he conducted 4 text simulations, but the improvement brought about was not as much as he had expected. Due to the impact of the Inter-Realm War, every time he was able to live until just over 300 years old in his text simulations. If there was no Inter-Realm War, Milton Cheney felt he might already be a level 4 wizard now. But reality doesn't come with ifs. The conflict between the Bloody Sea Realm and the Wizard Realm was intensifying. The Wizard Realm started 2 counterattacks against the Bloody Sea Realm within this 1 year, resulting in heavy losses for the Bloody Sea Realm. This was clearly reflected in the text simulations. The 3rd probe by the Bloody Sea Realm started a few years earlier than in the true body simulation. Chapter 228. Inside the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, Milton Cheney was seated cross-legged within the meditation room. In front of Milton was a light blue transparent light screen, and his face was slightly serious. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. Proceed with reincarnation simulation. Yes. Milton did not hesitate and directly chose to proceed with the reincarnation simulation. There was no need to accumulate reincarnation simulations, using them as they became available was Milton's principle. The next moment, Milton's consciousness appeared inside the reincarnation space. The instant his consciousness surfaced, his gaze immediately rested on the faint yellow light cluster. A few moments later, Milton's consciousness gradually merged with the yellow light cluster. Once again, Milton refused to believe that he could fail twice in one world. Beggar Cheney, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Milton shook his head subconsciously, then saw the youth waving in front of his eyes. His consciousness gradually became clear, memories gradually clarified, and his vision gradually brightened. The confusion in his rebirth had been broken. Seeing that Milton was fine, Donald Todd breathed a sigh of relief. The leader told us to go begging in the Southern District today. I've never been to the Southern District, where I heard the rich dwell. Donald Todd spoke, a glint of yearning in his eyes. Milton, having regained all his memories, naturally understood his current predicament. Am I a beggar? I am a beggar. This starting point isn't so good. Donald, you go by yourself, I want to go back and rest. I feel a little dizzy. Milton spoke softly. As he spoke, he rubbed his forehead. Seeing this, worry appeared in Donald's eyes. Did you eat something bad last night? No, it's probably just fatigue. Milton replied. What's the connection between eating something bad and a headache? Okay then, I won't go either. I will go back with you. No need, you go ahead. The gang has daily requirements. Hearing Milton's words, Donald hesitated for a moment but finally nodded. All right, I'll help you complete your tasks as well. After saying goodbye to Donald, raggedly dressed Milton returned to his dwelling following his memory. Calling it a dwelling was a bit of an exaggeration. It was actually a bridgehead under a stone bridge. It was far from dirty. For a beggar, it certainly was a decent place to live. Milton tried to run the meditation routes of the meditation technique, failure. Running the breathing technique yielded the same result. Practicing as a mage, sorcerer, or star-picking master, all failed. Only when he tried practicing martial arts, there was a slight change in his body. Can martial arts be cultivated in this world? Milton's eyes sparkled. The next moment, Milton began practicing the 9th grade martial arts technique. Boom! It felt as if something inside his body had shattered. Milton looked slightly startled. So soon? This body's talent in martial arts was a little beyond Milton's imagination. How much time passed? 10 seconds? Or 20 seconds? First grade martial artist. This speed of advancing in martial arts was quite astonishing, faster than Wesley York's time back in the martial realm. A few moments later. Boom! A 2nd grade martial artist now? Milton stopped practicing the 9th grade martial arts technique due to his sudden advancement. The speed of advancement was so fast, it felt unreal to him. You must know, his body was very thin and he had not taken any major medicine. If this were in the martial realm, he would undoubtedly belong to the group of people with the poorest talent in martial arts. But in this world, he had become a 2nd grade martial artist with little effort, taking less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense. He now wanted to know, is everyone in this world practicing martial arts at this speed, or was he just special? Milton checked his memory of this world. He had been a beggar, thus was quite unfamiliar with this world. There weren't any transcenders in his memory, but Milton was certain that this world definitely had a transcendent path. Time passed, and 2 years later. At this point, the 10-year-old Milton stood tall, dressed in a black robe, already exceeding a height of 1.8 meters. Even those who knew him before would probably not recognize him now. Of course, this didn't include Donald Todd. The current Donald looked quite different from 2 years ago. Although he wasn't as tall as Milton, his back was very straight. Boss, are you really leaving Sweetwater City? At the city gate, Donald spoke with a touch of sentimentality. Yes. Do you want to leave with me? Milton nodded and spoke. After hearing this, Donald considered for a moment, but ultimately declined. He wasn't a beggar anymore and could live well here, so naturally, he did not want to leave. Milton knew what Donald was thinking, so he laughed, bid Donald goodbye, and stepped outside Sweetwater City. 2 years passed, and Milton was now a 5th grade martial artist. From 0 to the 5th grade in 2 years, this speed was even faster than Wesley York's in the martial realm. And moreover, Milton understood now. The one who was special wasn't this world, but him. He had taught Donald a very basic fighting technique, but it took Donald a long time to master it. And now he left Sweetwater City for a simple reason. He was seeking immortality. This world did have a transcendent path, and during these 2 years, Milton learned quite a bit about it. This world had immortal beings. But finding an immortal was not an easy task. Even in the scriptures, immortals continued to be extremely mysterious in this world. However, now that he has reincarnated into this world, naturally, he wanted to explore the path to immortality, so as not to let his journey here be in vain. Immortality, a word Milton had only seen in novels in his previous life. This was a transcendent path entirely different from being a wizard. Leaving Sweetwater's city, Milton did not look back. His eyes were focused on the distance, as if he could see the elusive path to immortality. Seek immortality. Chapter 229. Time, like a cogwheel, spins ceaselessly. In the blink of an eye, Milton Cheney has been free from the confusion of the womb for over 10 years. 10 years have passed. Verdant Mountain, Emerald Cloud Sect. In a mountain stream, Milton sits cross-legged beside a waterfall, green air flows encircling him. Situated between Verdant Mountain and Misty Cloud Mountain, this stream is crossed by several brooks and rivers, and the waterfall rushes continuously. A mysterious and tranquil aura blanketed Milton as the mountains around the stream were often engulfed in clouds and mist. Whoosh! After a moment, Milton exhaled a breath of turbidity, and the green airflows around him returned to his body. Immortal technique cultivation is never accomplished in one step, it requires a gradual accumulation of progress. The pace of my cultivation is too slow, perhaps I should try cultivating with the help of pills. Milton muttered to himself. This world is vastly different from all the worlds he has reincarnated into before, with much of the distinction lying in its transcendent path of immortality, or cultivation path. This world's path of immortality does not have any boundary delineations. Not even some basic boundary delineations exist, so Milton does not know how far he has progressed along the path of immortality. Milton vaguely feels that his current self is akin to a wizard apprentice in the wizard's realm. However, different paths of cultivation cannot be directly compared to one another. For instance, Milton, who has cultivated the immortal techniques for 7 years, yet does not possess any fighting techniques. If he were to have a conflict with another now, the only means available to him would be martial arts techniques. He's unable to mobilize any of the so-called spiritual power within his body. It seems that the immortal beings in this world cultivate for self-cultivation and longevity. This doesn't resemble the cultivation process from the novels of my past life. Milton mused to himself. Fighting techniques, treasures, paradise, murdering for treasures, pretending to be a pig in order to eat a tiger. All these are absent. The cultivation path in this world is extremely unusual. Those who cultivate may not even beat an ordinary man from the marketplace. Cultivation does not make a person stronger, it only lets them live longer. Is this the mystique of the immortal beings? Milton feels that immortal beings of this world, apart from living longer than ordinary people, do not seem to have any special qualities. However, Milton did not have any feelings of disappointment. He felt that his vision might be too narrow now, preventing him from seeing higher possibilities. Without further ado, Milton stood up, shook off his clothes, and left the stream. Senior Brother Cheney. As Milton walked back to his residence, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him. So Milton instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. He saw David O'Connor carrying a bundle of belongings. Seeing this, Milton asked, "Are you leaving the mountain?" The Emerald Cloud sect did not have many people, so Milton was acquainted with most of them. "Yes, Senior Brother Cheney, I don't have any talent for the path of immortality, so I must leave. It seems that my childhood dream of achieving immortality will remain unfulfilled," David O'Connor said pensively. He had only joined the Emerald Cloud sect 2 years ago, and he couldn't stay any longer. These 2 years, he only had 2 feelings. That is, monotony and boredom. If cultivating immortality is just for extending one's lifespan, why not live life to its fullest earlier? He'd rather not live these few extra years. His family was not short of money, he had come to terms with it now. He had no ambition for immortality, leaving earlier might be the best decision. Getting married and enjoying life could also be a good life. "I will walk you out," Milton said, not trying to persuade him otherwise. Milton helped David carry some belongings, then sent him down the mountain. The mountain trail was steep, but Milton traversed it with ease, as if walking on a flat ground. "Thank you, Senior Brother Cheney, perhaps only someone like you can venture further on the path of immortality. The dream of living forever is now yours." David laughed, then waved goodbye to Milton. Milton watched David's retreating figure for a few seconds, then turned and headed back up the mountain. If he had not reincarnated into this world but had traveled directly here, would he choose to embark on the path of immortality? Milton did not know, because there were no ifs. In the past 7 years, People from the Emerald Cloud sect have come and gone, and Milton has grown accustomed to it. At just 18 years old, Milton, who has only spent 7 years in the Emerald Cloud sect, has already become the senior brother. Countless people came to the Emerald Cloud sect in pursuit of immortality for various reasons, but they all left due to various reasons. There was one main reason. What's the use of cultivating immortality? If cultivating immortality is only for a vague lifespan, what's the point of investing one's entire life in the path of cultivation? Even if it allows for a longer life, it would still be dull. Back at his residence, Milton made some simple food and began eating. Those who cultivate immortality, regardless of how far they have walked on the path of immortality, cannot avoid grains. In other words, even if one stands at the pinnacle of this world, even if they have lived for tens of thousands of years, cultivationists still have to eat. After finishing the meal, Milton took out a porcelain bottle. After opening the bottle cap, a bitter smell lingered around Milton's nose. He poured a pill from the bottle into his palm, swallowed it, and then quickly started cycling the Emerald Cloud Immortal technique. Taking pills. Time flies, and another 10 years have swiftly passed. Emerald Cloud sect, within a bamboo forest. Milton looked at the old man before him, a touch of surprise flashing in his eyes. Chapter 230. Master, you have walked the cultivation path for 100 years, why do you decide to give up now? Milton Cheney spoke, his voice full of confusion. The old man in front of him was the person who brought him into the Emerald Cloud sect. This was someone who had hardly ever left the Emerald Cloud sect in his life, the sect leader of the Emerald Cloud sect. You dare to lecture me now? The reason is simple, I don't want to cultivate anymore, I want to go out and see the world. In any case, I entrust the Emerald Cloud sect to you, do with it as you wish. You are now the 3rd generation sect leader of the Emerald Cloud sect. The old man laughed as he spoke. As he talked, he patted Milton Cheney on the shoulder. Milton softly furrowed his brows. This man who was hundreds of years old never failed to be off the mark. After cultivating for hundreds of years, he simply decided to stop cultivations. Master, I only joined the Emerald Cloud sect a decade ago. I'm afraid I won't be able to command the respect of the section. Milton spoke up. Surprisingly, the old man looked at Milton with astonishment. In cultivating, there should be a balance of tension and relaxation. You have not been paying attention to the events of the sect for a long time. The current Emerald Cloud sect, including you, only has 10 members, most of whom are new. Apart from me, only you have been in the Emerald Cloud sect for 17 years. Your seniority is the highest. Whether you can command respect is not important. After all, they can't beat you. Upon hearing the old man's words, Milton felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. He admitted that he indeed was not a qualified senior brother. Over the years, every day he either practiced immortal techniques or did nothing at all. He rarely paid attention to what was going on within the Emerald Cloud sect, in fact, he never paid any attention at all. After all, other people's issues had little relation to him. But only having 10 people was a bit of an exaggeration. He remembered that 10 years ago, the Emerald Cloud sect had at least a few dozen members. Why was the cultivation path of this world pushing so many people to abandon their pursuits, akin to a flood displacing beasts from their home? Even his master, who had treaded the cultivation path for hundreds of years, has now decided to abandon cultivating. How could there be so few? You think 10 is few? You don't know, when my mentor conned me into joining the Emerald Cloud sect, there were only 3 of us. The old man glared and spoke with dissatisfaction. In the end, Milton could not change the stubborn old man's mind. The old man left him a sect with only 10 members, then descended the mountain and left. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years went by. At this time, the Emerald Cloud sect had become a renowned sect even across the entire North region. As for the rapid development of the Emerald Cloud sect, it was naturally due to the sect leader being a brute. The sect that once only had 10 people no longer existed. Now, the Emerald Cloud sect had thousands of cultivators and dozens of elders. The sect was split by Milton into the inner and outer sect, just like in the cultivation novels he used to read in his previous world. Sect leader, the sect's library has been finished. Would you like to take a look? In the bamboo forest of the Emerald Cloud sect, a young man clad in a white robe spoke with respect. As for the sect leader he mentioned, who was Milton Cheney, he was currently lounging leisurely on a bamboo chair, engrossed in reading miscellaneous books. It's complete already? That was fairly efficient. Let's go take a look then. Milton spoke, putting down the miscellaneous book he was holding. Leaving the bamboo forest, Milton headed towards where the sex library was located. A moment later, they arrived there. Entering the sex library, Milton nodded with satisfaction, considering it small but complete. Sect leader. The people around respectfully greeted Milton when they saw him. Milton responded with a smile, then walked over to a bookshelf and casually picked up a book, flipping through it. Not bad. Milton nodded in approval after closing the book. Seeing Milton's satisfaction, the white-robed young man behind him breathed a sigh of relief. The sect leader was just too different from other cultivators. At least, other cultivators could not defeat their sect leader. Milton waved his hand to signal the white-robed young man behind him to leave, who respectfully took his leave. Milton walked deeper into the library, occasionally flipping open a book. After a while, he left the library. 20 years had passed, and Milton's understanding of this world had deepened significantly. He had already read most of the books stored in the library. The cultivation path in this world was indeed somewhat crooked. The spiritual power that cultivators cultivate nourishes the body all the time. Even an ordinary cultivator who has been cultivating for a few years can be immune to all diseases. This is the reason why the lifespan of cultivators is longer than that of ordinary people. Of course, the further one walks on the cultivation path, the more spiritual power they can cultivate. The greater the nourishment of spiritual power is to the body, the longer their lifespan naturally would be. However, this spiritual power cannot be mobilized. In other words, if you want to use spiritual power for fighting techniques, sorry, but you can't. Milton wanted to divide the cultivation path of this world into realms, and further develop the potential of this cultivation path. However, it was impossible for him to straighten this cultivation path of this world on his own. Even a lifetime may not be enough. Milton had a thought, that was to reincarnate into this world again in the next reincarnation simulation. He wanted to see what it would look like if he, after leaving a mark on the history of this world, reincarnated into this world again. Chapter 231. Reincarnate after he dies, reincarnate before he dies, or reincarnate into the future. Milton Cheney was extremely curious. Even before this reincarnation simulation ended, he was already considering the next reincarnation simulation. Time passed, and 30 years passed in a blink of an eye. Sect leader, the North region is now under our control, shall we take control of the Eastern region next? A middle-aged man stood next to Milton Cheney, his face flushed with excitement, and his tone filled with anticipation. Don't rush, how's the research on the immortal techniques? Well. Hearing Milton's words, the middle-aged man's excited expression froze, morphing into an awkward one. No progress at all. Sect leader, the idea you proposed is too unimaginable. Spiritual power nourishes the body, how can it possibly be used for combat? The middle-aged man whispered. Hearing this, Milton didn't respond. His facial expression remained unchanged as he looked into the distance. Over 30 years, the Emerald Cloud sect had completely become the only immortal sect in the North region. All immortal doors and sects in the North region were brought under Emerald Cloud sect by Milton Cheney's various methods. At this point, the number of cultivators in the Emerald Cloud sect was over 100,000. Moreover, there were many factions within the Emerald Cloud sect. However, with Milton pressing down, there would be no problems for the time being. An 8th grade martial artist, in this world where cultivators are weak, is an unbeatable existence. What Milton was doing was actually stretching a bit too far, certainly involving many hidden risks. However, at least while he was alive, these hidden risks would not erupt. Time passed, and 50 years flew by. The north and eastern regions of this world had fallen under the control of the Emerald Cloud sect. Without a doubt, Emerald Cloud sect was the largest immortal sect in this world. Moreover, Milton managed to achieve all these in just 100 years. Of course, if he didn't have the strength of an 8th grade martial artist, he wouldn't be able to spread the influence of the Emerald Cloud sect across the north and eastern regions so quickly. Emerald Cloud sect, headquarters. Inside a huge structure, countless cultivators were trying to channel spiritual power outside their bodies in different ways. But even after decades passed, there was still only one way to reveal spiritual power outside the body, during the cultivation of immortal techniques. Moreover, even when practicing immortal techniques, this spiritual power wasn't controllable. Change your way of thinking and try to mobilize these spiritual powers when practicing immortal techniques. Milton Cheney said. The transcendent path of this world was practically useless to him. Milton didn't want his reincarnation simulation to be pointless. That's why he took bold steps to take control of the north and eastern regions under the reign of the Emerald Cloud sect. Gathering the wisdom of everyone, Milton wanted to remodel the cultivation path. He had done this many times in his reincarnation simulations. Almost every time he reincarnated, he would consolidate the transcendent path of the reincarnated world, except for the time in the mage realm. But this time, he might fail. The immortal techniques of this world seemed very mature, and it was extremely difficult to change them based on this foundation. Over several decades, there was no progress. Even the division of realms had no starting point. Time passed, and 100 years went by in a flash. 100 years passed, and the north, east, south, and west regions were all under the control of the Emerald Cloud sect. This control referred to the control of immortal doors and sects. The lives of most ordinary people were not greatly affected. After all, compared to ordinary people, besides living longer than ordinary people, cultivators seemed to have no other differences. Sect leader, we have failed again. The cultivation methods and thoughts you provided, we have integrated them with immortal techniques as much as possible, but in the end, there was still no effect. A white-robed elder said gently. Milton did not speak. He now looked like an old man. Maybe it was a limitation of the world, the highest he could reach in this world's martial arts was the rank of 8th grade martial artist. Now that he is also practicing immortal techniques, his lifespan could be about 100 years more. What about the division of the realm? It's still the same as before, we've only divided it into one realm, which is the Qi cultivation period you mentioned. If we divide it the way you suggested, all cultivators of this world would only be in the Qi cultivation period, and there would be no other realms. The white-robed old man said. Milton rubbed his brow. Perhaps it was because the immortal techniques and the meditation techniques were not related at all. So the ideas and thoughts Milton provided could not be integrated with the immortal techniques of this world. Then just divide it into the Qi cultivation period and split it into 9 stages. Milton said forcefully. It seems that one can't refer to the novels of the previous life. Things like foundation building, golden core, nascent soul, none of them exist. In this world, there's only Qi cultivation. Even the term Qi cultivation was named by Milton. Qi cultivation 9th stage corresponds to the wizard's 9th level, such was Milton's ambition. Of course, Milton didn't know whether the potential of the cultivation path in this world could reach this stage. Time passed, and another 100 years passed. During this 100 years, Milton had traveled to every corner of this world. He left countless things buried in countless places. He was laying the groundwork. If the traces of him in this world were real, then all the mysteries will be revealed the next time he reincarnates into this world. Within the Emerald Cloud sect, in a bamboo forest. Milton lay on a bamboo lace chair, his eyes gradually closing. He could feel that his life was nearing its end. After a moment, his body gradually began to dissolve. A beam of white light flew out from Milton's diminishing body, until it left this world. And did Milton's reincarnation have any impact on this world? The answer is yes, and it had a significant impact. The cultivation path was completely pushed by him to an unknown direction. Chapter 232. Within the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness suddenly appeared. A moment later, his consciousness was ejected from the space. Inside the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained the simulated memory of reincarnation. Detected that the host will not be affected by reincarnation memory, simulator memory protection function is not activated, do you want to activate? Detected that the host is at the Qi cultivation 2nd stage, do you want to keep this or modify it to adapt to wizard realm rules? Do not activate memory protection. Keep and modify to adapt to the wizard realm rules. Milton Cheney muttered in his heart. The next moment, Milton's perspective changed, and his consciousness appeared within his spiritual sea. A light yellow gem turned into reality within his spiritual sea. Qi cultivation 2nd stage. Looking at the light yellow gem in front of him, Milton felt a bit helpless deep inside. The gains from this reincarnation simulation were not proportionate to the efforts he had put into it. After nearly 400 years of hard work, he was only at the stage of Qi cultivation 2 levels, which was equivalent to the realm of a level 2 wizard. Moreover, he didn't have any method to confront his enemies on this transcendent path, which was entirely useless for Milton. However, he did not plan to venture into this reincarnation world only once. He would choose to reincarnate into this world in the next reincarnation simulation as well. He wondered if his plans could be put to use then. So, Milton stopped thinking about it and his consciousness left the spiritual sea. In reality, Milton didn't stand up, choosing to continue cultivating the meditation technique. But the next moment, his book of truth trembled slightly. How could I have forgotten this? Milton's memory surfaced upon recalling the memory he had during the text simulation. The next moment, instead of continuing to cultivate the meditation technique along the meditation routes, he activated his magic construction within his spiritual sea. A spatial door appeared beside him. Milton stepped into the door and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in the void space. In the void space, there was Bane, smiling at him. As soon as Bane saw Milton, he said, "The wizard realm is planning its third exploratory counterattack against the Bloody Sea realm. This time my mentor will also take part. There won't be any danger this time. You can come along and spectate." After Bane finished speaking, Milton nodded. "Sure, mentor." There was indeed no danger this time. After all, he had already experienced it once during the text simulation and even retained the memory of it. Given Milton's cautious nature, he wouldn't go if there were any risks involved. "Let's go then." Bane spoke as he mobilized his spiritual power, surrounding both him and Milton. The void began to ripple, and the two disappeared in the void. "Mentor." This call for mentor wasn't from Milton, but from Bane. Upon seeing Bane and Milton, Lan subtly nodded and smiled. "The little guy is here too." Lan seemed to be in a good mood as he remarked. The next moment, a small wooden boat appeared in front of Lan. Without any visible action from Lan, the boat began to gradually enlarge until it was big enough to seat 3 people. The realm boat. A genuine level 5 magic device. Lan made a gesture, and the 3 of them sat on the realm boat. Level 5 wizards can traverse worlds with their physical bodies alone, without the need to use the world passage. A white light encompassed the realm boat, and it disappeared into the void beyond the realm. Within the void outside the Bloody Sea realm, the realm boat tore a hole in the void and emerged through it. Lan waved his hand, and the realm boat began to shrink and eventually returned to his spiritual sea. The moment Milton arrived, he instinctively took in the environmental surroundings of the void. "This is the void outside the Bloody Sea realm." Ian's voice softly spoke. Milton turned his gaze forward, noticing a faint trace of red, but it wasn't clear. With a slight movement of Ian's spiritual power, a light screen emerged in front of Milton and Bane. Upon seeing this light screen, Milton's eyes brightened. He had seen this projection screen in the real world before when he first met Lan and watched a fireworks display on it. The next moment, the screen turned red. One by one, the blood pools appeared on the screen, appearing in Milton's field of vision. "Is this?" As if to confirm Milton's conjecture. The blood pools that were shown in the light screen began to agitate as if they were being disturbed, and then gradually collapsed. Milton saw countless blood descendants transform into nothingness after the pools collapsed. It was not until all the blood pools on the light screen were completely annihilated that the scene on it changed again, and several more blood pools appeared. A moment later, these blood pools began to collapse the same way. "This is ridiculous." Lan was clearly in the void outside the Bloody Sea realm, but he was able to destroy the blood pools within the Bloody Sea realm. The distance between them is unfathomable. "Here it comes." After all these blood pools collapsed, Lan laughed softly. The instant he finished speaking, ripples surged through the void. In the blink of an eye, Milton found himself inside a different space. He could clearly see Lan but felt as if he were separated by countless distances. The phrase "far in sight but distant in proximity" aptly described the situation. "This is my mentor's time-space gap area, where you won't be affected by any external factors." Bane's voice resounded in Milton's mind. Milton subconsciously nodded in reply. The time-space gap area. That was the name of this space. Chapter 233. Milton Cheney had been here before in a text simulation, so he felt no other emotions. He didn't speak, his gaze always focused on Ian's position. Not far from Lan at this moment, a blood descendant stood. A level 5 blood descendant. The next moment, almost instantly, the blood descendant attacked. The void began to tremble violently, and a giant blood pool appeared behind the blood descendant. This was not the wizard realm, but the bloody sea realm outboard. The blood descendants naturally had an advantage here. However, seeing this, Ian's expression did not change, and he still smiled indifferently. The smile seemed to carry a hint of mockery. Boom! Spiritual power transformed into a storm that swept the void. The once exceptionally serene void began to flow gradually. A magic device similar to a balance emerged in front of Lan, and the storm of spiritual power was infused into it. The balance trembled slightly, and then one side of the balance instantly inclined. Fifth ring magic device, magic space-time exchange. This is the mentor's lifeblood magic device, the space-time balance. Within the time-space gap area, Bain explained to Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney didn't speak, his gaze fixated on the battlefield seemingly right in front of him. Almost at the moment the balance emerged, the blood descendant's body gradually disappeared until it vanished completely. The blood descendant did not expect Lan to release such a powerful attack immediately. At the moment the blood descendant vanished, a gigantic bell appeared above Ian's head. Dong! Dong! The bell tolled, its sound echoed in the void here. After a while, the sound of the bell disappeared, and the void returned to calm. Milton Cheney's vision blurred, and his body left the time-space gap area and reappeared in the void beyond the bloody sea realm. Did that level 5 blood descendant just die? As Milton Cheney spoke, Lan shook his head. He didn't die. His lifeblood blood pool wasn't here. However, I stripped him of a third of his blood pool. He won't be able to recover it in 100 years. Lan said with a faint smile. He indeed survived. A level 5 blood descendant wouldn't die so effortlessly. The next moment, Ian's spiritual power moved, and all magic devices returned to his spiritual sea. Lan slightly tilted his body, directing his gaze towards a certain spot. After a while, where Ian's gaze directed, the void shimmered slightly, and a rift suddenly appeared. Milton Cheney's heart tightened, but he didn't take any action. His mentor and ancestral master weren't reacting, he should not be in danger and it should not be an enemy. The rift enlarged gradually, and a figure appeared in the void here. It wasn't a blood descendant. Milton Cheney shifted his gaze to the figure that had suddenly appeared. The figure seemed vaguely familiar. But after clearly seeing his face and the yellow robe he wore, Milton Cheney naturally understood. Mullen. Seeing the man, Lan greeted with a laugh. Lan. Mullen, who naturally noticed the three people in the void, also greeted with a smile. The Tower Master of the Pure Yellow Tower. The steersman of the Realm Level Wizards Organization, a level 5 wizard of the traditional wizard path. Mullen only greeted, and the next moment his spiritual power flickered, his body crossed the rift of Bloody Sea Realm, disappearing in the void outboard here. This location, apart from being the void beyond the Bloody Sea Realm, was also outside one of the rifts of Bloody Sea Realm. Which is to say, if one wanted to enter the Bloody Sea Realm, this was one of the entrances. Mentor, why would Mullen, the Tower Master of the Pure Yellow Tower, appear here and personally travel to the Bloody Sea Realm? Bain asked with some confusion. Although Mullen was also a level 5 wizard, his proximity to becoming a level 6 wizard was apparent. The counterattack by the wizard realm on the Bloody Sea Realm was just tentative. Theoretically, such an entity should not appear here. After all, the real inter-realm war had not started yet. To directly enter the Bloody Sea Realm was too risky. If it provoked the vampire ancestors into attacks, the loss would outweigh the gain. That's why Bain was somewhat unable to comprehend, it seemed too risky. Naturally, it's because there's something in the Bloody Sea Realm that entices him, something he must obtain. Lan spoke lightly with a smile. Hearing this, Bain asked out of curiosity, what is it? Void Realm Stone. As the words fell, Bain jolted. Even Milton Cheney, on the side, felt his heart pounding suddenly. A change had occurred. Lan in the text simulation hadn't said this, nor had he mentioned the Void Realm Stone. The Void Realm Stone was used to establish the Void Realm. This object was of no use to low-level wizards or wizards who cultivated other wizard paths. But for level 5 wizards, for traditional spirit system wizards, its importance was immense. You could say that every level 5 wizard desired it. That's because Void Realm stones could be used to establish a Void Realm within the spiritual sea. And a level 6 spirit system wizard had another name. Void Realm Wizard. How can the Bloody Sea Realm possess Void Realm stones? Bane's expression gradually returned to normal as he asked in surprise. Void Realm stones were products of the Void. Even the Wizard Realm had none, yet the Bloody Sea Realm did. Lan did not answer this question, but instead subtly shifted his body again, directing his gaze towards another spot. Almost at the moment that his gaze shifted, the void where his gaze rested began to ripple faintly once again. Another one? Milton Cheney thought to himself. There were indeed significant differences between reality and the simulation. Milton Cheney had already become accustomed to it, so he didn't show any abnormalities. Chapter 234. The next moment, a ripple rose in the void. It trembled slightly, giving way to a shadowy figure appearing in the void beyond this realm. The figure spotted Lan and his companions, a hint of surprise flashing across their eyes. He nodded to Lan, then enveloped himself with spiritual power and disappeared from the spot, entering the Bloody Sea Realm. The master of the Twilight Cottage has arrived. Bane exclaimed in surprise as the shadowy figure disappeared. Yet, what was to come would surprise him even more. 1 wizard, 2, 3. Within this brief moment, Milton Cheney bore witness to 6 level 5 wizards appearing in the void then entering the Bloody Sea Realm. It's worth noting that this rift was just one among the dozens leading to the Bloody Sea Realm. If one accounted for the others, did this mean that dozens of level 5 wizards had already entered the Bloody Sea Realm? Could this be a plot by the Gospel Master's order? Their plan could be to lure the majority of level 5 wizards into the Bloody Sea Realm, only to trap them inside. Suddenly, Milton Cheney voiced his thoughts softly. This situation exceeded Cheney's expectations. The text simulation did not imply such a massive influx of level 5 wizards crossing realms towards the Bloody Sea Realm. Cheney could not shake off the feeling that something was amiss. Upon hearing Cheney's words, Ian's expression remained unchanged as he shook his head. No, they would not risk journeying to the Bloody Sea Realm unless they had received accurate information. He said, breaking the silence. Bane furrowed his brows the moment Cheney's words reached him. At this time, a Void Realm stone has appeared in the Bloody Sea Realm. Even if a level 5 wizard from our world did indeed obtain the Void Realm stone, the process of ascending to a level 6 wizard using the stone would take at least 100 years. Can this level 5 wizard even hold on to the Void Realm stone in this time span? Bane quipped. As soon as he finished speaking, Milton Cheney had an epiphany. He understood the principle that possession of the Jade Disc brought trouble. Now was on the eve of the inter-realm war between the Wizard's Realm and the Bloody Sea Realm. The sudden appearance of a Void Realm stone could only mean that they wanted to stir up disorder among the upper echelons of the Wizard's Realm. A blatant scheme. Not even a cleverly devised one at that. But at such a time, it was unexpectedly useful. The fact that it attracted so many level 5 wizards alone proved the success of the plot. Wizards are most concerned about their interests. You can see it, so how could these level 5 wizards not see it? They simply don't care. As long as the Wizard's Realm is not destroyed, nothing is more important than becoming a level 6 wizard. Lan chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. Hearing this, Bane fell silent and did not say anything further. Cheney, on the other hand, felt a slight sentimentality creeping into his heart. Having spent so much time at the Guardian Sea, he had almost forgotten what kind of people wizards truly were. What does an inter-realm war matter? Interest is the main tune of the Wizard's Realm. Compared to an inter-realm war, these level 5 wizards undoubtedly considered the Void Realm stone more important. Aren't they afraid that the vampire ancestor of the Bloody Sea Realm will take action? Cheney broke the silence, inquiring softly. Upon hearing this, Lan chuckled. Young man, you're underestimating these level 5 wizards. Most of these wizards are the steersmen of realm-level wizard organizations, so even if the vampire ancestor were to actually act, they wouldn't lose their lives. Besides, what does death matter to a level 6 wizard? Lan responded. The next moment, his spiritual power surged, and a light screen materialized before Cheney. The massive light screen was divided into several smaller screens. Cheney's eyes were instantly drawn to the light screen. The multiple screens corresponded to several individuals. Almost as soon as the light screens appeared, before Cheney had time to take a closer look, 6 of them suddenly burst into dots of light. A moment later, another 5 screens shattered into light. Cheney barely had time to make out the figures within the screens before they dissolved into points of light before his very eyes. Unfriendly old codgers. Lan shook his head and remarked. These level 5 wizards naturally did not wish to be spied on. While 11 screens had burst into light, one remained unchanged, floating before Cheney and Bain. Within the screen, a figure could be seen. It was Mullen. Mullen seemed to sense something, and looked up at the sky. He chuckled lightly and nodded, before remaining still. From Cheney's perspective, Mullen seemed to nod towards the screen. Mullen is quite respectful. Lan quipped, waving his hand to enlarge the small light screen so that Cheney and Bain could better see what was going on within. Inside the light screen, Mullen's figure continued to appear and disappear, until finally, he stood before a huge blood pool. Mullen stood still by the blood pool, as though awaiting something. Time passed, and soon, several figures appeared beside Mullen. However, from the perspective of the light screen, the identities of the others besides Mullen appeared blurry, as though obscured by a mosaic. Boom! Suddenly, tremendous spiritual power erupted from these figures. The blood-red sky seemed to be dyed white in an instant. Cheney watched the light screen intently. But in the next instant, his vision blurred as the light screen disappeared. What's going on? Just when it was getting interesting, the screen went blank. Something's not right. Does the Gospel Master's order really dare to pull something? How did such a thing appear in the Bloody Sea realm? Lan retracted the light screen, his deep eyes betraying no emotion. The Book of Truth floated before him, and a message was swiftly sent out. Let's go see what's happening in the Bloody Sea realm. Lan said, and the next moment, his spiritual power pulsed and enveloped Cheney and Bain. They disappeared from the void. Huh? I don't want to go to the Bloody Sea realm. Cheney felt an inner despair, but his body remained powerless against Ian's spiritual power. The next moment, his vision shifted. The world before him was a stark, blood red. Cheney's pupils filled with this red hue. The Bloody Sea realm. We're here. Chapter 235. The moment Milton Cheney's body appeared in the Bloody Sea realm, he felt as though his spiritual power was somewhat suppressed. If he could tap into 100% of his spiritual power in the wizard realm, he could only tap into 80% of his spiritual power in the spiritual sea here. The suppression from the world was normal. Blood descendants of the Bloody Sea realm were also limited by the world in the wizard realm. However, Milton had only read about these things in books, and experiencing them firsthand was another feeling altogether. Indeed, it was his first time in the Bloody Sea realm. In previous true body simulations, he had visited the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm, but he had never truly entered the Bloody Sea realm. Milton casually observed his surrounding environment. There was no blood pool nearby, and their location was a vacant expanse. Lan didn't immediately make a move either, his eyes were flashing with numerous mysterious symbols, seemingly investigating something. Mentor, what did you see? Bain asked, a hint of doubt creeping into his tone. He had also been attentively watching the light screen, but found nothing unusual. Upon hearing this, Lan didn't directly respond. Instead, he gently waved his hand and a green feather appeared in his palm. A light breeze stirred, blowing the feather away and it disappeared from his hand. The lust of the outer demons. Lan spoke up in a low voice. Milton and Bain might not have been able to see certain things, but he could. For example, the lust of these outer demons. Upon hearing Ian's words, Bain's face slightly changed. The Bloody Sea realm was connected with the outer demons? How was that possible? Milton also heard Ian's words, stirring something within him. Had signs of the outer demons been discovered this early? No, perhaps the outer demons had been discovered early in the simulation. Simply because the simulation was observed from his own perspective, and since he couldn't reach that level, he only found out hundreds of years later. It's merely a hint of the outer demons' lust, not the outer demons themselves. However, obtaining the Void Realm Stone won't be as easy as they think. Lan commented. The people of the Bloody Sea realm weren't fools. How could they not be prepared? Even for a level 5 wizard to successfully obtain a Void Realm Stone in the Bloody Sea realm, it would not be a particularly easy task. After Lan had made his comment, the spiritual power in his spiritual sea fluctuated slightly. A disc-shaped magic device emerged from his spiritual sea and appeared in front of him. The next moment, this circular magic device hovered over the three of them. A faint light emerged and all three disappeared from their original location. When Milton Cheney reappeared, he found himself back in the time-space gap area. Next to him was his mentor Bane. Lan was not in this space. "Mentor, what is this about?" Milton began, with some puzzlement. The ancestral master took him to the Bloody Sea realm, then sent him into the time-space gap area. Milton wasn't entirely clear what this signified, and at this time, he was somewhat confused. "Our ancestral master probably wanted us to see something." Although Bane was not too clear himself, he answered calmly. "Is that so?" Milton glanced at his mentor, Bane, without responding. He had a feeling it was not as simple as that. The next moment, Ian's figure appeared in front of Milton's eyes. Lan seemed very close, yet incredibly distant. Not only Lan, but in this space, Milton could also see several level 5 wizards he had seen before. In Milton's eyes, the specific appearance of these level 5 wizards was indistinct. However, they were all surrounded by a highly violent spiritual power. Above the blood pool, strands of violent spiritual power were disturbing the sky. Milton's gaze was fixed on the level 5 wizards in the space beyond, not deviating at all. Bane was also looking in the direction of the giant blood pool outside the space, keeping silent. The next moment, a grey gem suddenly emerged from the blood pool. But just as the grey gem emerged, it instantly disappeared. All of this happened in an instant. Milton could not understand what had happened. He had barely had a glimpse of a grey gem, and then it disappeared from his sight. A trace of astonishment flashed in Milton's eyes. This was not what he had imagined. Where was the battle among the level 5 wizards? Or the battle between the level 5 wizards and level 5 blood descendants? It's over, just like that? Which wizard got the Void Realm Stone in the end? Milton was entirely ignorant of this. He had watched very carefully, but the speed of the person making the move was definitely beyond the reach of his physical sight. Bane seemed taken aback as well. Apparently, he didn't expect the dispute over the Void Realm Stone to end so quickly either. The next moment, Milton's surroundings changed, his body left the space and reappeared in the void beyond the realm of the Bloody Sea realm. Upon seeing Milton and Bane, Lan said nothing. His expression was somewhat grim. This was the first time Milton had seen Lan like this. A level 5 wizard, looking grave. Although Milton didn't know what had happened in the end, he could guess that something major must have occurred. Not just Milton, it was also the first time Bane saw his mentor looking so serious. The spiritual power of Lan surged, and the realm boat immediately appeared in front of them. Chapter 236. Within the wizard realm, in the void beyond the realm. You two should go back to the Guardian Sea first. A level 6 wizard has made his move in the Bloody Sea realm. Lan spoke, his grave expression now gone. The struggle for the Void Realm Stone actually involved a level 6 wizard from the wizard realm. This was somewhat unusual. A level 6 wizard appearing across realms in the Bloody Sea realm would undoubtedly touch the bottom line of the Bloody Sea realm. If things go as expected, this inter-realm war that is sweeping across the two realms should be starting earlier than planned. The level 6 wizard from the wizard realm would not rashly act at this point, so the outcome is clear. This so-called struggle for the Void Realm Stone is merely a scheme of the Gospel Master's order. Not a direct scheme, but a combination of conspiracy and overt maneuvering. The Void Realm Stone is real, it indeed appeared within the Bloody Sea realm. However, from the beginning to the end, the Gospel Master's order never intended to allow these level 5 wizards from the wizard realm to gain the Void Realm Stone. At the same time, they provided the Bloody Sea realm with a reason to initiate an inter-realm war with the wizard realm ahead of schedule. With things evolving to this stage, it's no longer just about the wizards and blood descendants, but a war between the Bloody Sea realm and the wizard realm. Bernard nodded. The Book of Truth emerged, enveloping him and Milton Cheney, and the two disappeared from the spot. Ian's gaze did not linger on the spot where the two had left. After a while, a young man appeared next to him. That member of the Gospel Master's order has released the first desire. Lan spoke, his deep gaze looking into the depths of the void. The young man's face remained unchanged. What's bound to come will come. The wizard realm has been too peaceful for too long. It's just a pity for the Bloody Sea realm. The young man spoke softly. A circular light screen appeared in front of them both. Within the light screen, an old man in a black robe was resting with his eyes closed, surrounded by countless so-called Void Realm stones. A level 8 wizard, not sure if it's worth it. The young man spoke softly, a hint of sentimentality in his voice. The next moment, his spiritual power formed a large hand in front of him, lightly brushing through the void. Booming! A huge sound emerged from the depths of the void. The first battlefield of the Wizard Realm's void was opened at this moment. The one who initiated the inter-realm war was the Bloody Sea Realm, but the first one to make a move was the Wizard Realm. And the wizard who opened this first void battlefield was the helmsman of the Guardian Sea, a level 7 wizard, Mansur Hall. The inter-realm war has begun. The inter-realm war has begun. How could it be so soon? Having returned to the sounds of Sea Pavilion, Milton Cheney heard the voice in his mind and immediately had this thought. A sense of gravity flashed in Cheney's eyes. In Cheney's simulations, this inter-realm war was supposed to start 60 years from now. However, in reality, the inter-realm war has started now. It has jumped the gun by 60 years. Something he was not aware of must have happened during this time. Cheney initially thought that he would at least become a level 4 wizard before the inter-realm war came. However, he had not expected this inter-realm war to come so quickly. Although it didn't involve him for now, as the inter-realm war progressed, more and more individuals would be affected. Therefore, he needed to enhance his abilities as soon as possible, preferably becoming a genuine level 4 wizard. In the Book of Truth, his mentor Bernard had sent him several messages. Cheney checked them all, then with a move of his body, he appeared in the meditation room. Cross-legged, Cheney started to practice the meditation technique following his planned cultivation route. The sudden arrival of this inter-realm war had significantly impacted the wizard realm. Because, in this inter-realm war, apart from the realm-level wizards organization, all other level 2 and higher wizards were required to participate in the war. Many people didn't even know what had happened, but in the next moment, their bodies were already in the void battlefield. However, Cheney didn't have much to do with the early stage of this inter-realm battlefield. He could still peacefully cultivate for a while. And this period of time would be his last peaceful cultivation period. Time passed, and 3 months went by in the blink of an eye. In the meditation room of the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, Cheney summoned the light blue transparent screen of the simulator. Then he turned his gaze to the text simulation column on the screen. Text simulation count L. Would you like to start the text simulation? Yes. Cheney did not hesitate and directly activated the text simulation. Black words began to appear on the light blue screen. 32 years old, the inter-realm war between the Bloody Sea Realm and the Wizard Realm breaks out. The war instantly sweeps across 18 void battlefields. You continue to practice meditation quietly in the Guardian Sea and are not involved in the war. 33 years old, you travel to the 4th battlefield in the Wizard Realm. You battle with the blood descendants of the Bloody Sea Realm several times on this battlefield, eventually completing the mission and returning to the Guardian Sea from the 4th battlefield. 82 years old, you practice meditation and travel to the Blue Thought Plane of the Wizard Realm. 85 years old, the 7th battlefield of the Bloody Sea Realm is destroyed. You head to the Void battlefield of the Bloody Sea Realm to collect blood descendant particles. 192 years old, the 9th war of the Bloody Sea Realm is destroyed. You leave the 9th battlefield and return to the Guardian Sea. 197 years old, the 6th battlefield of the Wizard Realm is destroyed. The war between the two realms enters a heated phase. The vampire ancestor of the Bloody Sea Realm breaks the rules and enters the Wizard Realm, causing a tremendous impact on the Wizard Realm. Chapter 237. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 blocks of memory. Retain the realm. Milton Cheney envisioned within his heart, choosing to retain his realm. The bloodline waves were still, and after his spiritual sea trembled slightly, it returned to peace. Retain the memories of the ages 33, 34, 35. Milton Cheney commanded, choosing to retain the memories for those 3 years. After the start of the inter-realm war, he spent only a year in the Guardian Sea during his text simulation. This was influenced by Milton Cheney's subconscious. Once he could retain memories from the text simulation, Milton Cheney had much more control during his time in the simulation. The practice of the meditation technique can't slacken, but the same applies to exploration of the future. The next moment, 3 stranger memories resurfaced in Milton Cheney's mind. A moment later, Milton Cheney digested these 3 strange memories and then hid the light blue light screen in front of him. After hiding the light screen, Milton Cheney didn't get up and leave the meditation room. Instead, he chose to keep circulating the meditation routes and practice the meditation technique. Leaving here for him now wouldn't make any difference. The Interrealm War will not be affected by him, a level 3 wizard. So, what he needs to do is to seize every moment for cultivation. Time doesn't stand still, the gears of time are always running, and in a blink of an eye, another 3 months have passed. In the meditation room, Milton Cheney halted the practice of his meditation technique once again. The faint blue light screen appeared before him again. Text simulation count, 1. Do you want to start a text simulation? Yes. At the age of 32, the Interrealm War breaks out. You practice the meditation technique without stop and you haven't left the Guardian Sea, hence, you weren't implicated in the war. At the age of 33, you practice the meditation technique without leaving the Guardian Sea. The cross-border war has not affected you. At the age of 45, you keep practicing the meditation technique in the meditation room of the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, and you accepted missions from the Guardian Sea within the final deadline. At the age of 47, you return from completing the missions and kept practicing the meditation technique, unaffected by everything else in the outside world. Almost all of your time was spent practicing the meditation technique. At the age of 52, the Interrealm War intensifies, the Guardian Sea is also involved, you left the Guardian Sea and went to the 8th battlefield of the Wizard Realm. At the age of 252, 4 battlefields of the Bloody Sea Realm are destroyed and 2 battlefields of the Wizard Realm are torn down. The Interrealm War enters into the white-hot stage. The death toll from both sides is increasing. At the age of 261, you leave the Interrealm battlefield and return to the Guardian Sea for meditation technique practice. At the age of 372, the 2nd battlefield of the Wizard Realm is obliterated by the vampire ancestor from the Bloody Sea Realm. You were unfortunately there, and you died. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 blocks of memory. Retain the realm. Milton Cheney did not hesitate and chose to retain his realm once again. His spiritual power stirred, his spiritual realm grew stronger before it finally settled. Milton Cheney released his spiritual power to feel the improvement in his spiritual power, and then hid the light blue transparent light screen in front of him. In this text simulation, Milton Cheney didn't choose to wander anymore, but decided to stick with practicing the meditation technique. It wasn't until he was 45 that he left the Guardian Sea for the Interrealm battlefield. One sentence to describe it is that the longer he could hold on, the longer he stayed in the Guardian Sea. Needless to say, it was right of him to join the Guardian Sea. If there were no protection from the Guardian Sea, he would be absolute cannon fodder on the Interrealm battlefield. Retain the memories from the ages of 369, 370, and 371. During this text simulation, he spent most of his time practicing the meditation technique, hence most of the memories were useless. Thus, Milton Cheney chose to retain the memories from his last 3 years in the text simulation. The next moment, 3 unknown memories emerged in Milton Cheney's mind. After digesting the memories, Milton Cheney didn't continue with his meditation technique but stood up and moved his body slightly. The Book of Truth floated in front of Milton Cheney. In these 3 months, his mentor, Bernard, had transmitted several messages to him. Milton Cheney checked them out. They were all about the things to pay attention to in the Interrealm War. Mentor Bernard didn't want him to participate in the Interrealm War so soon either. After checking the messages, Milton Cheney put the Book of Truth back into his spiritual sea. Then he sat cross-legged in the meditation room and started practicing the meditation technique again. Time flies, 3 months, 6 months. In the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. From the beginning of the Interrealm War to now, it was a whole year already. During this year, Milton Cheney had been staying in the Guardian Sea. One could say he had been in the meditation room of the Sounds of Sea Pavilion the entire time. Inside the meditation room, Milton Cheney stared at the faint blue light screen in front of him, his expression unchanged. Text simulation count, 1. Do you want to start the text simulation? Yes. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 blocks of memory. Retain the realm. Retain the memories at the ages of 35, 36, and 37. After choosing to retain both the realm and the 3 blocks of memory, Milton Cheney could feel his spiritual power changing significantly again. After digesting the 3 blocks of memories, Milton Cheney did not immediately hide the light blue translucent light screen. Instead, he shifted his gaze down a bit. True body simulation count, 1. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. Do you want to start the true body simulation? Do you want to start the reincarnation simulation? Yes. A year goes by, both the reincarnation and true body simulations were accumulated. Milton Cheney decided to use the reincarnation simulation first. These 2 simulations were his reliance at the early stage of this inter-realm war. The world he wanted to choose for reincarnation was the cultivation realm where he had reincarnated before. Chapter 238. Within the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness situated itself over a pale yellow light cluster. However, upon seeing the pale yellow light cluster, Milton Cheney's consciousness hesitated for a moment. It seems a bit different. This pale yellow light cluster appears to have grown a bit. Milton Cheney was somewhat uncertain, unsure whether it was just a psychological impression. Because the apparent growth of this pale yellow light cluster was rather subtle. Milton Cheney's consciousness lingered above the pale yellow light cluster for a moment, and he was fairly convinced. Including this time, he would be reincarnating into this world for the 3rd time. This pale yellow light cluster had already been infused with his consciousness 3 times, so it was not unfamiliar. Indeed, it has grown a bit. Is it due to my influence or does the world change every time I reincarnate? Does the growth of the pale yellow light cluster indicate that the world has grown? Milton Cheney was uncertain. This reincarnation into the world would give him a chance to verify this conjecture. So, Milton Cheney ceased his contemplation, his consciousness gradually approaching the pale yellow light cluster until he completely fused with it. In the emerald cloud realm, unbeknownst to how far from the wizard realm, a beam of white light suddenly penetrated the world barrier and entered into this world. This beam of white light went unnoticed and silently merged into this world. Time passed, and 7 years went by. 7 years for a world seemed to be but a moment. In the eastern 23 region, the Skycia region, within a large courtyard of the Skycia sect, Milton Cheney, who was practicing his immortal techniques, stopped in place. The spiritual power surrounding him began to surge. However, after a moment, this spiritual power returned to a calm state. A spark of clarity appeared in Milton Cheney's otherwise clouded gaze. The memories of the past 7 years gradually became clearer, allowing Milton Cheney to understand his current situation thoroughly. The son of the Skycia sect leader, and the only son. This is quite the grand start. Milton Cheney muttered to himself as he digested all of his memories. I can confirm that this reincarnation has certainly occurred many years after the last one, but how many years have passed since I last reincarnated into this world? Why is the Emerald Cloud sect not in my memory? Milton Cheney thought to himself. Milton Cheney could ascertain that this world was many years after his last reincarnation simulation for a reason. Because the cultivation realm of this world is the Chi cultivation 9th stage. The division into the Chi cultivation 9th stage was something proposed by Milton Cheney himself. Before his last reincarnation, this world did not have this split in realms. Moreover, the cultivation path of this world now was somewhat different from the last time he simulated it. What Milton Cheney failed to achieve before his death, this world had achieved now. The cultivators now had the capability to use fighting techniques. Milton Cheney wanted to know how many years had passed in this world, and if the plans he had made were still in place. The next moment, Milton Cheney tried to circulate his Skycia immortal technique. The surrounding spiritual power was immediately attracted by the immortal technique, swirling around his body. Even though these spiritual powers were hovering around him, Milton Cheney was unable to control them. Because at this moment, he wasn't in the Chi cultivation period. Foundation Establishment First Layer. Milton Cheney did not expect that his offhand comment would have led to the existence of the Foundation Establishment stage in this world. However, this realm wasn't after the Chi cultivation period, but before it. It was a realm to lay the foundation. The Foundation Establishment stage had 3 layers and could be compared to the 3 levels of a wizard apprentice. After trying out immortal technique cultivation, Milton Cheney got up, stretched his body, then stepped out of the courtyard. He needed to thoroughly understand this world. Prior to breaking through the mystery of the womb, his understanding of this world was extremely superficial. After all, allowing a bewildered consciousness to understand the world through books wasn't highly feasible. Even his cultivation of immortal techniques was mastered only after his father, the Skycia sect leader, spent several years teaching him. Now that the mystery of the womb had been broken, Milton Cheney naturally needed to thoroughly understand this world, or rather, understand this era. At the very least, he needed to know approximately how many years had passed in this world since his last reincarnation. Time passed, and 6 months flew by in an instant. Milton Cheney had completely adapted to his new identity. Countless cultivators of the Skycia sect knew that their junior sect leader had returned to normal, even more mature than many of his peers. The smile on Milton Cheney's father's face never faded, and he fulfilled all of Milton Cheney's needs. Whether it was books or classics, he found them all for Milton Cheney. Inside Ocean Court of the Skycia sect, Milton Cheney held a thick book in his hands, turning it to the 10th page, where his gaze had lingered for quite some time. After scrutinizing the content of this page again, the corner of Milton Cheney's eye twitched slightly. Is this a mistake? The ancient immortal era. Milton Cheney rubbed his temples. During this time, Milton Cheney had read more than just one book, so he could hardly claim to be unfamiliar with the current world. Previously, he did not find the Emerald Cloud sect in the books, but now he did, but felt no sense of excitement. Emerald Cloud sect, the greatest sect of the ancient immortal era, the 72nd sect leader was a powerful being at the Chi cultivation 5th stage. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with these descriptions. Milton Cheney had also anticipated this. Before his death, the Emerald Cloud sect had already dominated the entire world, and being called the greatest sect was certainly justified. After all, at the time, all the immortal sects and immortal doors were subservient to the Emerald Cloud sect. Chapter 239. However, the last line on the 10th page describing the Emerald Cloud sect failed to lift Milton Cheney's spirits. The Emerald Cloud sect lasted for 420,000 years and was destroyed in the First Inter-Realm War. Yes, the Emerald Cloud sect was indeed destroyed, and this had happened 6 million years ago. The reason for its demise was the Inter-Realm War. The ancient immortal era was roughly 7 million years ago from the present time. Milton had considered that his reincarnation in this world might bring him to a future after his death. But what he hadn't expected was that in reality, only 1 year passed, yet in this world, 7 million years had elapsed. 7 million years later, everything he had left in this world must have completely disappeared from its history. Time, like a sharp sword, cuts away too much. The Emerald Cloud sect was known as the number 1 sect of the ancient immortal era, but not one of its members' names was ever recorded. Even the sect itself had been forgotten. If it wasn't for Milton asking his father to find him some obscure books, or if this world was his first reincarnation, he might never have known that the Emerald Cloud sect had ever existed in this world. Milton suppressed his thoughts and silently flipped through the thick books in front of him. On the last page, Milton took a glance and closed the book. 7 million years, great changes have occurred. All the previous plans are insignificant in the face of the passage of time. Milton sighed inwardly. What does 7 million years mean? The history of the wizard realm only spans tens of millions of years. Placing the book aside, Milton got up and left the courtyard. Junior sect leader. Junior sect leader. Some people greeted him respectfully after seeing Milton. Milton didn't put on airs, responding with a faint smile whenever someone greeted him. His father had been at the helm of the Skycia sect for nearly 1,000 years and was a bona fide Chi cultivation 4th stage cultivator. This level of cultivator was not considered weak in this world. The Skycia sect even had complete control of the Eastern 23 region. Eastern 23 region was also called Skycia region, showing the extent of the Skycia sect's influence. As the crown prince of this sect, Milton's status was naturally very high. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the Prince of Tianhu. Father. Seeing Milton, a smile quickly appeared on Finn Cheney's usually stern face. My son, if there's anything you need, just say it. There's no need for us to hold back with each other. Were the books I found for you useful? We were pressed for time, so I only found a dozen or so. I've arranged for more people to continue collecting those miscellaneous books for you. They should be back in a few days. Finn said with a smile. He was exceedingly fond of Milton. And why wouldn't he be? After all, Milton was his only son in 1,000 years. Milton had some understanding of why the antagonists in the cultivation novels he read in his previous life were the way they were. Growing up in this environment, they probably couldn't tolerate the slightest setback. Father, I'd like to enter the secret place of the Skycia sect to practice immortal techniques. Milton spoke up. His purpose in coming to this world was clear, to become stronger. In reality, the inter-realm war between the Wizard Realm and the Bloody Sea Realm was becoming increasingly intense, and Milton wasn't sure when he would be dragged into it. So in this reincarnation simulation, he had to seize all opportunities to get stronger. Upon hearing this, Finn's smile didn't falter, but his brows furrowed slightly as if he were pondering something. The fact that his son wanted to cultivate immortal techniques in that secret place is naturally a good thing. But the environment within the Skycia secret place was harsh. Starting to cultivate immortal techniques there at such an early age might have some slight adverse effects on Milton. Finn was a little worried. My son, it's not that I don't want you to cultivate in the secret place. It's just that you're still too young, and you've just recovered. You can't deal with any more shocks. Wait a few more years, when you're 10, I'll let you go to the Skycia secret place to cultivate immortal techniques. Finn said. Upon hearing this, Milton knew his request was probably not going to be granted this time. He understood his father's thoughts. Could he say, Father, actually, I've lived longer than you? Of course not. Even if he did say that, his father would probably not believe him. So Milton simply nodded, chatted with his father, Finn, for a bit, and then left. Watching Milton's retreating figure, Finn sighed inwardly. Over the years, he had become greatly concerned for Milton, feeding him countless spiritual medicines as if they were free of charge. He sought the help of countless doctors and alchemists, but to no avail. His son still appeared dazed and confused. Fortunately, he had recovered. Otherwise, Finn would probably have left the Skycia region in search of a solution. Yvette should be coming back soon. Seeing our son like this, she will surely be overjoyed, Finn thought, smiling heartily. Time flies, 2.5 years passed in a flash. Inside the palace of Skycia in Skycia sect. This was where Finn spent his day-to-day life and practiced cultivation. Although at this moment, Finn's face held a somewhat helpless expression. He gave Milton a glance. Milton's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness as well, but he looked serious. Mother, I am truly prepared. Cultivating in the Skycia secret place is not a difficult task for me. There'll be no danger, please feel at ease. Milton said in a low voice. Sitting where Milton was looking was a woman of extreme beauty, seated on a wooden chair. Chapter 240. Upon hearing this, Vivian Todd's hands, which were busy knitting silk, stopped, but she didn't look up. She shook her head gently, and said, No, it's too early. You're only 10 years old. Your mind isn't mature enough yet. Yvette. You hush, I told you before. When Vivian Todd heard Finn Chaney speak, she raised her head, her face slightly displeased, and started to chatter away. Finn Chaney scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, didn't say anything anymore, and gave Milton Chaney a helpless look. Indicating that even if his father agreed, Milton Chaney had to get past his mother's objection. Milton Chaney was speechless. Dad, what's the matter with you, a grown man, how can you always listen to Mom's orders? Seeing this scene, Milton Chaney walked to his mother's side and whispered something in her ear. Vivian Todd raised her head surprisingly after hearing Milton Chaney's words. Okay, but you only have 2 years. Vivian Todd said. Milton Chaney nodded, bid farewell to his parents, and then left the palace of Skycia. Finn Chaney looked at Vivian Todd curiously as he watched Milton Chaney leave. What did Milton say to you? Didn't you always disagree with him going to the Skycia secret place for cultivation? Actually, I don't agree either. I'm always on your side. Finn Chaney said with a smile. If Milton Chaney saw this scene, he would probably be speechless. When Milton Chaney was speaking earlier, Finn Chaney could have heard clearly what he was saying with just a little bit of his mystical power, but he didn't do that. As Finn Chaney finished speaking, Vivian Todd glanced at him. You're all talk. What business is it of yours what my son said to me? Vivian Todd averted her gaze and said, continuing to knit her silk. You should know by now, I never lie. What on earth did Milton say that caused you to change your mind? At the time of their conversation, Milton Cheney had already left the palace of Skycia. Upon leaving the palace of Skycia, Milton Cheney headed straight for the Skycia secret place. The Skycia sect elder who was in charge of the secret place opened the gate for Milton Cheney, who then stepped inside. Once inside the secret place, a world completely different from the Skycia sect appeared before Milton Cheney's eyes. He was in the midst of a vast desert, completely alone. Seeing this scene, Milton Cheney's face remained unchanged, and he was not at all affected. Milton Cheney sat cross-legged and began to practice the Skycia immortal technique. Almost as soon as he started to cultivate the Skycia immortal technique, the surrounding spiritual power was drawn to him. The reason Milton Cheney wanted to come to this secret place was simple: the cultivation here was much faster than the outside world. Of course, this is faster for someone at his stage of foundation establishment first layer. While his physical body's ability to cultivate immortal techniques was not particularly fast, he was the son of the Skycia sect leader, and thus had no shortage of cultivation resources. However, there are not many places where resources are needed in the foundation establishment stage. So Milton Cheney chose to cultivate in the Skycia secret place to break through the foundation establishment stage and become a real chi cultivation first stage as quickly as possible. Once he reached the chi cultivation stage, he will truly gain advantages. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had gone by. 10 years later, Milton Cheney's face had become more mature and handsome, carrying a strong sense of youthful charm. In the Skycia secret place. Boom! A violent sandstorm swept in, but Milton Cheney's face displayed no change. The sandstorm passed right through his body, but Milton remained unaffected, continuing his cultivation of the Skycia immortal technique. Even the airflow of the spiritual power around him remained undisturbed by the sandstorm, steadily encompassing him. Pop! A sound emitted from inside Milton Cheney's body, as if something had been shattered. In the next instant, Milton Cheney stopped cultivating his immortal technique, part of the spiritual airflow around him dispersed, while the rest merged back into his body. Whew! Milton Cheney exhaled a murky breath and rose to his feet, stretching his body a bit. Foundation establishment third layer. Milton Cheney felt the spiritual power inside his body. 10 years, from foundation establishment first layer to foundation establishment third layer, this speed could not be said to be slow. The main reason Milton Cheney was able to move up 2 realms in 10 years was largely due to the Skycia secret place. Foundation establishment third layer, he was only a single step away from truly reaching the stage of chi cultivation first stage. Once he crossed that step, Milton Cheney would truly become a cultivator. Unlike the simple realm classification in his previous reincarnation, the chi cultivation 9th stage in this world is a very stable stage of cultivation. After all, it has been verified through millions of years and improved by countless ancestors. He had left a seed in this world during his previous life, and now this seed had grown into a mighty tree. In the next moment, Milton Cheney took out a spiritual bead from his bosom and poured the spiritual power into it. The secret place trembled slightly, a virtual gate of the secret realm appeared in front of Milton Cheney and he stepped into it. After leaving the secret place, Milton Cheney headed towards the palace of Skycia. After reaching foundation establishment third layer, he needed to start preparing for the chi cultification first stage. It usually takes even those with great talent more than 10 years to go from foundation establishment third layer to chi cultivation first stage. For people like Milton Cheney, with average talent, it would require several decades. However, Milton Cheney was different from others, he had an advantageous father. It would be a shame to not use the cultivation resources available to him. As the son of the Skycia sect leader, with ample cultivation resources to aid him, Milton Cheney was confident that he could break through to chi cultivation first stage before the age of 30. Upon entering the palace of Skycia, he did not see his father's figure, so Milton Cheney proceeded further in. In the next instant, the spiritual power next to him flickered, and Finn Cheney appeared before him. Seeing Milton Cheney, Finn Cheney's eyes sparkled with pleasure. "Milton, you're at the foundation establishment third layer, well done, well done. After reaching the foundation establishment third layer, you can take some mild pills for cultivation. I'll go prepare them for you." Before Milton Cheney had a chance to say anything, Finn Chaney was already speaking with a gentle smile. Chapter 241. Skycia Sect, Emerald Bamboo Forest, deep within the bamboo grove. Milton Chaney was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. The bamboo grove was filled with an environment of tranquility, absent of noise and chaos, and every breeze rustling through the bamboo leaves created a soothing sound. The green bamboos swayed in the wind, with sunlight filtering through the leaves creating a mottled light and shadow. The bamboos were emitting a faint fragrance, filling the air with a fresh plant aroma. Milton Chaney, sitting on the cushion, opened his eyes as the airflow of spiritual power surrounding him gradually disappeared. Chi cultivation first stage, I'm just a thread away from it. Milton muttered to himself. If he could breach this barrier, he would truly become a cultivator of the Chi cultivation first stage. The next moment, a jade bottle appeared in Milton's palm. Milton uncorked the jade bottle, pouring the only pill inside into his palm, then swallowed it in one gulp. The previously disappeared flow of spiritual power resurfaced again. It merged into Milton's body at an extremely fast speed the moment it appeared. Milton quickly activated the Skycia Immortal Technique, a faint white mist rising from his body. Bang! A brief moment later, a noise resonated from within Milton's body. The limit of Chi cultivation first stage was broken. Boom! Almost instantly, the spiritual power around Milton surged violently, scattering towards the surrounding bamboo grove. The green bamboos in the grove swayed from the impact of this spiritual power, and countless bamboo leaves drifted down. Chi cultivation first stage. Success! At this moment, Milton had reached the Chi cultivation first stage. Although he wasn't yet stable, he could still control the flow of spiritual power within his body. Once everything calmed down, Milton stopped practicing the Skycia Immortal Technique. Moving from the foundation establishment third layer to the Chi cultivation first stage took Milton a total of 11 years. Whew! Letting out a sigh, Milton stood up from the cushion. The moment Milton ended his cultivation and got up, Finn Chaney appeared by his side. He did not speak, but the smile on his face revealed his excellent mood. Father! Milton spoke. Becoming a Chi cultivation first stage at 29, you're not far off from where I was. You have waited in this bamboo grove for 4 years, in which even I can't compare to you. Finn spoke with a smile. He was more than satisfied with his son. Despite being spoiled by him, his son neither showed signs of arrogance but instead demonstrated a strong enthusiasm for cultivation. He sighed a bit, feeling rather amazed that his son had the patience to practice in the bamboo grove for 4 years, which surpassed even his own endurance. Now that you've reached the Chi cultivation first stage, you can cultivate your own immortal device and practice immortal techniques. I have already prepared everything for you. With that, Milton nodded in response. Immortal techniques. This was what differed between the path of cultivation in this world and that of a million years ago. The last time he was reincarnated into this world, there was no such thing as immortal techniques. Now, the cultivators in this world had ways of fighting with magic. However, the supposed immortal techniques differed quite a lot from what Milton had initially imagined. If he were to compare the path of cultivation in this world with one of the wizard paths in the wizard realm, it would somewhat resemble the path of the magic device wizard. Immortal techniques were more like magic device magic. To carry out immortal techniques, one first needed to cultivate an immortal device within one's body, then use the immortal device to execute the techniques. Time passed, before he knew it, 10 years had gone by. Skycia Sect, the mystic platform. Milton's spiritual power was surging. A silver thread wandering around him. The next moment, the thread tightened, a flash of silver cut through, parting a huge rock with an unbelievably smooth surface. After drawing back the cloud sea silk into his body, Milton's figure vanished. In these 10 years, Milton's cultivation of an immortal device and practice of immortal techniques had also gotten on the right track. His immortal device, the cloud sea silk, was personally prepared for him by Vivian Todd, making it extremely precious. It was so rare that it could even be considered unique in the world. Of course, Milton didn't neglect his practice of the Skycia Immortal Technique. He hadn't forgotten why he had come to this world. When Milton reappeared, he was already within the palace of Skycia. Milton, have you made up your mind? Finn spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Milton nodded. Finn kept silent for a moment before turning to Milton and speaking. Now that you've decided, I won't say much more, but you have to listen to me about the Protector. The outside world is not the same as within the sect. Some cultivators have fewer reservations, your safety must be the top priority. Milton didn't reject it this time. He knew if he didn't let his father arrange a protector for him, his father wouldn't agree to let him leave the Skycia sect. Seeing Milton agree, Finn's expression softened a bit. He knew his son would leave the Skycia sect to explore the world one day, staying in one place would never breed a powerful cultivator. Eldon will leave with you, serving as your protector. If you encounter a danger you can't resolve, activate the spiritual bead that I prepared for you. Finn gave his solemn advice. In his eyes, Milton had never left the Skycia sect since he was a child, so naturally, he had many reminders. He only had this one son, he absolutely couldn't allow anything to happen to him. I understand, father. Milton spoke. The next moment, with a wave of Finn's spiritual power, a kindly old man in a light blue robe appeared next to Milton. Eldon, I will have to trouble you. Chapter 242. Finn Chaney said seriously. No bother. Eldon nodded with a smile. As his voice faded, Eldon lightly placed his hand on Milton Chaney's shoulder, and the two disappeared on the spot. Watching Milton disappear in front of him, Finn sighed. Several decades had passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, his son was also about to leave the Skycia sect and go on an adventure. Time elapsed, 2 years passed. Within the Eastern 12 region, Milton stopped at a city gate. Eldon was not by his side. As a protector, Eldon would only act when he was in danger. 7 million years later, the original forest has turned into a giant city. Milton looked at the enormous city gate in front of him, feeling a bit emotional. 7 million years ago, there was no city here, but a huge forest. Milton had hidden something in the forest, but now it was probably gone. One reason for Milton's departure from the Skycia sect was to see whether the things he had left behind were still there. Without entering this city, Milton turned around and left. The forest had disappeared and was replaced by a giant city, so the things he left behind could not possibly exist. Over 2 years, Milton had visited 3 of the 12 places in the eastern region where he had left things during the last simulation. All 3 places had changed significantly, and the things he had left behind naturally no longer existed. Time passed, and 4 months later, Milton stood before a sea region, gazing deeply at it before leaving. The 4th place, still without anything. 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. 3 years had passed, and Milton had travelled all over the eastern region. One had to say that over 7 million years, the world had changed dramatically. The power of time is unimaginable. He had visited all 12 places where he had left things, and there was nothing to be gained. By now, Milton no longer had any hope. After all, it had been too long. If it had been 200,000 or 300,000 years, there might still be some hope. Milton treaded on the desert, leaving a trail of footprints in his wake. It had been almost 6 years since he left the Skycia sect, and during this period, Milton had never neglected the practice of immortal techniques. Whenever he had time within these 6 years, Milton would practice immortal techniques without a trace of slack. He did not lack cultivation resources because his father had prepared them for him before he left the Skycia sect. Suddenly, Milton's thoughts were interrupted, and some chaotic noises reached his ears. Seeing the slowly emerging figures in the distance, Milton's face remained unchanged. The dust was flying, and he heard the sound of horse hooves trampling on the desert quite clearly. Knowing that these people were targeting him, Milton gently waved his hand, and the cloud sea silk drilled out of his body. The next moment, the cloud sea silk flew at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye towards a spot not far from Milton. The frantic expression of a middle-aged man on the furious horse froze on his face. The furious horse was still rushing forward, but his head fell off. Thud! 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 The sound of the head falling on the desert was not loud. In the span of 2 seconds, all the people on the horse's back became headless. The furious horse, unaware, was still running wild, and its headless riders fell off one after another. Fresh blood stained a large area of the desert. With a gust of wind, the fresh blood was buried again. It was as if nothing had happened. Milton's face did not change, his pace remained steady, and the bodies on the ground did not catch his eye. After Milton had walked some distance, an old man appeared next to the corpses. The old man waved his hand, and the corpses vanished, even the blood did not remain. The little one's tendency to kill is becoming heavier and heavier, which is somewhat different from his father. But it's quite good too. People with gentle methods can't control a major section. Eldon murmured to himself. The first time Milton unemotionally killed dozens of people a few years ago, he was a bit surprised. He found that the little guy seemed to have a natural disregard for life. Shaking his head, Eldon disappeared on the spot. Killing those people was justified, a group of ordinary people daring to plot against a cultivator, dying at the hand of the cultivator, served them right. Time passed, and 6 months later. Little guy, if you go any further, you'll be in the north region. Your father won't agree to you leaving the eastern region. Eldon suddenly appeared next to Milton and said softly. If Milton encountered any danger within the eastern region, Finn could almost arrive at the scene instantly. But if he left the eastern region to go to other large regions, if Milton encountered danger that even he couldn't solve, Finn couldn't make it to him directly. So before leaving the Skycia sect, Finn had instructed him not to let Milton leave the eastern region. That's why he showed up at Milton's side now. Eldon. Milton stopped walking and spoke respectfully. In 6 years, this was the first time Eldon had appeared in front of him. He knew the meaning behind Eldon's words. He glanced at the boundary of the eastern region and finally nodded. He knew that with his father's instructions, Eldon wouldn't let him leave the eastern region. Let's go. Let's go back to the Skycia sect. Milton said softly. Over 6 years, Milton had verified what he wanted to. Now he should return to the sect and concentrate on the practice of immortal techniques. Chapter 243. Hearing what Milton Cheney had said, Eldon chuckled, nodding his head. He gently placed a hand on Milton's shoulders, a jade bottle floating behind him. Spiritual power poured out from the jade bottle, enveloping them both, and they vanished from the spot. Inside the palace of Skycia, Skycia sect. Vivian Todd caressed Milton's hair and pinched Milton's face a little. Milton looked somewhat helpless. He was almost 50 years old and, if the simulation was included, thousands of years old. Yet, in front of Vivian, he still felt like a child. What's with that face, you're impatient? Vivian caught the helpless look on Milton's face, and retorted with a glare. No, not at all. Milton quickly shook his head. Finn Cheney, standing beside them, watched the scene unfolding, a smirk of schadenfreude on his face. A moment later, Vivian nodded her head in satisfaction, lectured Milton a little, then left the palace of Skycia. With Vivian gone, only Milton and Finn Cheney were left within the palace of Skycia. Finn cleared his throat, the schadenfreude gone from his face, replaced by a serious expression. I heard from Eldon that you're planning to leave the eastern region for other regions. Yes, I'd like to have a look at the other regions. Milton nodded, replying. His father knew it was normal for him to want to venture to other regions, so Milton didn't bother to conceal it. It's too early now. You should reach the chi cultivation 3rd stage before venturing to the other regions. Finn advised. Finn was worried about Milton venturing to other regions at the chi cultivation 1st stage. Hearing this, Milton nodded. He knew he was still weak. However, with the path of cultivation becoming more established in this world, along with his status as the junior sect leader of a major sect, reaching the chi cultivation 4th stage didn't seem impossible. Upon leaving the palace of Skycia, Milton returned to the emerald bamboo forest where he usually practiced his immortal techniques. From then onwards, he spent most of his time within the Skycia sect, prioritizing the practice of his immortal techniques. Time flew by. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the emerald bamboo forest, countless bamboos swayed. Dense bamboo leaves blocked the sunlight, casting the depths of the bamboo forest into a quiet gloom. It felt like an isolated world, different from the world outside. Boom! Crack! A bamboo was shattered under the impact of spiritual power. Streams of spiritual power twisted together to form a micro-storm. At the center of it was Milton Cheney. Chi cultivation 2nd stage. The cloud sea silk returned to Milton's body, spiritual power gradually calming down and the swaying bamboo slowly straightening up again. Milton could feel his spiritual power had increased several times over. 30 years of cultivation had allowed Milton to become a true practitioner at the chi cultivation 2nd stage. Equivalent to a level 2 wizard in the wizard realm. This was a qualitative switch from the chi cultivation 1st stage. Milton stood up from his cushion, his figure disappearing into the bamboo forest. Having reached the chi cultivation second stage, the resources he used during the first stage were no longer sufficient. Milton needed to update his cultivation resources. Inside the palace of the Skycia, Finn Chaney carefully examined his son's body. After a moment of silence, he began. Chi cultivation second stage. Good job. But, how many pills have you eaten? Your body has begun to emanate the smell of pills. Hearing this, Milton simply chuckled, keeping quiet. How many? Too many to keep track of. So many that he'd lost count. In the past 30 years, Milton had practically turned into a pill container. But that was entirely normal. All the pills that his father, Finn, had given him were harmless and very mild in nature. Milton had no intention of refusing such pills. How else could he have reached the chi cultivation second stage in just 30 years without those pills? After all, he was not the fabled child of destiny. Besides, as there weren't any side effects, why wouldn't he choose to pop pills to cultivate? It wasn't like he was a fool. So, you've been eating pills like it's rice. In the coming years, stabilize your mastery of the chi cultivation second stage. Do not take any more pills. Finn replied, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. Finn had allowed his son free access to the Skycia sex treasury. Along with the pills he'd given him over the years, who knew how many pills Milton had actually consumed? Not allowed to pop pills anymore? Milton didn't have any complaints. He simply nodded. With a few more years, he had plenty of time. Time passed quickly. 120 years flashed by. In the middle of the emerald bamboo forest, Milton stopped practicing his immortal techniques. Hundreds of strands of cloud sea silk intertwined to form a small ball, vanishing before Milton's face. There wasn't any violent disturbance of spiritual power, and his body didn't look any different on the outside, either. But inside his body, significant changes were taking place. Chi cultivation third stage. A trace of a smile appeared on Milton's face. After almost 200 years, he had finally surpassed the cultivation realm he achieved the previous time he reincarnated into this world. In his previous life, nearly 400 years had passed, but he had only reached the chi cultivation second stage. This time, however, within the span of about 200 years, he had genuinely reached the chi cultivation third stage. Moreover, this wasn't his limit. If he'd achieved the chi cultivation third stage, could the chi cultivation fourth stage be far behind? Once he attained the chi cultivation fourth stage, even when he returned to the wizard realm, he would definitely be considered strong. Also, if he reached the chi cultivation fourth stage, each time he ran a simulation, he could live much longer. It was like a snowball effect. Milton had reincarnated into this world 3 times. This time held the most significant promise. He had to seize this opportunity. If he truly reached the chi cultivation fourth stage, it would be extremely beneficial for him. In the next moment, Milton vanished from the spot. Now in the chi cultivation third stage, he should pay a visit to the other 3 major regions of this world. If anything he'd left behind survived, it would undoubtedly boost his chances of reaching the chi cultivation fourth stage. He still had nearly 800 years left to live. 800 years. Milton firmly believed that he could attain the chi cultivation fourth stage within that time frame. Chapter 244. North 24 Region, the outermost minor region of the vast North region. Milton Chaney stood in the middle of a wasteland, staring straight ahead with a touch of nostalgia in his eyes. Here, 7 million years ago, was where the Emerald Cloud sect was based. Now, however, it has turned into a wasteland. The weeds were overgrown, any trace of the once glorious Emerald Cloud sect was gone. 7 million years have passed and no one knew about the brilliance that once was here and that an immortal sect ruled the entire world. Milton stayed here momentarily, then vanished on the spot. 3 years have gone by since he left the eastern region's Skycia sect to travel the north region, and this was his second visit here. During his last reincarnation simulation, Milton left something in 15 different places in the north region. However, 7 million years later, whatever he left behind had long vanished into the river of time. Time passed, and 8 years blinked past in an instant. The southern region, where Milton had last left things behind. Milton looked at the area with resignation after a moment. Just as he expected, there was none of what he'd left behind. 7 million years, the world had experienced numerous inter-realm wars, it had changed too much. It wasn't even the same world as when he'd last reincarnated here. The differences were simply too vast. After nearly 11 years, Milton had already traveled through the 4 regions with very little gain. His thought was thoroughly verified, and he had traveled through the 4 regions. Milton was about to return to the Skycia sect. For the countless years to come, he had only one goal, to reach the Chi cultivation 4th stage. Already at the Chi cultivation 3rd stage, Milton didn't waste time and returned to the Skycia sect in a few months. After returning to the Skycia sect, Milton met his parents and then immediately plunged into the emerald bamboo forest. Time passed, and 50 years blinked by in an instant. In the emerald bamboo forest, Milton opened his eyes and halted his cultivation of the Skycia immortal technique. The cultivation of immortal techniques is still too slow. Milton murmured to himself. After reaching the Chi cultivation 3rd stage, Milton's speed of cultivating immortal techniques once again slowed down. After countless reincarnation simulations, Milton came up with a rule. That was, once his realm in the simulation exceeded that in reality, the pace of cultivation would slow down. This had nothing to do with the talent of his reincarnated body. Milton didn't know whether it's the world's limitation or the simulators. Although the cultivation pace has slowed down, Milton knew this limitation can be broken. Because he had once during a reincarnation simulation, his real self was just a level 2 wizard, but in the simulation, he became a 3rd stage warrior. 5 decades have passed, and almost every day, Milton worked on cultivating immortal techniques. But the progress in immortal techniques was less than ideal. He'd taken in an abundance of spiritual medicine and spiritual pills, yet the cultivation speed was far behind when he was at Chi cultivation 2nd stage. Time passed, and 52 years blinked by. Inside the palace of Skycia. Compared to before, the entire palace of Skycia was crowded with people now. All of the sect elders and core disciples were present, each with a serious expression on their face. Finn Chaney stood at the top. At this moment, his expression was solemn as well. He seemed to be contemplating something. After a while, he nodded and said, "Fight." As Finn's words fell, it was as if a mechanism was activated, as a massive burst of potent aura exploded. Boom! An illusion of a vast ocean appeared above the Skycia sect, enveloping the entire sect within it. The Skycia array was activated. The war between the 2 large sects from Eastern 23 region and Eastern 24 region began at this moment. Inside the palace of Skycia, all the elders and core disciples gradually left, but Milton did not. Because just now, his father communicated with him telepathically and asked him to stay. "Son, don't participate in this war against the Golden Cicada sect." Finn spoke quietly. Milton was silent for a moment, then shook his head. He was already at Chi cultivation 3rd stage and would be an indispensable force in the war between 2 sects. His father didn't want him involved for a simple reason, he was afraid for his safety. But Milton ultimately chose to refuse. Of course, he could choose to stay safe within the sect and watch others fight while he concentrated on cultivation. But he couldn't do it, or perhaps, his personality didn't allow him to. This world was real, and he was real too. The reason he could reach Chi cultivation 3rd stage was largely because he was born into the Skycia sect. If he didn't have this background, given his talents, the idea of cultivating to Chi cultivation 3rd stage in this era was a pipe dream. He was flesh and blood, not a piece of stone. This lifetime, his father had guided and protected him for hundreds of years, and was going to leave the Skycia sect to him in the future. So, Milton couldn't hide behind the scenes at this point. Seeing Milton's refusal, Finn didn't act surprised. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Good. Between father and son, no further words were needed. One word was enough. Eastern 24 region, also known as Golden Cicada region. There was only one immortal sect here, the Golden Cicada sect. Milton waved his hand gently and decapitated the last cultivator in front of him. Hundreds of strands of cloud sea silk returned to his body. In front of him and around him, rivers of blood were already flowing. Chapter 245. Surveying his surroundings, Milton Chaney let out a light chuckle. Chi cultivation 3rd stage? For him now, killing those at the Chi cultivation 3rd stage was as easy as killing a dog. Boom! Suddenly, a massive torrent of spiritual power surged toward Milton's position. All of this happened in an instant. Wrapped within the spiritual power torrent was a fiery red longsword, like a streak of red lightning, hurtling toward Milton at an incredibly fast speed. Milton's expression remained unchanged, his spiritual bead crushed to dust in his hand. A figure appeared before him, with a slight vibrancy of spiritual power around him, deflecting the red longsword. Without staying a moment longer, Milton disappeared from his original spot after seeing the figure. His reappearance was in the midst of another battlefield. Upon seeing Milton's figure, a flicker of light appeared in the eyes of some individuals in blue robes, their faces brightened. Junior Sect Leader. The junior sect leader has arrived. Not just those in blue robes, some individuals in golden robes also noticed Milton. However, their faces did not show joy, but shock instead. Milton ignored these voices. Hundreds of strands of cloud sea silk materialized around him. The cloud sea silk instantly transformed into lethal swords, ferociously harvesting the lives of those in golden robes. Fresh blood gushed, staining the ground crimson. Awe, fear. This was the prevailing emotion among everyone from the Golden Cicada sect at the scene. After a while, everything ceased, and all that was left on the ground were several dozen bodies decapitated. The points where their heads were severed were still gushing fresh blood. Clean up the battlefield and have the sixth elder meet me. Ignoring the corpses on the ground, Milton calmly spoke. A moment later, an elderly man in a blue robe appeared in front of Milton. Junior Sect Leader. Elder Smith, the sect leader has already decided. We will launch the final attack on the Golden Cicada sect. As Milton spoke, Elder Smith's face slowly turned solemn, ultimately nodding his head. The war between the two immortal sects was not merely a chess game between two big hots. It was a cycle of blood for blood, life for life. No different than gangs fighting for territory, only that those fighting for the land were cultivators. Over the years, Milton had lost count of how many cultivators he had killed. His reputation in the Golden Cicada sect was built on their blood. Even when the Golden Cicada sect's chi cultivation fourth stage stepped in, they ultimately failed to spare their lives. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 80 years had gone by. The Golden Cicada sect no longer existed. Now, in the eastern 23 and 24 regions, there was only one sect left, the Skycia sect. Within the Skycia sect, lay the emerald bamboo forest. Milton and Finn Chaney stood side by side with the surrounding bamboos lightly swaying. Finn was the first to break the silence between the two. No, it's too risky. Even if you succeed, it has no meaning. The Skycia sect will be handed to you eventually, there's no need to take this risk. Moreover, the three immortal sects will not allow you to continue recklessly. Why do you think the Golden Cicada sect tell? Do you want the Skycia sect to follow in its footsteps? Finn's voice was calm. Hearing this, Milton shook his head. There's not enough time. The chi cultivation fourth stage represents a towering obstacle for me currently. If I don't take a risk, I'll never reach this realm. Is the chi cultivation fourth stage that important? Yes. Very important. Very important. More important than your life. Milton fell silent, not responding to this question. The two had already had this kind of conversation more than once. This was the first time Milton had a disagreement with his father on an issue. Time passed, and after a while, Finn let out a sigh. I know you have a copy of the Golden Cicada secret technique. If you decide to cultivate it, I can't stop you. Leave the Skycia sect, leave the eastern region, the last thing I want is to be the one who ends you. Finn gestured dismissively and seeming to have aged several years. Execution of forbidden cultivation techniques was prohibited by the whole of cultivation realm. Finn regretted that it was their Skycia sect that went to war with the Golden Cicada sect. Milton took one last look at the emerald bamboo forest before he vanished from the spot. After his body disappeared, Vivian Todd appeared beside Finn. The two kept silent. 10 years later, in the western 16 regions. In the ruins of an immortal sect, thousands of corpses nearly covered the entire sect. Milton sat amidst the corpses with his eyes closed, faint red streams of energy emerged from atop the corpses. Eventually, all of it flowed into Milton's body. A rosy flush spread across Milton's face before it swiftly vanished. These faint red streams of energy were the spiritual power of the cultivator's spiritual roots in these deceased bodies. All of them were forcibly absorbed into Milton's body through the use of the golden cicada forbidden technique. Why were forbidden techniques banned by the cultivation realm? Because they were extremely cruel. All forbidden techniques required a kind of auxiliary material, human lives. The golden cicada forbidden technique required the lives of cultivators and the spiritual power of their spiritual roots after death. The next moment, Milton vanished from the spot. Shortly after his disappearance, two young men appeared. Both young men were dressed in white robes with 3 clouds embroidered on the hem. Upon seeing the corpses strewn on the ground, one of them slightly furrowed his brow. "Sixth one, he's getting quite brazen. Ryan Hamilton, inform the chi cultivation 4th stage elder from our sect. This has become beyond our means to handle. We are always one step behind." As his words fell, the companion Ryan Hamilton did not move. Chapter 246. He glanced around at the bodies, disgust flickering in his eyes. "I don't see why. The slaughter went well, isn't it good for dogs to fight dogs? Maybe we can help this righteous person in a way, like turning a blind eye." Ryan Hamilton began with a chuckle. "This person practices a cultivation taboo. So what?" Ryan Hamilton spoke indifferently. "There are many who practice cultivation taboos, and how many immortal sects openly practice them, no sect leaders take action against them. The gears of time don't stop for anyone. 120 years have passed. In the North region, in a forest. Milton Cheney sat down calmly against a tree. He was gasping slightly, there were no wounds on his body, but strangely fresh blood was seeping out. Between gasps, Milton Cheney looked in a certain direction in the forest. After a moment, a person dressed in a white robe appeared in his line of sight. It was a chi cultivation 4th stage cultivator. Milton Cheney sneered a couple of times. Cough cough. With a couple of light coughs, fresh blood trickled from the corners of Milton's mouth. He knew he couldn't escape. The gap between the chi cultivation 4th stage and the chi cultivation 3rd stage was too large. The person in front of him was toying with him, playing a cat and mouse game. He didn't take him seriously at all. He had been too reckless over the years. Almost 30 immortal sects and immortal doors had been destroyed by him, more than 100,000 people have indirectly or directly died by his hand. The limit of chi cultivation 3rd stage, that's his current realm. If he had another 100 years, he would have the hope of crossing the chasm of the chi cultivation 4th stage, becoming a true chi cultivation 4th stage cultivator. But, there's no chance now. The inside of his body was riddled with holes, the spells cast by the man before him were constantly corroding Milton's body. However, even though he had no chance, the chi cultivation 4th stage man before him would regret not killing him outright. He won't even have the chance to regret. "Come closer. Just a little more." Milton's thoughts twisted and tangled in his heart, but on the surface, his demeanor remained nonchalantly amused. The white-robed man seemingly heard the pleas within Milton's heart and stopped in his tracks. He looked at Milton Cheney, a ring of light surfaced in his hand and he gently flung it towards Milton. Milton offered no resistance, his body was flung backward, fresh blood splattering about. Lying flat on the ground, Milton didn't die, he still held a look of absolute surrender. The man in a white robe seemed to lose interest, getting ready to end Milton's misery. At that moment, Milton slowly sat up, his face still adorned with the detestable grin. The eyes of the man in the white robe brightened, he neared Milton. Boom! An unexpected twist. Almost instantly, a giant flame shadow emerged from behind Milton. The face of the man in the white robe changed, he had no idea what this was but he was sure it wasn't simple. He was right. Because, the next moment, a fist was reflected in his eyes. This was the punch of a 9th-grade martial saint. This was an escalated punch. This was a punch that gambled everything. The look on Milton Cheney's face was somewhat grim. Damn it, I'm not just at the chi cultivation 3rd stage, I'm also a 9th-grade martial saint. This punch, even the chi cultivation 4th stage, can't withstand it. Bang! The head of the man in the white robe exploded like a watermelon, fresh blood spattered everywhere. Milton Cheney's body gradually turned into a shadow. A ray of white light emerged from the shadow, taking with it the cloud sea silk, and burst out of this world. What a pity! Just 100 years short. The consciousness of Milton Cheney gradually sank into the darkness, and by the time there was light before his eyes, he was already inside the reincarnation space. The next moment, his consciousness was ejected from the reincarnation space. Inside the meditation room, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully preserved simulated memory. Detected that the host will not be affected by the reincarnated memory. Simulator memory protection function not activated. Activate manually. Detected chi cultivation third stage of the host. Keep and modify to adapt to Wizard Realm rules. Don't activate the memory protection. Keep and modify to adapt to Wizard Realm rules. These words echoed in the heart of Milton Cheney. The very next moment, the scene before Milton's eyes changed, the spiritual sea appearing in front of him. A pale yellow gem surfaced within his spiritual sea, right beside the pale yellow gem that was there before. Some disappointment stirred in Milton's heart. The hope for this simulation had been the greatest. He had even touched the barrier of the chi cultivation fourth stage, but eventually, he still failed. If Milton claimed to harbor no other emotions regarding this outcome, it would have been impossible. Chi cultivation second stage. Chi cultivation third stage. While looking at the two pale yellow gems before him, he felt a sense of helplessness. The one representing the chi cultivation third stage, the pale yellow gem, had fine threads swimming within. Cloud sea silk. Milton was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that the cloud sea silk would eventually be preserved as well. Milton had thought the simulator would modify the chi cultivation third stage to resemble the path of a spirit system wizard, so he didn't expect the cloud sea silk would be preserved. But the very next moment, Milton was shocked. Because before him, the two pale yellow gems were merging together. The next moment, his mind shook. A moment later, Milton's consciousness left the spiritual sea. However, the shock in his eyes remained. Chi cultivation fourth stage. Did it work? Milton murmured to himself. He never imagined that the ultimate outcome would be this. The two pale yellow gems representing the path of cultivation had merged together. The chi cultivation fourth stage, it was accomplished. He was already at the limit of chi cultivation third stage, and when the two yellow gems merged, in the natural course of affairs, he became chi cultivation fourth stage. At this moment, numerous thoughts sprung up in Milton's mind. Can it really be like this? If you can keep reincarnating in the same world, and keep merging, can't there be a chance to probe the chi cultivation seventh stage? Chi cultivation seventh stage, that's comparable to a level 7 wizard. Calm down. Calm down. Milton took a deep breath, suppressing all the thoughts in his heart for now. He didn't expect that running 2 consecutive reincarnations in the same world would allow him to discover such a prominent hidden function in the simulator. Chapter 247. The pale yellow gem in Milton Cheney's spiritual sea flickered with fluorescent light. Hundreds of strands of cloud sea silk were suspended around Milton's body before they eventually returned to him. The fourth stage of chi cultivation, that's absurd. Milton felt the power of the fourth stage of chi cultivation and was somewhat touched. During this reincarnation simulation, Milton had lost hope in the final years. But little did he know when one door closes, another opens. Now, he might only be a level 3 white wizard and a level 3 bloodline wizard, but on the path of cultivation, he already matches the fourth stage of chi cultivation as a level 4 wizard. Moreover, the wizard realm is completely unfamiliar with the path of cultivation, giving Milton an unexpected advantage. The next moment, with a thought, a pale blue light screen appeared in front of him. Milton concentrated his thoughts on the simulation count column at the bottom of the light screen. True body simulation count, 1. Do you wish to start true body simulation? Yes. Milton thought firmly, without any hesitation. The next moment, the pale blue light screen disappeared, but nothing else seemed to have changed. However, having experienced countless true body simulations, Milton knew deep down that the true body simulation had already started. Third ring magic, spatial door. Milton moved his spiritual power, releasing a space spell. His spiritual power enveloped his body and disappeared within the meditation room of the Sounds of Sea Pavilion. This time, in the true body simulation, he has the certainty of the fourth stage of chi cultivation, so he must live longer than before. Although he has reached the fourth stage of chi cultivation, his core cultivation path is still the wizard path. Therefore, he will plan well for this true body simulation. The main goal is still to go further on the path of the White Wizards. Not knowing how much time had passed, maybe it was a moment or perhaps countless years. When a shadow so large it eclipsed the world descended upon the bloody sea realm, Milton, suspended in the void, sighed slightly. Who'd have thought that during this ordeal with the outer domain devil, even the wizard realm had participated? And the one involved most deeply wasn't another wizard organization, but the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm, the Guardian Sea. Gospel Masters Order? There is no such thing as a Gospel Masters Order. Using two worlds as a stage and all creatures as chess pieces, all to become a level 8 wizard. Milton murmured to himself, observing the scene before him. Mansur Hall. He truly lived up to the reputation of a level 7 wizard who had lived for 10 million years. If there was anything that could make such a being personally step in, it must be a level 8 wizard. 600 years have passed in the true body simulation, his mentor had died, but Milton was still alive. The true situation behind the Guardian Sea didn't seem to match what he had seen in reality. The person steering the Guardian Sea wasn't as gentle as he appeared to be. He was still too naive. A level 7 wizard, how could such a realm be reached by quiet cultivation alone? Such beings, the number of corpses piled beneath them, were already too numerous to count. Milton watched as the bloody world in front of him gradually disappeared from his sight, the emotions in his eyes faded into calmness. Until his body was also gradually engulfed by the black shadow and dissolved into nothingness. The bloody sea realm disappeared. Milton Cheney died. Within the meditation room of the Sounds of Sea Pavilion in the Guardian Sea. True body simulation ends. Realm, techniques, memories preserved. Host's reincarnation memory will not be influenced. The simulator memory protection function has not been activated. Would you like to activate it? Yes. Milton thought in his heart and slowly opened his eyes. This time, Milton chose to activate the memory protection function because the memory of the 600 years spent in this true body simulation was too shocking. He must ensure that the memories from this true body simulation are known only to him. During this true body simulation, Milton spent the first 300 years cultivating meditation techniques. For the latter 300 years, he almost didn't have time to cultivate his meditation techniques. The tasks from the Guardian Sea came one after another, and if it weren't for Milton's fourth stage of chi cultivation as a safety net, he would have died long ago. The tasks from the Guardian Sea became increasingly strange and dangerous. Even Milton, who hasn't been part of the Guardian Sea for a long time, noticed that something was wrong. The Guardian Sea is a white wizard organization, even the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm. The usual tasks were usually related to white wizards, that is, they were related to experimental research. But in the last 300 years of the true body simulation, the tasks that Milton took were all related to battle. Kill blood descendants, destroy blood pools. He had taken such tasks not just once in the true body simulation. 1 or 2 times could be explained as coincidence, but not when it came that often. Then, Milton realized something was wrong. It was not until his mentor Bernard died on the first battlefield of the Bloody Sea Realm in the Inter-Realm War. Milton realized that the Guardian Sea might have played a special role in this Inter-Realm War. His mentor, Bernard, was a genuine level 4 wizard. The Inter-Realm War is a matter for the entire wizard realm, so why is the Guardian Sea so enthusiastic about it? It was only at the end of the true body simulation, Milton realized everything. The big hand behind the veil pulling the strings wasn't anyone else but the man steering the Guardian Sea, the level 7 wizard Mansur. But by the time he discovered this, it was already too late, he was deeply caught in the chess game. Nevertheless, his current knowledge was useless, as compared to Mansur, he was merely a firefly to the bright moon. None of these realm-level wizard organizations are simple. Milton reflected. Chapter 248. This time, with true body simulation, he had thoroughly seen the real scenario of these realm-level wizards organizations in the wizard realm. The Gospel Masters Order? Sworn enemies? All of it was a sham. Mansur had staged a grand play spanning 10 million years. The so-called Gospel Masters Order was actually orchestrated by Mansur himself. The so-called Outer Domain Devil might also be related to Mansur. Perhaps, the real Mansur is the Gospel Master of the Gospel Masters Order. Upon this thought, Milton Cheney's heart shuddered. Planning for 10 million years, all for the elusive level 8 wizard. A level 8 wizard, even across all worlds, belonged to the elite few standing at the pinnacle. Bear in mind that in the wizard realm, it had been 10 million years since a level 8 wizard had appeared. Milton Cheney suppressed all his emotions, as it was not the time for him to contemplate these things. All of this was too far-fetched for him. If one day he could become a level 8 wizard, perhaps he could see everything clearly. In the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, Milton Cheney and Bane stood side by side. "You want to go to the void battlefield of the wizard realm?" Bane frowned and asked. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded. "It's too early now. What you need to do now is to cultivate the meditation technique. The inter-realm war has not yet reached the Guardian Sea. Inter-realm war is not a plaything. Anything can happen in the void battlefield," Bane advised, his tone solemn. During an inter-realm war, a level 3 wizard was far too insignificant. Even he, a level 4 wizard, couldn't assure his safety in an inter-realm war. Hearing these words, Milton Cheney shook his head. His mentor was right. As of now, the inter-realm war seemed to have not reached the Guardian Sea. But that was only on the surface. In reality, the inter-realm war had always been affecting the Guardian Sea, even placing the Guardian Sea at the epicenter of the war. "I have accepted a mission from the Guardian Sea, and I need to go to the void battlefield to complete it." Milton Cheney gazed into the distance and spoke calmly. "A mission? I recall that you still have a few years until your mission deadline. Why have you accepted a mission now?" Bane inquired upon hearing this. Knowing that his student had made up his mind, Bane decided not to persuade him further. After all, once a task was accepted, it couldn't be taken back. Milton Cheney did not answer this question. It wasn't that he did not want to reply. He simply couldn't. Should he say that he felt safer on the void battlefield than in the Guardian Sea? Not to mention Bane wouldn't believe such words, even if someone else had told him this before he went through the true body simulation. Cheney himself wouldn't believe it either. The Guardian Sea, as the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm, had deeply imprinted its image in the mind of every wizard. For 10 million years, the Guardian Sea had never conquered another plane. It could be considered the kindest realm-level wizards organization in the wizard realm. No one would associate this wizard organization with the Gospel Master's order. Nobody would think that the Guardian Sea was the mastermind behind the inter-realm war this time. Even Milton Cheney couldn't be certain of this. Most of these were his own speculations, inferred from his perspective. After all, he was not Manser. Yet, leaving the Guardian Sea to go to the void battlefield was a decision Milton Cheney had made after the true body simulation. Now, his realm enhancement relied mainly on the simulator. One could simulate anywhere, even on the void battlefield. Being a level 3 wizard was still fine, but becoming a level 4 wizard would cause a great stir. If he stayed in the Guardian Sea all the time, Milton Cheney was scared that something unexpected might happen. Not dwelling on this topic, Milton Cheney changed the subject. He chatted with Bane a little more, then left the Sounds of Sea Pavilion. After walking out of the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, Milton Cheney disappeared from the Guardian Sea. When he reappeared, he was already in the void beyond the realm of the wizard realm. The fourth void battlefield of the wizard realm was his destination this time. Outside the wizard realm, on the fourth void battlefield, a massive spiritual power was raging like a storm. In the eye of the storm, Milton Cheney remained unperturbed. Third ring magic surging flame waves. Massive spiritual power transformed into red flames, spreading outwards like a wave from Milton Cheney's center. Sizzle. The flames, swarming like a monstrous wave, spread rapidly, engulfing the area around Milton Cheney in an instant. Red flames dyed the dark void battlefield in a shade of red. As the flames consumed the blood descendants, sizzling sounds echoed. A few hundred blood descendants in front of Milton Cheney were reduced to a blood mist by these flames, dissipating in the void battlefield. Seeing no blood descendants were left alive before him, Milton Cheney retracted his spiritual power. The massive spiritual power storm gradually dispersed, returning to Milton Cheney's spiritual sea, and the red flames on the void battlefield also faded away. At this time, the inter-realm war between the wizard realm and the bloody sea realm had just begun. The void battlefield was just opened. Thus, there were not many powerful blood descendants on the fourth void battlefield of the wizard realm for the time being. The blood descendants that Milton Cheney had slain were all level 1 and level 2 blood descendants, and there weren't even any level 3 ones. Furthermore, he still had the ace of chi cultivation 4th stage up his sleeve, so his safety on this battlefield was not a concern. Chapter 249. Although there were stronger blood descendants in this void battlefield, they had no interest in him, a level 3 wizard. Third ring magic. Eye of Destiny. An illusory eye appeared in the sky above Milton Cheney, audaciously observing the surrounding environment. They didn't choose to create a blood pool after all, it seems to be just a small blood descendant squad. Milton retracted his spiritual power and used the Eye of Destiny to examine the surroundings. He did not find any nascent blood pools. Since there was no blood pool, there was no point in him staying here. In the next moment, Milton's figure disappeared from its original position. It had been over 2 months since he came to the 4th battlefield, and the number of blood descendants he had killed was already in the thousands. In this void battlefield, the low-level blood descendants of the Bloody Sea realm were endless. If the blood pools on top of the 4th battlefield were not destroyed, the number of blood descendants would be endless. However, the Bloody Sea realm's blood pools scattered across the 4th battlefield were very hard to find. Moreover, each blood pool was well protected, with at least a level 3 blood descendant present. When Milton's figure appeared again, he was inside a small stronghold. This stronghold belonged solely to him. Apart from killing blood descendants every day, he was here practicing his meditation technique, without any disturbances from others. Of course, if any blood descendant dared to snoop around his stronghold, Milton would naturally slay them on the spot. Upon returning to the stronghold, Milton brought out the Book of Truth. The Book of Truth hovered in front of him, the pages flipping over as Milton checked his mission progress. Once he was done checking, the Book of the Truth disappeared from in front of him. He was still a bit short. However, Milton was not in a hurry about the mission. Even if he completed the tasks assigned by the Guardian Sea, he would not leave the 4th battlefield for now. Milton sat down cross-legged, starting to practice the meditation technique through the prescribed meditation routes. Practicing here couldn't compare to practicing in the meditation room of the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, but it did not have much effect on Milton. Time passed, and half a month went by in an instant. Milton, who was practicing his meditation technique, opened his eyes. A soft blue light screen appeared in front of him. Milton had a thought, and several black words appeared on the soft blue light screen. Text simulation count L. Do you want to begin the text simulation? Begin. Milton didn't hesitate in starting the text simulation. He didn't have a habit of accumulating simulation counts. If there were any text simulations, he would use them. Age 33, you arrived in the 4th void battlefield of the Wizard Realm, destroyed several blood pools, completed the task of the Guardian Sea, but did not choose to leave the 4th battlefield. Age 34, meditated in the 4th battlefield. When not meditating, you went to kill blood descendants, destroy blood pools. Your actions provoked an attack from a level 4 blood descendant, but you successfully killed him. Age 53, while meditating, the Book of Truth received a transmission from Bernard and you left the 4th battlefield, returning to the Guardian Sea. Age 55, you didn't take any new assignments but practiced your meditation technique non-stop in the meditation room. Age 117, you left the Guardian Sea, and headed to the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm. The battlefield there is even more dangerous than that of the Wizard realm. In 1 year you encountered assassination attempts from several level 4 blood descendants. Age 122, you completed the mission, left the 3rd battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm and returned to the Guardian Sea. Age 242, the numerous void battlefields of the Bloody Sea realm are destroyed, and the inter-realm war seems to be coming to an end. However, the Bloody Sea realm did not give up resistance and on a large scale, created blood pools in the void battlefields of the Wizard realm. You were involved and suffered serious injuries. Age 246, you left the void battlefield, returned to the Guardian Sea to recover and took the opportunity to meditate. Age 433, your mentor, Bernard, was ambushed by a level 5 blood descendant in the Wizard realm's void battlefield, and unfortunately, he died. You couldn't believe it and decided to go to the 1st battlefield of the Wizard realm to investigate. Age 441, you were assassinated. You died. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memory segments. One after another, the black characters passed before Milton's eyes, leaving only the last 3 lines. Milton gazed deeply at the soft blue light screen in front of him. In the next moment, he had a thought. Retain realm. Milton chose to retain realm. His spiritual sea trembled slightly, then gradually calmed down. Retain memories from ages 33, 34, and 441. Milton murmured in his heart. The moment this thought appeared, 3 unfamiliar memories appeared in his mind. Memories of 3 years are not much. A moment later, Milton had assimilated these 3 years' worth of memories. After all, a text simulation is not the same as a true body simulation. His character in the text simulation was too reckless. However, it was strange that he, a level 3 wizard, was assassinated. Just now, he chose to retain the memory of the last year because he wanted to see who had assassinated him. But unfortunately, he found nothing. In the simulation, everything blacked out before his eyes, and he knew nothing more. Was it a blood descendant? Milton's thoughts were in a muddle. Typically, a level 3 wizard would not be deemed important by those high-powered individuals. Even in his true body simulation, such a situation had never occurred. If it was Mansour's instruction, he wouldn't have lived to the age of over 400. A level 7 wizard intending to kill him would have succeeded a long time ago. After pondering for a moment, Milton decided not to dwell on it any longer. Dwelling on it was useless. The real him wouldn't take the same path as the text simulation. So, the future he saw in the text simulation could only be used as a reference for the first few years. Who knew what would happen 400 years later? Thinking about the memory at the age of 33 and 34 retained from the text simulation, Milton's eyes brightened. The next moment, he concealed the soft blue light screen, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Chapter 250. Outside the wizard realm, the fourth void battlefield. Milton Cheney did not stop to admire the small blood pool that he had destroyed. Spiritual power swirled around him, enveloping him as he vanished from the spot. The place where his body had vanished was now a total mess. Even though only a small blood pool was destroyed here, there were 2 level 3 blood descendants there. But now, these 2 level 3 blood descendants are dead. Upon returning to his base, Milton Cheney summoned the Book of Truth to check the progress of his Guardian Sea's mission. After finding out his mission was completed, Milton Cheney packed up the Book of Truth. Months had passed, with 2 small blood pools destroyed by him, nearly 10,000 blood descendants had died under his hands. Milton Cheney himself was feeling somewhat exhausted. Milton Cheney sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate the meditation technique following his meditation roots. As his meditation technique was working, the slight exhaustion in Milton Cheney disappeared. Although Milton Cheney had completed the Guardian Sea's mission, he had no intention of leaving the fourth void battlefield directly. Nowadays, it does not matter where he cultivates, the difference isn't significant. The fourth void battlefield was a good place for Milton Cheney. This was the early stages of the Inter-Realm War, and this void battlefield belonged to the wizard realm, so there was no danger in his cultivation here. His spiritual power twined around Milton Cheney, eventually converging into his spiritual sea. Although Milton Cheney was still some distance away from becoming a white wizard, he knew the gap was closing. Milton Cheney was confident that he could step into the realm of a level 4 wizard within 3 years. Although he was not a level 1+ wizard yet, his chi cultivation 4th stage made him as strong as a level 4 wizard. His ability to counter-kill a level 4 blood descendant in the text simulation proved that he was not weak. Time passed, and several days later, Milton Cheney stopped practicing meditation technique and exhaled gently. Summoning the panel, a light blue transparent screen appeared in front of Milton Cheney. His attributes hadn't changed. Milton Cheney focused his thoughts on the simulation count. Text simulation count L start text simulation. Yes. The next moment, rows of black text appeared on the light blue screen in front of Milton Cheney. A new round of text simulation was once again used by Milton Cheney. 33 years old, you destroy several blood pools, completing Guardian Sea's mission, but you do not leave directly, instead you silently cultivate the meditation technique in the fourth void battlefield. 35 years old, you cultivate the meditation technique, you do not kill blood descendants or destroy blood pools anymore, instead you stay in your base cultivating the Guardian meditation technique. 65 years old, return to the Guardian Sea. As you have not taken the Guardian Sea's missions for a long time, the difficulty of your mission this time is Reld L1 Vue 11141. 69 years old, after completing the mission, instead of returning to the Guardian Sea, you quietly cultivate the meditation technique. 133 years old, the Wizard Realm destroys the Blood Sea Realm's 7th Void battlefield. You participate in this battle, and after the 7th Void battlefield is destroyed, you decide to return to the Guardian Sea for cultivation. 138 years old, you cultivate the meditation technique and participate in some experiments conducted by your mentor. 272 years old, the inter-realm war between the Wizard Realm and the Blood Sea Realm intensifies, you leave the Guardian Sea and go to the First Void battlefield of the Wizard Realm. 274 years old, killing blood descendants, destroying blood pools, countless blood descendants die at your hands in these 2 years, and countless blood pools are destroyed by you. 451 years old, the Gospel Master's Order makes its move, the Outer Domain Devil reveals its trace, the First Void battlefield of the Wizard Realm is implicated, but you do not die. 455 years old, return to the Guardian Sea, you decide to stay low and not get involved in any issues related to the inter-realm war. 526 years old, the new Guardian Sea's mission makes you hesitate, you consider whether to quit the Guardian Sea, but eventually decide to complete the new mission. 532 years old, travel to the Blood Sea Realm, several level 4 blood descendants target you, after the bloody battle, you die. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memories. A new Guardian Sea mission. Milton Cheney was stirred by the last 2 lines of text in the text simulation. Attempting to quit the Guardian Sea? It's important to know that quitting the Guardian Sea would mean losing the meditation technique cultivated there and also being erased of certain memories. What kind of mission could possibly make the simulated version of himself consider quitting the Guardian Sea? Retain realm. Retain memories at ages 38, 526, and 532. Milton Cheney pondered for a moment. The next moment, slight turbulence appeared within his spiritual sea before calming down. 3 unknown memories appeared in Milton Cheney's mind. Milton Cheney closed his eyes to digest these 3 memories. After a while, Milton Cheney opened his eyes, disbelief evident in his gaze. No wonder the simulated version of himself would have the thought of quitting the Guardian Sea. The mission he received at age 526 was basically a death sentence. Even for a level 4 wizard, it was an extremely difficult mission. Yet in the simulation, he appeared to be only a level 3 wizard. Maybe the death of my mentor in the simulation was indeed related to the Guardian Sea's missions. Was my assassination in the last text simulation also set up by the Guardian Sea? Milton Cheney's mind was filled with thoughts. All sorts of ideas emerged. But that shouldn't be the case. If the Guardian Sea wanted him dead, why would it use this method? Moreover, would Manser, a level 7 wizard who had lived for tens of millions of years, use this method to force him into suicide? Milton Cheney, who had lived for several thousand years through countless simulations, saw things more clearly and felt this possibility was minimal. But was the mission of the Guardian Sea truly random? Milton didn't think so. If it was entirely random, he wouldn't always be given battle-related tasks. After contemplating for a moment, Milton still couldn't figure it out and decided to stop thinking about it. After all, this was something that would happen more than 500 years later. Even he could not perceive what would happen in the distant future from just a few simulations. Because the text simulation was far too shallow, it was conducted entirely from his perspective. What he could see might just be what others wanted him to see, not necessarily the real scene. Milton closed his eyes again to continue practicing the meditation technique without getting up and dismissed the light blue transparent screen in front of him. Time flew by, and 2 months were gone in a flash. Milton was practicing his meditation technique. Boom! Almost instantly, Milton opened his eyes, and a massive amount of spiritual power surged out from his spiritual sea, sweeping over the surroundings. His figure, however, had already vanished from the spot. A blood-colored flood swept over where Milton had just disappeared, destroying the base there in passing. When Milton reappeared, he was hovering in mid-air. Not far from him in the air stood a blood descendant. A level 4 blood descendant. Surrounding the blood descendant was a blood-colored flood, and shadows appeared and disappeared over it. A hint of surprise flashed in the blood descendant's eyes. Not running? That he discovered Milton was accidental, so he intended to casually wipe out this level 3 wizard. But he didn't expect this level 3 wizard to react so quickly and detect him in advance. Seeing this level 4 blood descendant, Milton's expression remained unchanged, but a touch of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He had no memory of this level 4 blood descendant. That is to say, in the memory retained from his text simulation, this level 4 blood descendant had never attacked him. And his real-life experience facing a level 1 plus blood descendant was 0. In the text simulation, there was no level 4 blood descendant attacking me. What the hell kind of simulation is this? Milton was somewhat at a loss for words in his heart. In the text simulation 2 months ago, he was able to cultivate peacefully for a full year this year. He had even managed not to provoke the blood descendants on the 4th battlefield. But just as he wasn't provoking the blood descendants, they had started provoking him. He was cultivating normally, and a level 4 blood descendant suddenly attacked him out of nowhere. Who could he complain to about this? Nonetheless, Milton did not directly run away. He wanted to know how much of a disparity there was between him and a level 4 blood descendant in reality, or how big the disparity between the level 4 blood descendant and him was. The next moment, in Milton's spiritual sea, the faint yellow gem suspended in the center of his spiritual sea emitted a faint fluorescent light. In reality, hundreds of cloud sea silks swirled around Milton. A magic device wizard. The level 4 blood descendant looked at Milton with interest. But the next moment he slightly frowned, because he didn't feel any circulation of spiritual power. A wizard, not using spiritual power? A bloodline wizard? He was somewhat puzzled, but didn't care. He did not believe there was any technique a level 3 wizard could use against him. What he didn't know was that Milton was also somewhat puzzled. What was going on with this blood descendant? Watching a play? The blood descendant just stood there not doing anything, as if waiting for him to make the first move. This understandably left Milton a bit baffled. Level 4 immortal technique cloud sea weaving net. However, since this level 4 blood descendant wanted him to make the first move, Milton certainly wouldn't be polite. The next moment, there was a sudden change. The hundreds of cloud sea silks surrounding Milton suddenly disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were already entwining the level 4 blood descendant's body. These hundreds of cloud sea silks tangled together to form a net, trapping the level 4 blood descendant in it. Even a fool could see there was something wrong now. He wasn't able to break free from this net of unknown material. A new wizard path in the wizard realm, or a wizard path he didn't know about. The blood-colored flood around the level 4 blood descendant instantly formed a huge pool in the air. A blood pool. The moment the blood pool formed, countless blood descendants appeared in the air. The targets of these blood descendants were Milton. The moment they appeared, they moved toward Milton. They covered the sky, turning the air red with blood. Seeing this scene, a touch of disdain flashed in Milton's eyes. Level 4 blood descendant? That's it?